Of course, back in April, we had time trials across our regions. The top teams moved on from those into our group stages. We watched those groups unfold over last month, roughly, and the top 2 teams from each of those moved on here to our Season 1 finals, where we started with 8 and we're down to 4. Not only have they qualified for BlizzCon ahead, but they are vying today for a $100,000 prize pool. And if you become a champion here, you take home even more, especially when you look ahead to the additional prizes at BlizzCon. But it has been an absolutely incredible first season, and day 2 of our finals weekend actually led to eliminations for half of our teams. But the top 4 left standing have the making of champions. So Dratnos, can you help us keep our memories fresh by taking us through yesterday's action?
Yeah, day 2 was amazing. It was great. If you haven't watched it, you should go do that. But if you don't want to, here's a quick 3-minute recap. We started off with Mandatory versus Liquid. Both teams were incredibly fast. The 3 maps were all very close, and it all came down to just a couple of mistakes. Mandatory actually lost game 1 off of 2 deaths at the end of a Zenith that otherwise was incredibly fast for them. Liquid had a couple deaths in the Skyreach, and then we got to this Mysara Caverns where both teams on just 1 death, couple percent on the boss, but Mandatory were the team that took it, and they qualified directly to BlizzCon with that win, made it through to today as well. An incredible performance out of one of our tournament frontrunners. Then we saw Triple Threat versus Dignitas. Triple Threat doing all this cool stuff to facilitate the Arms Warrior. We'll talk a little bit more about that in their later series, but unfortunately, just a couple of small mistakes, and Dignitas ended up being able to capitalize on that and win that series again. Fairly close games between the two. Triple Threat definitely looked really strong, but not quite able to take a game against Dignitas. Big Lucky versus Interrupt down in the lower bracket now featured a disconnect from Big Lucky, unfortunately, that actually caused them to lose map 1 as the favorites against Interrupt, but they were able to rally and bring it back 2-1 against Interrupt, including this Pit of Saron run, which was absurdly fast. Look at the timer there at the top right. Big Lucky able to finish this dungeon at 10 minutes and 40 seconds. Then we had the Battle of the Underdogs, Sen Spellbook versus Auntie's Angels, 2 of our lowest seeded teams that qualified through to this weekend. It ended up being Auntie's Angels that took this series 2-0 off of several deaths from Sen Spellbook, unfortunately, in both runs. Then Triple Threat versus Big Lucky. Triple Threat did a lot of really cool stuff to facilitate this Arms Warrior and make it look good. Look at the way that they pulled extra trash in, such that it would come in the middle of each of these boss fights, giving that Arms Warrior access to those extra targets, which really make it shine. Look at that damage meter, just doing huge amounts of damage by virtue of all this extra work that they were doing. So they did all this cool hard part, and then we messed up a couple of little things like a skip here on the wind tunnel that ended up causing a lot of time loss. Big Lucky were going big as well, and they got lucky to have mistakes for both of the maps against Triple Threat as well, which meant that Big Lucky ended up taking that series 2-0, despite Triple Threat having a lot of really cool strategies that they showed off. Just minor to medium-sized mistakes in both maps ended up being more than enough for Big Lucky to take that series. Then Liquid versus Auntie's Angels, the final qualification match for BlizzCon that we had yesterday. Liquid had some really cool strategies. The way they played this Mysara Caverns, freeing those prisoners early and then getting straight into the first boss, hitting the Lust, but as a result, not getting quite as much count from the start of the dungeon, which meant they then owed us that big pull that we just saw there in the Mysara Caverns. Really big, really impressive pull, led them to winning that map. Then they won the Zenith as well, so they took that series 2-0, stamped their ticket to BlizzCon, and are still alive down in the lower bracket today.
Yesterday had so much in it. My mind is like reeling thinking back through, and yet we are about to see these incredible top 4 teams face off today, so there is just even more ahead, everybody. And while you got to look at some of their runs in the replay, let's go ahead and focus in on the 4 teams that we have remaining today. Makes, can you tell us about our finalists vying to be kings, queens, or just general royalty in Season 1?
Absolutely. So the big and most important thing everybody needs to know, and yes, this will be on the test, is all 4 of these teams have qualified. That means no further qualification matches are coming up. That also means all of these teams are fighting for the same thing, and that is the season title. Starting us off with Dignitas. This is, of course, a team many of you have formerly known under the name of Miscount. They got signed by Dignitas this season, and they're your current reigning TGP champions, looking to get that back-to-back title here at the MDI in Midnight. Moving on from them to a team that has gotten their few share of titles over the last couple of years across this team. I think you're looking at about 14 of them. And formerly, Mandatory was a very different team, but this season they signed up what they call the Avengers. So these guys are actually playing in the studio in France together. They've been boot camping for weeks, and they are looking to claim back that fame to themselves and maybe at that 15th title, That's what people say. 15 is really where it's at. Moving on, though, to Liquid. Tattles was already mentioning it at the top of the day. They're back-to-back race to world first champions. But for the MDI and dungeon running scene, this team is a little bit younger still. They had a teeny tiny roster change in bringing in Sini instead of Boomy this season. That made them look a little bit shaky in the groups, but in this global final weekend, they have really shown up in a massive way, and they're certainly one of the chasing teams for the title that people are rooting for to maybe overtake those bigger teams like Dignitas and Mandatory. Last but not least, we do have Big Lucky. That's our CN number 1 seed, and this is a super interesting team because most of these players are very new to the competitive stage. Of course, somebody like Loda we have seen in green player in previous seasons, but in this constellation, many of these players really haven't gone through a tournament day. And the fact that they fought their way through that lower bracket just gauntlet on the Saturday, which is a very long tournament day, really, really speaks to the caliber of players that we're looking at. And I think this is a team you should be ready for. Might give you 1 or 2 surprises today.
It's such a huge lineup, and each of these teams, they've had moments where they have excelled incredibly, moments where we've seen some weakness, and it just feels like it's anybody's game today. And of course, they're not just competing for BlizzCon and the qualifications, which they've already landed. They would love to also be a Season 1 champion because that also comes with some pretty huge rewards. If we take a look at our prize pool, $100,000 on the line here for these teams. If you get higher up, of course, you take a bigger portion of that. So $40,000 for our first place winners. And looking ahead to BlizzCon, there's even more for them to win. Of course, they don't just take home the prize pool money. They also take home one of these 3 custom Midnight medals if they land in the top 3, of course. But these designs are so cool every season. I love seeing what the team comes up with, and it's a really unique reminder of what you were able to accomplish on this huge global stage. Of course, though, like we've been pointing out, I mean, this is a lot on the line. And with all of these rewards for our teams, making it through is not good enough. They want to win it all. So Dratnos, along with those tangible prizes, does becoming a champion give you kind of a mental boost for future seasons or the BlizzCon stage?
Absolutely, yeah. It's a huge deal. Winning today is it sets you up in a lot of different ways. So let's just run through the stakes real quick. Qualification to BlizzCon, that's already checked off. All 4 of these teams have qualified, the top 3 and then the top Chinese team. Those are the 4 teams we've got left. So bang, that's our BlizzCon competitors right there. So that one is a little bit of relief on the players' minds, right? They've already made it over that hill. What are they still playing for today? Prize money, medals, glory. Okay, playing for those on a lot of season finals. BlizzCon seeding and also like positioning going into BlizzCon, right? You can beat somebody now and then you're setting yourself up to beat them again at BlizzCon, right? You proved you can. You proved that that's the expectation. A lot of value in that. The morale boost that comes from that as well. Then, yeah, of course, the prize being higher as well certainly doesn't hurt. So a lot to still motivate these teams. A whole lot to play for today.
Oh, absolutely. And every single one of these teams that we have remaining are serious challengers, which means that all of our series today are stacked. So Tettles, can you run us through the bracket that we have going into our final day?
Yeah, so far we only know about 2 matchups. We have the upper finals, which is Mandatory versus Dignitas. The winner of that is going to be going into the grand finals. That is a best of 5. The other matchup that we know about is Big Lucky versus Liquid. The winner of that is going to be facing the loser of the Mandatory versus Dignitas series in that lower finals. So those are the first 2 matchups that we have today. I think that Mandatory versus Dignitas one is going to be pivotal because if you're able to, sit out into the finals, that is a really big deal because then you have a better time of just practicing and becoming mentally more prepared for what's going to be facing you in the future.
Yeah, I mean, these are two huge matchups, like literally right off at the start. Of course, when we have teams this good, all of them are going to be huge. So it's really hard to choose just one, honestly. But Makes, we heard a little bit about what Tettles thinks is going to be a kind of big one, but what do you think is going to be the biggest matchup of the day?
Oh, I think it has to be the first matchup that we're looking at in just a couple of minutes. This mandatory versus Dignitas run is going to tell us who will be one of the two teams that are waiting in the grand finals later on today. So one step closer to that title already. So I'm really, really excited to see that one in particular. But of course, you know, that map number 3 is also very, very exciting to see the loser of match 1 and the winner of match 2 go up against each other to find out who the other team is that's waiting in the grand finals.
I know, honestly, it's going to be so good, but I think you're both right. That first matchup, that huge series that's going to start us off, is definitely going to be one that sets the tone for the rest of the day and the matchups that we're going to see, especially at that grand finals. So, of course, after our opening show that we've been doing here, I hope you're all awake and ready to slam some keys. Right off the bat, we have this huge matchup between Mandatory and Dignitas. Get your predictions in on who you think will stop the timer first, chat. And meanwhile, we'll kind of go over these teams in a bit more detail. So, Mandatory, right? We mentioned that they mix in some players this season that you might recognize from Echo adjacent teams in the past. And their in-person boot camp has brought them all together to put in extra practice and unify as a team. But Tettles, do you think this has been paying off for them?
I mean, historically, these are people that get a land buff, right? You know, that you get them together as a 5-stack, especially with 10 days worth of practice, and they should probably have a flawless run through the bracket. I will say this weekend, they've kind of not performed to expectations. You know, we saw how they were going to play during the Group A weekend. They had basically deathless runs throughout the entirety of all of their maps. And now in the finals, they've kind of had uncharacteristic mistakes from a team that, again, we describe them as, you know, they should be getting a land buff. But maybe it's been a debuff for them, right? Maybe the nerves have been getting to them. Maybe the pressure of you know, playing
Where'd
in
they
person.
go?
They're no longer in their home environment.
back.
You have Maystein here, sitting here all alone, thinking about what could have been. It really just makes you think.
I love this. They're like, yeah, we're about to start our first match. I don't know. We'll be back in a little bit. See you all in 5 minutes. It looks like they're assembling. They're back. They're here. And of course, I think it's interesting to see, does being
Was
together...
Kush dual wielding his beverages there? What was going on there? That's a melee player.
Yeah, that's melee player. That's top tier
That's how you do
performance.
it.
He's like, oh, I got a little bit left. I'll go ahead and just pour that on in. I mean, listen, they're trying to overcome this buff or debuff, whichever way it plays out for them today. I think we'll get to see. And now on the other side of this, we have Dignitas, our returning champions, and they might not be playing together in the same facility, but they are one of the longest running just groups and standing squads that we have in the MDI. So they said they're not always at the forefront with ideas, but that their numbers and established synergy are kind of one of their greatest strengths. Dratnos, do you think that's enough, though, to take Mandatory down?
Absolutely. I think that either of these teams could certainly win this series. We've been playing over the past month under this sort of assumption of like, how will this team stack up against Mandatory? How will this team stack up against Dignitas, right? That has very often been the story of our group weekends, right? Is how well these teams compare to that benchmark being set. And now the two teams that have been setting those benchmarks are up against each other. So we will get to see how they compare against their best selves and against their best competition.
Oh, I'm so ready. Honestly, this all kind of leads us to one big question, right? Which is, who's better? Mandatory or Dignitas? And I think that's something that really waits to be shown and settled. Of course, our predictions, I think, will show maybe what we're kind of imagining the answers to be. So we'll start off now. Makes, I don't mean to put you on the spot as the first one up, but I'm going to do it anyway. Who do you think is going to win in this one? Mandatory or Dignitas?
That's so hard. 14 titles, reigning champion, behemoth of caliber of players. They have a new sign up on both sides. I'm going to give it a 2-1, and I am going to give it a 2-1 in favor of Dignitas.
Ooh,
That's going to
okay.
be my ruling.
All right. Let's move on. Let's see. Tettles, are you in agreement, or do you feel like it's going to go a different way?
I'm going to go 2-0 Dignitas.
Okay. Oh, very strong. All right. Okay. Dratnos looks shocked. Dratnos, what's your prediction?
2-0.
I'm going to go 2-0 Mandatory.
Yeah.
I'm shocked to see so many Dignitas predictions going in here. Not because I think Dignitas are bad, but because Mandatory are so good.
These
Well,
teams
I
are
gotta
so close.
I gotta counterbalance this.
Sure.
You guys both went for
Okay.
Dignitas. I gotta go full on for
Okay.
mandatory.
No,
Yeah, look
you're
at
right.
Zyro. He's also gone for Dignitas.
Wow.
Okay. Oh, listen, Dratnos, I love that you're standing up for mandatory because honestly, they have all of the caliber to do this, right? We've seen them go head to head. We've seen iterations of this team go up against Dignitas in the past and overcome them. So it's possible 100%, but I'm going to have to join the Dignitas train myself because they have looked amazing. I'm going to go 2-1. Yes, Tuttles?
Okay,
Travis,
hold on.
who do
I
you
want to
think
change
has
my
played
vote.
better
I'm
this
doing
weekend?
2-1 mandatory. I'm doing
Okay.
2-1 mandatory. You guys cannot bully me into this. See, this is why I don't like being asked first. I
I'm so
want to
sorry.
be a revolutionary, and as soon as I pick something, everybody else does it. Change
You're
my
French.
vote, production, please. I can be.
Makes us swapping. Tuttles, you had a question. What was the question?
Dratus, who do you think has played better this weekend?
I do think Dignitas have played better this weekend, but mandatory get a buff in the clutch series sometimes. I think that is something that you definitely got to be scared of if you are a Dignitas fan here.
That is true. That is a consideration. I feel like we have seen them just like when the pressure is on, it's almost like their skill just like keeps rising and rising and rising. Like it cannot be diminished by it. So it's very possible that they perform and maybe this swap is going to work out very much in your favor. Dratno's already jumping on that mandatory train. And as we can see with chat, it's pretty even here. I mean, honestly, I think it's hard to tell, but chat's kind of leaning towards mandatory here. So these two teams, they're going to have to face off. Of course, we will have map bans coming in shortly, but the first map that they have to play on no matter what is going to be Magister's Terrace. So as we think ahead to this one for both of these teams, maybe this will give us some more insights, Tettles, on how they might match up on this plus 19 here for the first map.
Okay, so we've actually seen both of these teams play this Magister's Terrace. Dignitas busted out the Aldrachi Reaver Havoc Demon Hunter during their series versus Unti's Angels and put up the weekend best 15:59 timer. That is about a 15-second advantage over what Mandatory put up. Then Mandatory in their series yesterday versus Liquid, they banned out the Magister's Terrace, which makes me wonder whether or not this Aldrachi Reaver Havoc Demon Hunter is an advantage that Dignitas has in this map, to the point where Mandatory didn't want to play that against Liquid if they knew that Liquid also had that specialization in their bag. And so I think that this Magister's Terrace is a map that is in favor of Dignitas. For the Skyreach and the Sea of the Triumvirate, those are both... Skyreach specifically is a very straightforward dungeon. It's kind of hard to tell who's going to have an advantage in there, but I feel like this Magister's Terrace, it has to tip the series in favor of Dignitas.
I think it's very possible. I mean, we can see the bans, and Tells has kind of delved a little bit into what lies ahead. But Dratnos, with that Skyreach, with that seat, what are some of your thoughts with these two teams and what we've seen of their performance in this lineup?
All right, hear me out. This is a little bit of a cook, but imagine you're mandatory and you have a crazy overpowered strat in Magister's Terrace. You come into the weekend, you don't show it off against Interrupt in your first series, then you ban out Magister's Terrace against Liquid so you don't have to show it off, and then nobody else has seen it, and you come into Sunday and you get to use it both in this series and then in the grand finals, or force a ban onto the Magister's Terrace, right? If you think about it, that sounds like a really clever plan.
Honestly, I always love that. I love when we get that surprise, like suddenly here's this secret strat that we've been sitting on and we're going to just blast. And it's possible, Dratnos. So I'm in
Really clever plan.
Honestly, I always love that. I love when we get that surprise, like suddenly here's this secret strat that we've been sitting on and we're going to just blast. And it's possible, Dratnos. So I'm going to give that to you. But I think we're going to have to see whether or not that ends up being reality. This is our first game of the series, Mandatory versus Dignitas. Which of these teams will prove to be better? Makes, I'm sure they're out to prove themselves to all of us.
For sure. And we're already seeing that first difference maker, Dignitas, showing us that Havoc Demon Hunter was not just a day one special to maybe confuse the rest of the competition, but that they're deciding to actually nail down on it. We have seen how well this Aldrachi Reaver can do, specifically on Gemellas, but just in general, being able to bring that funnel to the group. Certainly a spec that is very, very strong here. Mandatory on the other side, they're playing it a little bit more traditional here on the specs that they are bringing. They're going with the premier comp that we've been seeing for most of this group weekend, centered around that Augmentation Evoker, Devour Demon Hunter, and that Unholy DK. But already Dignitas just a smidge faster here as they're grabbing this Pyromancer pack titles.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the thought process behind the Dignitas comp is fairly straightforward. You continue to pull high priority mobs that have a lot more HP to allow for the wounded quarry funnel over and over again. And so there's going to be some pulls where we are just basically hoping that the DK plus the augmentation invoker buffing him is going to be able to do enough to be able to carry through the AoE. Additionally, Guardian Druid does a very large amount of AoE damage just by itself as well. So that's kind of the thought process on why the Eldrazi Reaver Havoc Demon Hunter is that play. Now, is it going to be better than what we are seeing from Kush on the left side for Mandatory? Look at him. He's doing 350,000 DPS. It's going to be something that, like, the Devour Demon Hunter should be higher overall DPS, but does the timer advantage for what the Havoc for what it's doing, is that going to be a big advantage? Because look at Dignitas on the right-hand side. They've already killed off the Pyromancer, and instead of waiting to get all of the remainder of the trash killed off, they're immediately pulling into the Arcanotron Custos pack. You see Dignitas with about a 5-second lead already at the very beginning of this dungeon.
Yeah, a big factor in this dungeon is being able to stack up these infusions from the worm. So let's see how the teams are going to try to make the most out of it to really get that damage amp in there. Remember, every single time you get another one of these stacks, it adds onto it. It doesn't extend the duration. So the quicker you can get them all up together, the longer you are going to profit from something like that 1920 stack. But tragedy for Mandatory, Maystine down, followed by Maris, leading to a full team wipe in the very first map of our series here to start of our tournament day.
I mean, this is what we've seen. The mandatory strategy in this dungeon is incredibly dangerous. Look at this. They still have Bloodlust available for them. The Bloodlust typically gets used in the hallway pull before Serenel Sunlash because those runic glaives, those dots that get applied to players, are so unbelievably deadly. But Dignitas, they know that this pull that they just did into Arcanotron Custos is also equally deadly. And so it's kind of like the pull that Mandatory was going to elect to Bloodlust, while dangerous, apparently that's the one that Dignitas determined that it's a difference in strategy. Mandatory ends up getting punished, though, because they don't end up bloodlusting this pack. That is a very unfortunate full team wipe, resulting in 6 deaths. And now all eyes are on Dignitas. The ball is basically in their court. If they're able to play their strategy from what we saw over the course of this weekend, they should be able to take down this first map.
They should be, but let's not forget that their strategy is not without risk. So this dungeon, the way they have practiced and shown it so many times, there's a lot of these massive pulls. And one you already called out is going to be happening next. That is that Runic Glaive pull, which has brought so much lethality. You can see the majority of the team is also running Shadow Melt here just to make sure they can avoid getting a 2-stack from these glaives. So that is what that is going to be used for. A nice little just Hornstone skip here to allow the team to come together as they're grouping up this pack. But there's no lust for this one. And there's all of these enforcers in here. They're actually waiting with 2 of the spell breakers in the back there. We have seen them pull this all together in previous runs from them.
Oh, I think they may have gotten the news that Mandatory is wiped, and they're like, hold on, let's not
don't actually need to play it that scary.
Yeah. So, like, there's about, what would you say, a minute and a half delay from the main broadcast to where the competitors are currently playing. And with that being the case, I think that they may have gotten the news from somebody helping them, a 6th man perhaps, telling them, hold on, as long as you do not wipe, you are going to be winning the series, or this map at least.
Well, we'll see how it goes. Zyro is letting us know that they did the same thing yesterday in groups. However, we did see them do the full gauntlet run. So it might just also be their routing for the group finals season. Might be that is a change they made with this Eldrazi Reaver. Can't be too sure here, but it's certainly a little bit safer between the 2 options that are presented. So Dignitas is going to not take any additional risk here and deal with those 2 spell breakers by themselves to then spawn the boss. Whereas Mandatory, they're back in the same spot where tragedy has hit them. They have gotten through the worst of it. Still, there's a Magisters in this pack, but they were able to preserve that Bloodlust, which really is a big factor that'll allow them to accelerate from here on out. But of course, those 1 minute 30 on that death counter hurt them by a lot.
Oh, I mean, that... So all wipes are bad, obviously. There are some that are far worse than others, and that for mandatory, they pressed all their offensive CDs, all of the trash reset, the boss reset. That is like, not only is that a minute 30 of time loss from just the death timer, that was probably an additional 2 minutes of timer loss as well on top of that. Like, that was an absolutely just massive mistake from the mandatory camp there. And on the right-hand side, Dignitas, while mandatory are finishing off Arcanotron Custos, Dignitas have already engaged the second boss in Serenel Sunlash. They are not fighting it with any trash. There's no real danger point here. The next big point of vulnerability for Dignitas is actually going to be in that Gamillis area. Whenever you end up having those Void Callers with the pulsing AoE, that's probably a big point for Dignitas to make sure that they continue to play safe, continue to play clean, and just get through those kind of pulls. But right now, I mean, on Serenel Sunlash, this should be basically free, even on this 19 Keystone level. I think that that's something important to like point out as well, is just how hard this dungeon is on a 19. Whenever we were talking about some of the highest keys in the world, about 24, I think, is the highest that's been put up so far for Magister's Terrace. We're only a couple of key levels away from that.
Yeah, it's certainly not the best start to the tournament day, but we've seen something similar from Mandatory before, where that first run just didn't go their way and then they locked in after that. So even though this currently looks like an uphill battle, I wouldn't count them out just yet. Because, of course, this is only map 1. It is a best of 3, and this one isn't even over yet. Stranger things have happened before in the realms of MDI, and here is that big pull where they're going to be electing to use the Lust, and you can see they are going all the way in this gauntlet here.
The first Lust, 9 minutes and 20 seconds into the dungeon, a classic.
Well, normally we would have been here in under 7 minutes, right? So that would make it feel better.
Something about, we'd be here about 4 minutes or something like that for sure.
Maybe, yeah.
But I mean, this pull for mandatory is absolutely insane. That's why you're seeing the anti-magic zone, you're seeing the darkness, you're seeing all of the defensives being pressed. And the fact that they're even able to get through this is still quite impressive. They are going to be pulling Serenel Sunlash, but I mean, this is going to be multiple minutes of difference between mandatory and Dignitas. Dignitas are finishing up Serenel Sunlash, and mandatory just now pulling the boss. So an entire boss on the 19 Keystone level is separating them. So about 2.5 minutes of time just from like HP, and then a minute 30 on top of that. So about a 4-minute difference between these two teams currently.
Yeah, absolutely. A last couple of trash mobs now trickling in for mandatory. Those were the ones that were caged and paralyses to the back. Something
Verb.
We've been seeing from a lot of teams. But yep, Dignitas is going to continue clicking, whereas Verb gets ready to get on out there because he, of course, does not have Shadow Meld. So the rest of the team can just run and meld it off. Verb doesn't have that accessibility, so he will need to giddy on out of here while the rest of the team will follow.
Yeah, and in the meantime, he's also setting up to get some additional count. He uses that spatial to give him increased range. Then he sleepwalks this season that are not linked to the trash pulls that they're in. And by also having that extended range, it allows that shredder to come even further out to that sleepwalk location. And so that really allows Dignitas to be able to extract that extra shredder just to get a little bit more count inside of this dungeon. And now Dignitas, they're going big here. They're grabbing the Void Caller. They're grabbing that Devouring Tyrant. And on this 19 Keystone level, Kira's HP is going to be the most important thing. He's getting these heal absorbs applied to him time and time again. And while he's in that incarn, he's fairly sturdy, he's fairly safe. It's about what happens whenever Kira is no longer in that incarn. That is actually the dangerous point. So now you're seeing that incarn start to fade. He immediately changed it into that bark skin. Then he's going to probably change it into the survival instincts. And at that point in time, after that SI falls, we're going to hope for Dignitas that they have the trash pack peeled off. And look at this trash pack just completely melting here.
Yeah, it's not over just yet. A couple more interrupts will need to be deployed, specifically on that Terror Wave. Last second there from Yardi. Clutch up play to get it in their blinding sleet and stop a chaos from coming down onto Dignitas. But that is all it needs, just one CC, and they were able to bring that one in.
I'm gonna need a recount on that blinding sleep.
That was
Did he actually get that cast?
0.1.
Yeah, like, oh my goodness gracious. All right, so Dignitas there dealing with the last very difficult trash pull of the dungeon. They've actually grabbed a bonus Devouring Tyrant. It's a pretty dangerous mob for your tank, but if he's able to survive the heal absorbs that consistently get put onto him, it should be fine. There is also the heal absorb bomb that gets put onto random players that gives them a 15% damage amp. But like, especially at the 19 Keystone level, if there is a critical mass of mobs, AJ should be able to just spam Spinning Crane Kick and be able to heal that off rather quickly. The composition for Dignitas is also quite durable, so Verb is probably the only player that's actually in danger of getting killed off whenever they have that heal absorb on them. But I mean, Kira's HP, I think, is the scary one here.
Oh, for sure. I mean, that is what it all kind of rises and falls with, but usually Kira has been one of the tanks of the World of Warcraft, so it's not something I worry too much about. Stuff like, Cass getting through, that's more the type that we have seen from Dignitas, where this would be a mistake that wouldn't be too uncommon for them. Kira dying, I think we have seen this less than 5 times across all of the MDI and TGP seasons altogether, so certainly not something I'm too scared about. But left-hand side, Mandatory are now arriving at the same spot here where it got quite dicey for Dignitas for a second. They also have to get through that same pack to get Jamelis spawned. But I want to divert your attention to the damage meter on the side of Dignitas, because there you can really see this Eldrachi, Reaver, Havoc, Demon Hunter shine. There's a lot of packs where it's good in this dungeon. Jamelis has to be the best one where that Wounded Quarry is really coming in to shine. And we do have a death.
No.
As AG goes down, they need to res him up really quickly, as this boss does have a lot of just environmental damage to the entire team. The res has gone out, but seems to not be able to take it. Is he not in a safe spot, or might there be an issue with the tech side of things? Hopefully Dignitas is going to be able to get on through this. They're going to be utilizing their own defensives right now. And AJ now back with the team. He was just doing it for the tension, for the cinematic arc, so to say.
Ah, yes. Cinematic choice here.
Yeah.
All right.
Sometimes
so now
you're
Dignitas,
doing it for the plot.
I will say, even though that was not great, and even though that could have been problematic, Dignitas are still about 3.5 minutes ahead. Whenever you're factoring in, okay, so now only 3 minutes and 15 seconds ahead. And so I think for Mandatory to actually be able to get back into this match, it would require Dignitas to almost have a wipe. So now all eyes are on Dignitas on the right-hand side as they run up to the top of the spire in the Magister's Terrace. There is one trash pull and Degentrius. Those are the two things that separate Dignitas from stopping the clock here. They were quite fast in this run earlier this weekend. They put up something around the 60-minute marker. They do have this Bloodlust that's burning a hole in their pocket. I think it's very likely that they're going to be pulling it, pressing it onto Degentrius just to be able to get just a little bit more single target damage. And you see Kira, he is not going to be stopped as that Devouring Tyrant, that Shadow Rift Void Caller. Those mobs get pulled, and that is the target acquired for Hearthjax, that Shadow Rift Void Caller. He's going to be applying his Wounded Quarry. He's going to be applying that Reaver's Glaive to it. You see the Breath of Eons coming out. Yargi, his main job here is to kill off all of these small mobs, all of these Voidlings. That is Yargi's damage here. And then, AJ, he's going to be spinning Crane Kick just to make sure that Kira and the remainder of the party is going to be getting enough just group-wide healing to keep everybody topped up. And Dignitas, look at this. Kira, he's inching closer and closer towards that Degentrius ramp, all the way up to the boss. They're making sure that they're maximizing their position inside of this dungeon to save themselves just a couple of seconds. Because the strategy for Dignitas, it wasn't created today. It was created weeks and weeks and weeks ago whenever these teams started, even on the beta as far back, whenever these teams were trying to figure out what strategies would be good for this speedrun format. And now Dignitas, with a couple of the small mobs, they no longer have that Tyrant. They no longer have that Void Caller. They're going to be taking a bunch of these Shredders into the boss, even letting one of the Void Terror's Howling Fear casts go off. But you're able to LOS it. It's not a big deal.
Exactly. So that is kind of how their strategy diverges here. They're waiting for the cast to go off at the bottom of the stairs to be able to interrupt them. Then they start running, and then because they move a little bit slower, that means that cast is then again going to go off on the ramp, and like you mentioned, that's where they can line of sight it, which means that locks out the mob for a little bit longer than an interrupt or a CC would. So really nicely done by Dignitas in getting up here onto this platform. Mandatory now looking to do that same pull, but Dignitas really want to close that door shut. The last couple of shredders are going to be falling right now as they're chewing their way through the Gentrius. That Lust is back up and running for them, and it is 5 players against 1 boss, nothing else to stop them here.
I actually love how they were utilizing the Havoc Demon Hunter on this fight. So Kira and Hearthjax are actually on the same side of the beam, where Kira is actually tanking a lot of those shredders, a lot of those mobs slightly over the line. Yargi, he could in theory walk up and pad on those mobs. Instead, he is full single targeting the boss, and the only AoE damage that is actually going out on those shredders and on those mobs is his Death and Decay. He will occasionally drop his D&D on top of them, but he's not sitting over there. He's not spamming his AoE damage into them. Instead, he's allowing Hearthjax to actually use a lot of those shredders as like a vehicle to increase his funnel damage and just be able to do the most damage to Gentry as possible. I think that the way that Dignitas understand this dungeon, understand the key points of what makes this dungeon slow and what makes this dungeon fast, this feels like a really smart strategy for them and a really excellent use of the Eldrachi Reaver Havoc Demon Hunter. Not something that we saw too common during group play, but after the buffs that it received like 3 weeks ago, it seemed like maybe it was something that Dignitas keyed in as a potential time save and a potential advantage that they would have over the rest of their competition. And Dignitas, it wasn't the fastest run that we've seen out of them, but with a 17:35, they are going to be able to go up 1 map to 0 over Mandatory.
Dignitas take that first point, bringing them that much more ahead here at the start of our first series of the day. Now, this sets them up in a nice position to be able to try to angle for that 2-0, but I'm sure Mandatory is going to have a response to that. But as we look back on this run, Mandatory obviously had those deaths that cost them the map. But if we're looking at how these two kind of measured up outside of that wipe, how did the routes look, do you think, Makes?
So it's hard to say because there's that little bit of difference between what we saw from Dignitas in day 1 versus what we saw from Dignitas in the group stages. There is a good chance that they just made it a little bit safer based on how they're playing this dungeon. But of course, the big factor here is how it all went wrong for Mandatory. You can kind of see how the spikes here are offset by that wipe that they had. Otherwise, they would have been much closer together. And I think generally, it would have been really hard to see which of these two runs is actually faster based on how it went down. But I have an inclination that the Mandatory one is actually pretty fast just on the eye test on the paper. So I'm kind of hoping that we might get to see it again this weekend. We'll have to wait and see. But it certainly was a well-deserved win for Dignitas.
It was a good run from them, even if it was a little bit on the slower side, like you were pointing out. And of course, this was our first look at both of these teams today. So Drat knows, how did it look for them on the analyst desk?
Yeah, of course. So the decisive thing in this match, as you guys identified, this one wasn't a particularly hard one to catch, was the wipe for Mandatory that set them behind, and they were never really able to recover from it. Dignitas didn't give them the opportunity to come back after this happened. Mirez ended up going down here. Watch that Survival Instincts cooldown. It falls off him right now, and then he goes down right now. So it looks like maybe an issue with the timing, the cooldown overlaps, maybe just some unexpected incoming damage there. But yeah, then here's some stuff that Dignitas did that's cool. Sleepwalking from afar with the Spatial Paradox increasing its range, letting us bring that Hollow Soul Shredder forward. It's not actually linked to any of the other mobs that spawn over there. So if you can get it away from them without getting in combat, then you can pull it later, as you can see Kira doing here. And that's +1 enemy that is not too dangerous, filling out your enemy forces count. This Terror Cast almost goes off here for Dignitas. Very scary. Look at this Terror Wave cast coming up here in just a second. Yeah, these ones right now, as I was saying, right now, this one coming right now. Look at this. Almost went off, but was stopped. A little bit of a foreshadowing of something that, okay, here we go. This is the one. This is the one. That Terror Wave, right. Look at that. Oh, the Blinding Sleet. at 0.1 before it would have gone off. So
Insane.
that's the that would have been a wipe almost certainly if that had gone through. So very good for Dignitas. They were able to prevent that one from actually going off. A little bit sketchy, though, that it did almost go off. Sometimes you want to kick late. You never want to kick that late. And they actually had another slight Terror Wave-related problem there. Look at Hearthjax. He's actually feared because he didn't quite line of sight the Void Terror that was casting it down on the ramp. So maybe a little bit still to clean up for Dignitas. Maybe that helps explain, 5 or 10 seconds lost here or there to those sorts of minor mistakes. None of it came anywhere close to the 6 deaths that Mandatory had happen, though. That's a minute 30 plus a bunch of time lost from navigating through the dungeon as a result. So a decisive win for Dignitas. Almost perfection out of them, but not quite the actual perfection that we're hoping one of these teams will show us in one of these future maps.
There's still a lot for them to be able to accomplish. I absolutely agree, Dratnos. And of course, up next is going to be our Sky Reach. So that's at the +18 here. And as we see them get higher up here, I think there is that chance that we see these wipes, we see these deaths or these mistakes. And Tettles, thinking about both of these teams, maybe even taking into account some of what they're bringing into these dungeons, or might be, with Sky Reach, are there specific points you think are going to be really dangerous for both of the teams?
I mean, dangerous, yeah. I think that Skyreach, though, is probably the most on-rails dungeon that we have for this season, to the point where it's pretty common to where the Skyreach is almost determined whether or not you have a death. It's fairly uncommon to have, the Skyreach be determined from, any, strong compositional or strategy deviations, although it is possible. It's just it's very unlikely. I think the only team that was playing something that was, super unique was the Triple Threat with how they're playing through their warrior in this dungeon. Dignitas, we haven't seen them play Skyreach this weekend. They may end up busting out the Arms Warrior, and that may actually be the best strategy, but it's not something that we've actually seen out of them. We did see Mandatory play it yesterday, though, versus Liquid.
Well, we'll see what they're bringing in as we get our first look. Mandatory versus Dignitas in our second map. If Dignitas takes this, they will send Mandatory down to the lower bracket makes.
That's right. A first hurdle in this dungeon is getting on this platform here. We have seen teams fail to this time and time again. Let's make sure everybody is up here for the side of Mandatory. It looks as if that is the case, and the same is true for Dignitas. You're going to be trying to just play everything up here, but that is a whole mess. So they need to be very careful, especially with that Blade Talon. That one has killed people before as well, and it makes perfect sense that for the entire team, a lot of their defenses have blown up for a couple of seconds, but both teams neck and neck as they pull into Ranjit here. Bloodlust running now as they go on through it. In terms of specs, not much surprises here. Both teams playing on the meta team composition. I was kind of hoping that, maybe we'll see a Warlock again, maybe we'll see something else, but both of the teams deciding that this is going to be what brings them the win.
I feel like this is going to be like a classic, just 1v1. The teams are running the same route. The teams are playing largely the same strategy for this dungeon. And it's really going to kind of come down to execution. If either team has a death, there's 15 seconds of death penalty, especially in a dungeon like Skyreach, that is obviously a huge problem. Whenever we saw Mandatory versus Liquid yesterday, Liquid ended up accumulating 3 deaths at the very beginning. And that was effectively run losing. Whenever we saw Dignitas versus Liquid during the Group C finals, Dignitas actually lost the Skyreach to Liquid, and that really came down to Yargi having 1 death fairly early on in this dungeon, and I think that Skyreach is just that kind of dungeon. For these two teams, if they're able to play their strategy throughout the entirety of the dungeon and go deathless, I would not be shocked if we are within 5 to 10 seconds of one another at the very end of this map.
Absolutely. I'm a little bit scared for the end boss of this dungeon, and by that I mean the wind platform, because that has been a factor for some of our teams as well. Verb in a little bit of a problem situation here. Oh my goodness. He gets bumped back and forth, but is able to get on out of there. If you're a class that is able to glide, this boss is honestly so rude because it knocks you up and you muscle memory the glide and you just fly into nonsense. It is a mess, but I'm glad our players got through the worst of it here. Dignitas are going to be the team that downs Ranjit first. And I'm curious on how their next part of the dungeon looks like, because you can go pretty big here. There's a lot of interrupts and additional mobs like that solar orb that players will
Yeah.
need to look out for here. So let's see what Dignitas does.
Yeah, Verb, while he didn't die, he did end up proccing his Defy Fate cheat death. But yeah, something you were calling out. Look on the right side here for Dignitas. The question is, like, what are they going to do with this trash? It's been fairly common that a lot of teams will end up killing off the Solar Elemental first. That's the mob that ends up spawning the, opening up the gate to allow you to go into the Arachnath room. But a lot of teams are also back pulling that other Solar Elemental that's on that left-hand side. When are Dignitas and or Mandatory going to grab those mobs is kind of a big question. These Solar Elementals, whenever they spawn that Solar Orb and it's like pulsing AoE, it's actually healing the pack. So making sure that you have good, focus fire damage, priority damage into those mobs is a big deal. And so this is kind of the question of what is the healer's job in this dungeon. You can see for Dignitas, AJ, he's already grabbing that Solar Elemental pull. It looks like he parried one of the initiates of the Dawn, and then one of the other initiates of the Dawn gets gripped in by Yargi, and they're going to be trying to focus down. They're going to be focusing kicks into those mobs, just making sure that the Blinding Sun Priestess AoE Disorient doesn't go off, making sure that the bolts don't go off as well. And now they are into a Solar Construct pull on both sides for Mandatory and Dignitas, only a few seconds separating these two teams.
That's right. They do want to focus down the constructs first and foremost, but just like in the previous dungeon, those interrupts, like you mentioned, are so crucial. So I hope Yargi has that blinding sleed already. We can see it up for both of her TKs just in case it's needed. But the solar constructs are going to be falling for Dignitas first, as well as they have finished out that first boss first. It does make sense that they are arriving here a little bit quicker too. Some unfortunate overlap for Mandatory, as those mobs were casting one last time on like single-digit HP, but they're now also in fight with Arachnath.
Yeah, so we can see at the bottom of the screen, Dignitas were about 15 seconds faster on Ranjit coming out of that fight. But now I actually think Mandatory has gained maybe 5 seconds on that. It seems like there's only 10 seconds that were separating these two teams for when Arachnath got pulled. Are Dignitas going to be able to continue off with that momentum, or is it something that is a lead that Mandatory was able to just kind of get a little bit out of? And I mean, for Dignitas on the right-hand side, look at this. They actually have 3 targets to Mandatory's. Oh, now Mandatory actually have that Adept of the Dawn that came in super late. So Mandatory have a longer period of time of 2 target cleave. Is Genji on that Augmentation Evoker going to be able to convert that into higher duplicate uptime, into more damage, into more resources that are generated? That could actually be a fairly large single target damage gain for Genji on that Augmentation Evoker with just how Mandatory late pulled that Adept of the Dawn into the boss. But Dignitas are continuing to maintain that about 10% boss HP lead here on the right-hand side.
I love the use of the pings that we're seeing on the teams for some of those beams if they're spawning in awkward spots. So just making sure that everybody is aware of where they're going to be coming down for the soaks. We're also seeing, of course, what we saw in group weekends as well. The tanks trying to help out the team when stacks get high and damage is ramping. It is, of course, an 18, so it is a little bit higher damage than what we saw in the group weekends for our teams here. But like you mentioned earlier, Tattle, Skyreach is a dungeon that's very much on rails. There's very little you can do in strat variation in this dungeon. There's very little you can do in pathing variation in this dungeon. So Mandatory being behind right now is going to be a tough ask for them to catch back up through sheer play.
Hearthjax and Kush both actually pressing that Void Metamorphosis at like 15% HP left on Arachnath, only getting 2 collapsing stars off before that boss ends up going down, and now running to the next pull with that Void Metamorphosis just ticking away. Are they going to be able to extend that with the Void Ray? It looks like the answer is going to be yes. It does make sense if you're able to actually kill off this pack while just using that Void Metamorphosis. But you even see Yargi on the side of Dignitas. He's pressing that army, he's pressing that DT, and a lot of damage is actually being committed to killing off these Sun Talon Tamers for the side of Dignitas, and actually the exact same offensive cooldown situation being deployed for Mandatory here.
I was just mentioning how hard it is to make up time. A small difference in strategy between Mandatory and Dignitas we could just see for a second. So Dignitas actually electing to go up the stairs here to get into the Rockron area, whereas Mandatory does the rescue of tank up into the platform, which allows the tank to gather up the mobs just a smidge quicker than if you were to run all the way. It's probably a difference of like 1 to 2 seconds at most. But that can matter quite a lot for those teams. So Mandatory in direct chasing position for Dignitas right now. Verb is going to be targeted, needs to be a little bit careful. Ate some of those melees from the Sunwing, but is going to be able to survive here. AJ also dropping really low. Dignitas, they're just saving their defensives for being able to tank that wingspan, I'm sure, in a little bit. Oh, actually, no, we're going to be hiding for the series.
No, they're hiding for this first one. It's probably an offensive cooldown consideration. I mean, look at this. Yargi has his army here in 7 seconds. Yeah, they don't have anything ready. I think they're saving the darkness and the anti-magic zone. So look on the left side here. Mandatory, they press the darkness, they press the anti-magic zone, and they're able to actually catch up in terms of boss HP to Dignitas. But I would not be shocked if Dignitas are able to accelerate on this next Sunwing phase when the boss is doing that Searing Quills cast. But if Mandatory are able to actually just like face tank it, they press defensives and they fully are able to face tank that Searing Quills, that could actually be an advantage for Mandatory just in terms of being able to get a little bit more boss HP out. Because I wouldn't be shocked here if Dignitas, they have that fully stacked Void Metamorphosis. Yargi still, those offensive cooldowns are lingering. Verb has just pressed that Breath of Eons, and now they're face tanking that Searing Quills. What is Mandatory going to do on the left hand side? Wow, Mandatory is just going to face tank it with Hover, with Zephyr. Oh my gosh, are they going to die?
I hope not. You can see their defensives also being pressed here, and that is good enough. This is how Mandatory gets back into the lead. The fact that Dignitas elected to sit that first Quills out meant a lot of damage uptime loss for them. And Mandatory, despite being behind on those first 2 bosses, are going to be catching up right now. But pay attention, wind tunnels are coming. This is a scary part for all of our players. Verb has that rescue unlock and is able to get the team up there. No deaths will be claimed to the winds of Skyreach today.
Through the first 6 minutes of this dungeon, Dignitas had accumulated a 20-second time save. All of it to be erased with a one boss split on what is largely seen to be a very straightforward split. It's just one trash pack, and it's just the boss. And for Mandatory, this is how they get back into the game. And Dignitas on the right-hand side, they're not letting it fall too further behind. They press their Bloodlust. They're pressing all their offensive CDs. This is the last very difficult trash pull for both of these two teams. There is a Blade Talon that's putting bleeds onto players. There is a Solar Elemental that's channeling onto people. There is kicks that have to be obtained on the Blinding Sun Priestess. If any of those kicks end up going off, it's going to end up disorienting your entire party and just wiping you. There is so much damage that is being output. You have the Raven here. He's casting his AoE, and then once that Dread Raven dies, that allows you to immediately pull the boss. And so for Mandatory, for Dignitas, that's going to be the main source of priority damage, is that Dread Raven. And for Dignitas, it looks like they're going to be able to get the boss spawned just a hair earlier, and High Sage Virix is going to be pulled by Dignitas right now. So 2, 3, 4, 5 seconds. Mandatory is behind for 5 seconds.
Because they started a second differential. We haven't really talked about that, but it doesn't matter right now. We have the correct times. I promise you we're going to check at the very end of it. But there's like 4 seconds between those two teams. It comes back to the wind skip. Dignitas was slower on Rock Run, but they were faster on getting up to the wind and being able to move on from there. Whereas Mandatory was just a smidge slower there again, which we can see in the pull time on the High Sage Virix right now. Now, this is no Bloodlust. This is raw cooldowns once they're available. Again, you can see the armies coming off cooldown in 2, 3, 1 for Maestein right now as well. And they will need to send this into boss as quickly as they can, while also making sure that those Zealots do not carry anyone off the platform. They have a couple of ways to deal with this so that they can port back, one of which is Wernstone, one of which is Vengeful, just go back to the platform from the Demon Hunter. You also have the Monk port, so a couple of options. Rescue also works, just to not have to deal with that Zealot for them. But it looks like Dignitas is going to be on the chase here. They got the boss down sub 30% already. Mandatory right behind them. But is that going to be enough? Has to be the question, as these teams are trying their hardest to conjure damage out of thin air. Dignitas is not willing to give up the lead despite the difference onto Rockran, despite the difference onto the Quills. They don't want to lose this series. series, and all it takes for them is just a single win here to lock themselves into the grand finals. Single digits onto High Sage Barracks right now, and they are going to be the team that takes it and takes this series.
Absolutely phenomenal performance. I mean, seeing them just come through here, Dignitas has proven time and time again that they are so strong no matter what the format. They weren't content to only master TGP. They've moved on to master speedrunning as well. Any team that wants to take the Season 1 crown will have to pry it from them in our grand finals. And Mandatory are undoubtedly serious competition for all of our teams this weekend, but mistakes cost them what could have been a shot straight to the grand finals. They'll have to sweep through the lower bracket if they want to challenge Dignitas to a rematch at the end of the day. We were talking a lot about how these two teams theoretically measure up, but what did this map or the series show us about how they actually match up as we look at it, Tettles?
I mean, I think that this is exactly what I expected coming into this finals. For Mandatory, whenever they played their series versus Liquid, whenever they played their series versus Interrupt, they were able to have plot armor and be able to barely squeak out two series that I thought were fairly losable. For Dignitas, they've looked so dominant this entire weekend, and they were able to get everything in order and take down this series 2-0. This is the Dignitas. This is the returning champions that we expected to see, and they are moving on to the grand finals here.
This was really, really good to see them, especially on the second map, I think, just clash so directly. And it was a pretty intense run for the teams. So, Dratnos, where did this leave them as we look back on the series?
I mean, what a great map we had there between the two of them. Look at the way that graph almost perfectly overlaps, although you can see it was Dignitas gaining quite a bit of an edge towards the start of the dungeon. Mandatory clawed back almost all of it, but not quite all of it by the time we got to the end, and ended up being, it says it's a minute victory by Dignitas, but it was much closer than that. That was Mandatory having 5 deaths once they had lost there at the end, but up until that point, it would have been 2 or 3 seconds, 5 or 10 seconds at most slower. So, start of the dungeon. Look at Dignitas, a little bit ahead already just on the first boss. The lead started opening up for them quite early on in here. You can see first boss going down for them, about 8% ahead of Mandatory. So not a huge lead, but huge when the teams are as good as these two are, and the match is as close as this one was. Mandatory also a little bit slower to get to that second boss as compared to Dignitas as well. But Mandatory made back a lot of time here on the Rookran fight. Dignitas hiding behind this pillar while Mandatory just stayed in and did DPS during this Searing Quills cast. And this led to that boss 3 split actually being by far the biggest single split difference between the two teams. And it was in favor of Mandatory. They made back a huge chunk of time on the Rookran split and actually temporarily took the lead here. But Dignitas were able to be just slightly faster in getting into combat with the highs. And you can see still about 10% health left on it for Mandatory when Dignitas put the dub on the board.
Verb was doing 120,000 DPS there at the very end of that fight. That guy was actually cranking on the augmentation evoker. What is going on?
Yeah, you heard it here first. You know, if your augmentation evokers ever look like they're not doing damage, it's they can do that much damage. They're just choosing not to.
Oh, yeah. I see. So it's like a performance. So you just have to push harder. Clearly, all of them should be reaching those numbers. I think absolutely. Don't worry. Any of your evokers, you're gonna get some pushback. I think. Yeah, Makes.
I have an important information. So I have conversed with the team just real quick to kind of check in on something. And apparently Dignitas not only had disconnect problems in their first, but also in their second map of this series, leading to AJ being AFK for a couple of seconds prior to Rookran, which is why they didn't tank that first Searing Quills. So that is usually part of their route, and that is what they usually do. But because he was basically deceived from before the boss till almost the second Searing Quills, they weren't able to just heal on through it, which is why they fell behind on that boss. That's crazy. The fact that they
was that also the death of the Magisters?
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow. Okay.
Wow.
I mean,
wow.
Gosh. Going to a series against Mandatory, you have 2 little micro DCs, and you end up still being 2-0. That has got to feel really, really good for Dignitas. And as well, they know that those sorts of issues won't be a thing when they play at BlizzCon later this year as well on LAN. So they're going to only get better from here. But of course, we aren't done with them just yet. They have made it through to the finals at the end of the day today, but we don't know who they'll be facing yet. That is what we get to decide with our next 2 series.
It is. I mean, it's a huge, huge day. All of these series are so competitive. And I mean, honestly, props to Dignitas navigating around those DCs and just continuing to still be as fast as they were. Really close series. But our next one is promising to be exactly the same. We have Big Lucky versus Liquid coming up next down here in the lower bracket. Of course, eliminations are on the line, and teams want to be able to make it through and push to become the Season 1 champion so that they have a little extra glory, a little bit of extra money as well, and some, I think, a good mental place to come from as they look ahead to BlizzCon. But we're going to have Big Lucky versus Liquid coming up, 2 powerhouse teams that you won't want to miss. So everybody, while we have a quick break, thank you. What's you guys, is it sunny by you, or you
I don't know what you're talking about.
You suddenly
Let's
got
get
much
into
more German.
break, please.
Okay, we will go to break, everyone. Welcome back from the break. Meg's had to leave the desk because of, I don't know, something Germany pride, but she'll be back later, everybody. Here in our competition, our next series is Big Lucky versus Liquid. So let's see some predictions. Chat. Now, Big Lucky came out on top in the China group stages, and we've said that they're looking like they could be the best Chinese team since Aster. Why? Some of their runs seem faster than our other teams out of groups, but have they been delivering that level of play this weekend, Dratnos?
Yeah, I think so far they've definitely looked very strong. They've won some series down in that lower bracket in pretty impressive fashion. So I'm a fan of Big Lucky. I've liked what I've seen out of them so far. But of course, looks like chat is on the side of Liquid by a pretty overwhelming margin here.
Yeah, is that chat or is that you, Tettles? I've had some reports that you may have just dropped a ton of channel points in there.
Oh, I have it. Hold on.
Dude,
okay.
I feel like Big Lucky at 2% is
sure. I just saw
6%.
I saw Liquid jump up, and I immediately assumed you had dropped like 200,000 channel points on them, Tettles. But we'll give you time. You can see how much you'll put in there. Okay, great, perfect. Now, everybody, there's a lot of competition on both sides, though, and of course, you're all cheering for Liquid. So we have a lot to look at with Liquid this season. They had a last-minute replacement, and they've been refining their strats since group stages. Yesterday, though, it really looked like the team was beginning to click. But will they be strong enough to challenge Big Lucky, Zyro?
I mean, it's a tough question because looking at this series from the start of the weekend, you would look at this and be like, yeah, Liquid look like they're the clear favorites. But Big Lucky, they put on a clinic yesterday in the lower bracket. After the healer DC, they came back looking like a new team. They reverse swept that series to secure the qualification by virtue of being the number one Chinese team. And then they beat Triple Threat in an upset, making them just one of the top 4 teams on merit. So I feel like this is a lot closer than both we would have thought at the start of the weekend, and certainly closer than chat was thinking earlier on, even closer than the poll right now after chat has started to rally behind them a little bit on points. I think this is probably more close to like a 30-70 or a 35-65. I still think Liquid is favored, but I think it's a lot closer than you would think.
Okay. I mean, honestly, both of these teams have a lot to fight for. You're not only trying to get through so that you can become the season 1 champions, but this match also determines around $5,000 additional prize pool. So you want to be able to get through this. And I think Big Lucky have a lot to fight for, even if Liquid seems like they're favored. And as we take a look at the map bans here, we're seeing another overlap, both of them banning out Windrunner Spire. Tettles, do you think there's a specific reason for this? Are they both kind of worried about this map?
I don't feel like this is targeted towards either team. I would not be shocked, especially whenever you have the double overlap ban. It's more likely that both of these teams just see the Windrunner Spire is probably their weakest map in the pool. Just something that they feel like they could have had a better time in. And if the other team was going to go to that Windrunner Spire, they feel like their edge would be lost potentially in this series. I think that's more along the lines of what happens when you have both teams double ban a map.
I think these bans are actually like pretty unlucky for Liquid, right? Because you look at that last map in Nexus Point Zenith, that seems to be like a bastion for them. If the game did go to a game 3 and we had 2 separate bans, the fact that they get to play that Ellie Shaman, that they have a shine on the Ellie Shaman for that key seemed like it was a real strength for them. But now we're just not going to see that map at all this series.
Yeah, it feels like a ban onto Pit of Saron would have made more sense from the times we've seen from the team so far. Big Lucky had a really fast Pit of Saron that they ran in the lower bracket yesterday. So because of this, it makes me think that Liquid maybe also have a really happy with Pit of Saron, right? Maybe also looking forward to that map being a potential decisive one.
You know, it could be, obviously, they feel confident if they didn't go to ban it out. They think they at least, could keep it in the pool and can take the risk on it. So given the fact that we're seeing both of these teams come in, even with their strengths shining, I think that it's going to take some real weakness from either one of them for there to be a huge gap, because this is looking to be a very strong series. Now, chat, you've gotten your predictions in, but we need to get ours in officially. So, Zyra, I'll start with you, but what are you thinking for this series?
Magister's my Sara Pit. God, if this goes to game 3, I feel like Big Lucky should be favored. They have pretty much the best Pit of Saron of anybody in the tournament.
They lost the Pit to Liquid earlier this weekend.
They made mistakes in that key, though. I don't know. I'm going to go with my heart here. I'm going to go 2-1 Liquid. I think they're the better team. I think they should be able to barely eke it out, but I think it's going to be stupidly close.
I feel ya. All right, Dratos, where are you kind of leaning?
Yeah, I'm a believer in Team Liquid. I'm going to go with a 2-0 for Team Liquid. My last 2-0 prediction didn't quite work out. I got it correct that there was going to be a 2-0. I just messed up which team was going to win, so it was very close to being the right prediction. But this time around, I'm feeling really good about it.
Yeah, very close is definitely something we consider with the prediction scores. You know, we add some little half points in. Tettles, how about you? What do you think you're going to go for with this lineup?
So we saw Big Lucky versus Liquid on Friday, and I actually predicted 2-1 Big Lucky to be able to take down that series. I think since then, I feel like Liquid has faster strategies in pretty much every single dungeon that we've seen, but it's only by like 10 to 15 seconds. With that being the case, I think I'm just going to go 2-0 Liquid.
Okay, all right. Well, you know what? I'm going to have to bring the Big Lucky energy. I'm going to have to manifest for them. And I think I'm going to lean towards them. Now, they weren't as fast as I think we hoped to see them yesterday, especially given some of those competitive times and some of those mistakes like we talked about in matchups, I think cost them here or there, even on maps they're really strong on, like Pit of Saran, right? But I'm going to go 2-1 towards Big Lucky because I really think that they can do it. It's just whether or not they have managed to really get into the groove to just really iron out some of those mistakes and be on par with this Liquid that we see coming into this weekend that really has been looking stronger and stronger with everyone. So I'm believing Big Lucky. Any of you out there voting with me in chat, thank you. But we'll see how it actually plays out. It looks like most folks leaning towards Liquid. And of course, Liquid was looking really strong yesterday. And as we kind of think about that, I mean, Dratnos, do you think there was something, obviously they had this player come in, but was there something about their gameplay that really just seemed to be specifically better than we've seen them in groups?
Yeah, Liquid looked confident. They looked decisive in the maps we've seen. And also strategically, they look like they are back in this mode of being trendsetters and trailblazers rather than just being strat optimizers and adjusters. The Mysara Caverns that we've seen out of them in particular, I really like the way that they've attacked it and said, you know what? Other teams do it one way, but we have a better idea and we're going to do it our way and we're confident in it. And we get to see that Mysara Caverns in this very series where we'll get to see that strategy probably on display again.
And we're going to be coming into our first map here very soon. Big Lucky versus Team Liquid. Now, even though we've got a lot of votes toward Liquid, I think Big Lucky has a really big shot in this map. They have continued to climb through the lower bracket. We've seen them really excel and put up some competitive times. Meanwhile, Liquid, they've tightened up since groups, and the performance we saw from them yesterday was absolutely top tier. Both of these teams have to bring their all if they want to get that additional prize pool if they move up in the ranks, and if they want to be one step closer to becoming Season 1 champions. This is going to be Big Lucky versus Liquid here in our second map, Magisters, or in our first map, Magisters Terrace, Tettles.
Yeah, and we are going to see this first map between Big Lucky and Liquid. What are we going to see compositionally? Are there going to be any differences? We're actually seeing neither of these two teams busting out that Eldrachi Reaver Havoc Demon Hunter that we saw from Dignitas in this dungeon earlier, instead electing to play that more tried and true Devour Demon Hunter. I think that a question that we have to answer, Dratnos, is where are they going to be lusting for both Big Lucky and Liquid? There's basically 2 points inside this dungeon that teams are electing to lust: the Arcanatron Custos pack and the Spellblade pack that's right before Serenel Sunlash. Do you have a kind of a preference for either of those two lusts?
Yeah, it's interesting because that first lust on Custos is such a natural lust, right? You want to press your lust as soon as possible. You want to press your lust when you're in combat with a boss. You want to press your lust when you're fighting a dangerous set of enemies where you'll benefit defensively from A, killing stuff faster, and B, your healer having more haste so everybody is a little bit safer, right? And that Custos spot really gets all three of those major objectives checked off at once. But then if you can save it and use it on the Serenal Sunlash trash, that has seemed to potentially be faster. It's counterintuitive, but I actually really liked that lust when I saw it earlier.
Yeah. So for this next poll here, for both of these two teams, it's basically just trying to focus down this Pyromancer. The moment this Pyromancer dies, the gauntlet that can send you back goes away. The teams are able to continue to progress forward through the dungeon. So that is going to be the mob that most of these teams are going to be targeting, trying to focus down. Now, it does have the most HP in this pack. It has about 1.5x the HP of even things like the healers and the magisters. You're going to need to also make sure that you get pretty aggressive purges onto the Pyromancer, because if any of those healer shields end up going onto that Pyromancer, it just really slows down your ability to be able to kill off this trash pack. And on the right-hand side, Liquid here have killed off that Blazing Pyromancer. How much HP does that Pyromancer have for Big Lucky on the left-hand side? It looks to be about 20 to 25%, and Liquid are already making their way into that Arcanatron Custos wing.
The stampeding roar comes out from Yips, and Liquid are moving through this dungeon so quickly. Wolf Disco going to take a little bit of time there to start gathering a damage buff from that crystal. You can see those 10 stacks on him now, allowing him to do a little bit of extra damage on the opener on this boss. We've got the Lust available. Is it going to get pressed for Team Liquid? If it was, it would be right now as the Army of the Dead is being cast. So it looks like Liquid are holding this Lust for the Serenal Sunlash spot. Meanwhile, Big Lucky are getting into the boss combat as well. Looks like they're also holding this Lust. Yeah, there goes some cooldowns and no Lust being pressed.
Okay, interesting. This pull is actually quite dangerous. We saw it take out Merez earlier. He ended up like just standing in the fire from the Pyromancer, and that ended up downing him for both for Mandatory in our series earlier today. But for Big Lucky and Liquid, it looks like Shun on that Guardian Druid and Yips on that Guardian Druid are able to stay alive, layering their defensive cooldowns quite nicely. They're not out of the woods yet. You know, there's still a decent amount of damage coming in from that Arcane Sentry. The Blazing Pyromancer can still take some players out, but they're certainly out of the hardest part of that pull for the tanks with just 20 to 30 mobs just white swinging on them the entire time. That is the point in time at which we would have been likely to see a tank death.
Yeah, we saw a tank death from Mandatory, and when a team even like as strong as Mandatory can have a tank death in an area, you know that it is a very dangerous section of the dungeon for those tanks. But yeah, both teams now working on the boss. Despite Big Lucky getting into boss combat a little bit slower than Liquid, they are deploying so much damage. They've got the boss lower, and they've also already dealt with the trash that it looks like Liquid are currently in combat with here as well. So Big Lucky, I would say, have opened up a little bit of a lead here over Team Liquid. Liquid still gathering a little bit more trash in.
I think that's the difference right there. So that crystal, it gives Wolf Disco 10 stacks of the empowered ability that the mana worms give you. So it's basically a 10% damage gain. I would not have been shocked if the Big Lucky DK, while Shun was setting up the pull into Arcanatron Custos, grabbed that and layered it with all of his offensive cooldowns. Now, let's look at the offensive CD situation for Big Lucky and Liquid. Big Lucky, they have the army available. They're basically just going to be pressing this Breath of Eons with that Void Metamorphosis and the second refueling protocol. That's going to be able to bring it home for Big Lucky in terms of being able to kill off Arcanatron Custos. On the right-hand side, Liquid, Wolf Disco on his second army DT combo, he picked up that crystal and he pressed that offensive CD. Is this going to give Big Lucky a big advantage during this Bloodlust pull, or is Big Lucky's DK just losing a use?
Yeah, I mean, Wolf Disco's army is going to almost be up in time here. It's not going to be right at the start of this pull, but it should be within that Lust window as well. Army of the Dead, a really strong effect for the Unholy Death Knights, not just for pure single target like it sort of used to be, but with the way that it interacts with the Apex talent, it also increases your AoE damage by quite a lot. So really important ability for both teams to have access to here. But yeah, Wolf Disco is going to have it in just 20 seconds.
I mean, he's 20 seconds off. I mean, how valuable is it to be pressed on pull versus getting it 20 seconds into the pull, though, is
so
kind of the question.
So it would be inside this Breath of Eons, which would be nice, right? Look over on the side of Big Lucky. There's that Lust, and we expect to see that Army of the Dead pressed any second now by the DK over there. Yep, there it goes. So, I mean, it's a little bit ahead of when Wolf Disco got to do it. It's going to fall within the Breath of Eons window rather than after it, which is an advantage for Big Lucky. Is it enough of an advantage to make up for that boss timer split? I mean, Big Lucky were ahead on the boss, and Liquid ended up killing it 10 seconds faster.
Look at this. Wolf Disco did not press it on the Bloodlust pull, instead electing to save it for boss damage.
Wow. Okay, yeah. So really trying to emphasize that single target's DPS versus the overall DPS. But look at this. Liquid still getting into boss combat well ahead of Big Lucky. And they're going to have, oh my goodness, they're actually going to get to overlap the final few seconds of Lust with the start of this Army of the Dead window as well. So they're kind of getting the best of both worlds here.
What a really interesting use of offensive cooldowns for Liquid. I feel like this is one of the teams that has the most, I would say, long-term players in MDI history. Wolf Disco dating back to a team called Sneaky Snakes all the way in 2017. Shine and Zevi both on the scene in 2018. And for Zevi, he was on FSY with Merez, and Shine, he was on the eventual champions and Shells Angels. So I feel like for Liquid, they have some of the most storied players in MDI history, and I feel like with those players, they've kind of seen a bunch of different iterations of the MDI, and I think have a really good understanding of how to completely optimize their offensive cooldown usage.
Yeah, exactly. It's sort of some Race World First mindset as well, right? Of just sort of figuring out where you're going to be able to use your cooldowns for the most damage. What are the actual progression points that are gating you from moving through the dungeon? So often it is that single target damage, but optimizing for that is hard because your overall DPS number is going to go down. It can be hard to identify what is actually going to make the dungeon the fastest. You can see here, though, it is certainly a lead for Liquid. Only about 5% on the boss, though, is the lead for Liquid. But they are going to be getting to another army, whereas Big Lucky have just used that. So I expect that this gap is going to widen rather than narrow over the next few seconds here.
Yeah. So there is a question as to what is going to be pulled next. Where is this army going to be pressed for the DK on the side of Big Lucky? Because right now, he sat on that army for about a minute and 10 seconds where Liquid was able to... I would not be shocked if Liquid actually gets one additional use of that army throughout the entirety of this dungeon, and that is probably the most potent offensive cooldown in this meta composition's arsenal. So if Big Lucky aren't able to, I would say, get like a really big use of the army this next press, I feel like that holding it for as long as they did was a massive mistake.
Yeah, absolutely. I think so as well. I wouldn't describe it as a massive mistake. It's a subtle, evil mistake that is hard to catch, right? It's hard to identify that there is even something you could be doing differently with a cooldown like that. But I think Liquid have found a really good way to navigate this section, as the boss is going to be going down for them with about 9% health left for Big Lucky. Liquid now going to be channeling into that shield, and they're sending half of the team, 4/5 of the team even ahead to charge forward, while it is going to be Cine that actually finishes off that final bit of the channel. Usually that would be an Evoker job, but this time around the Evoker has a different job, which is that Sleepwalk that's going to be done to bring over an extra Hollow Soul from further ahead in the dungeon, perhaps. Or maybe not something that Liquid have adapted from the Dignitas route. Yeah, it looks like Liquid have a slightly different configuration of trash than Dignitas.
That's sweet too, because the way that Liquid set up that pull, that Void Caller hadn't spawned yet. So the ads, whenever you end up finishing off that Shadow Well cast, they spawn the ads in waves. And so that Void Caller, it wasn't even up. And instead, Yips ended up grabbing a 3-pack off to the side, extracting it, pulling it past that Void Caller spawn location. And now Liquid, they're going to be getting the count, except it's going to be slightly less dangerous. Because on the left side, Big Lucky, they actually have that Shadow Rift Void Caller into that pull. And now Big Lucky here, they do press that army as it comes up. But Liquid's Wolf Disco, he had his army available, so he's +1 Army of the Dead cast over Big Lucky's DK throughout the entirety of the dungeon. And now things going not great for Big Lucky as Loda does end up going down. Is he going to be able to recover that death? It looks like the entirety of Big Lucky has been topped, and they do still have some of their defensives available. That was a very unfortunate death, costing them 15 seconds in a map that we don't know if they have 15 seconds available to spare.
Yeah, that is going to be a big factor as we move into the second half of this dungeon. Jamelis about to spawn here for Team Liquid. So we can see Sevi actually going to be traveling backwards with that Spatial Paradox, able to use this max range para into Crackling Jade Lightning. Wow, getting some real clever use out of the Spatial Paradox there. And traveling now back into boss combat. We have Yips bringing the boss over the wall here. I really like this movement. Yeah, that's going to force both of these little Gemelli to path towards the fountain for a little while, which means it's very easy to get all three of them stacked up during this first Cosmic Sting cast sequence, letting them really leverage that full AoE cleave for as long as possible before inevitably they do split up, and now we only have 2 target for a little while. But still got all this extra trash underneath the bosses as well. Liquid just doing so much damage. Meanwhile, Big Lucky also in boss combat, quite a bit slower in getting into boss combat, and they have 15 seconds against them now from death timers.
They have those void infused mana worms, which actually do a decent amount more damage than the other side in terms of the amount of damage that they deal to you. But it did give the entirety of Liquid 10 stacks of that damage amp buff. So Liquid, they're getting a little bit of additional damage from pulling those mana worms. And while, again, they are dangerous, it's just something that seems like it works out quite nicely for Liquid. And Liquid's offensive cooldowns lining up really well whenever the triplicate for Gamilis comes back out. You saw a shine there. The moment that triplicate happens, he slams down his Breath of Eons. Wolf Disco has that DT available. Cine is going to be rotating. He could potentially press this Void Metamorphosis. I'm not 100% sure if you want to press it here, though. It looks like the answer is going to be yes. Even still,
Another
the boss
death,
at 21% HP.
Coming in for Big Lucky. That's going to be their battle res, the second battle res of the map for them. Now 30 seconds of death timers will be applied against them while Liquid is still on a flawless run so far. Final bit of damage required to stop the Gemellis encounter here for Liquid and travel to the end of the dungeon. We can get a little bit of an idea of how far ahead they are with just how much health is still remaining on the boss for Big Lucky when it does go down for Liquid. 2% left for Team Liquid. Down it goes. Still 1/3 of the boss's HP plus 30 seconds of death timers. That is the size of the lead right now in favor of Team Liquid. They're going to be gathering a little bit of trash. Let's see how far they decide to take this one. So we have one Voidwalker that was still alive, actually from even before Gemellis. Liquid have finished that one off and are now heading upstairs. They're going to be hugging the wall here to make sure that they don't pull that unfavorable trash that spawns in the center of this spiral rampway. Actually, It looks like they're interestingly doing something different than a lot of other teams do. They're stopping midway up and fighting a trash pool that does spawn in the middle of one of these platforms.
I wonder what that's going to allow them to skip is kind of the question, because most teams, they end up only doing one pull in this area. That is fairly common, but I do wonder how much that is going to, like, is this the only pull that they're doing in this area? They maybe are actually going to be able to take some trash into Degentrace at the very end, but oh, look at this. Big Lucky on the left-hand side. They're on the exact same strategy. And so for Big Lucky, just looking at the splits at the bottom of the screen, they're 30 seconds behind in terms of Gemellis boss kill, and they're additionally another 30 seconds behind in terms of the death penalty that's assessed against them. So there is still a possibility for them to be able to catch back up. It's going to be very difficult, and it's going to kind of require Liquid to make a mistake. But Liquid here, oh, that's a really clean skip. You saw the incapacitating roar, and then you saw those grips from Wolf Disco getting the shredders, getting those casters into this pull. And now Degentrace has been engaged for Liquid here, about a minute ahead of where we saw from Big Lucky.
Yeah, Liquid are zooming through this section of the dungeon. Only one boss and 5% count stand between them and a lead in the series. Big Lucky finishing off some of that trash as well, heading up to their final pull onto boss. Also, looks like the two teams on a very similar grand strategy in this dungeon. Big Lucky having to wait a little while to get this set up, though. Of course, that is the way that this skip does work, and we are going to see the grip coming in on that Void Terror, while the Hollow Soul Shredders will teleport over, allowing them to skip past that nasty trash at the bottom of that ramp. They are going to be able to get into boss combat soon, but the boss already at 79% for Liquid, plus there are 30 seconds of death timer in favor of Liquid.
I mean, this is tough. I mean, I feel like for Big Lucky, while their first couple of boss splits were just a hair slower, I think they lost 10 seconds on the Custo split. They lost 2 or 3 seconds on the Serenel Sunlash split. If they did not have those deaths on the Gemellis split, I feel like this would have been within 10 seconds of the Liquid run. But right now, for Big Lucky fans, you're just kind of hoping that Liquid makes a mistake. And for Liquid, they have the Bloodlust available. They are just going to be waiting for a couple of their offensive CDs to become available, potentially even waiting for that damage potion as well, as that is something that is a big source of additional DPS this season, is just when you are using that Light's Potential Potion or the Potion of Recklessness, depending on the specializations. And so those kind of compounding multiplicative damage sources, those are kind of the things that Liquid are looking at in terms of determining when are they going to be pressing their Bloodlust. I would not be shocked if it's pressed a couple seconds. Yeah, press right here. You got the Breath of Eons. You got the Void Metamorphosis. Wolf Disco, his Army of the Dead is going to be overlapping this in just a couple seconds. And Liquid is going to be a foot race for them to be able to bring it home as the boss continues to drop lower and lower. And on the left side, Big Lucky, you're able to keep it close. They're probably going to stop the clock within something about 15 seconds. Oh, but another death seals their fate, dude. I think.
We've got another little problem as well. I don't want to alarm you any further, but Big Lucky are also not at 100% count.
No.
So there's a lot that has gone wrong in this map for Big Lucky. More deaths befalling them here on the last boss. Oh my goodness, nearly losing their healer as well, but it is going to be Liquid who are going to stop the clock. The boss goes down for them. 0 deaths, 100% count. Team Liquid up 1-0.
Liquid take the first map of the series, and it was an incredibly well-played map on their part. Now, of course, we saw some mistakes over on Big Lucky, and they cannot afford to have them when Liquid is playing this all out. But we were talking a little bit, Tettles, especially you were mentioning some of the skillful offensive cooldowns and usage from Liquid in this run. So how did this give them an advantage over the timings that we've seen from other teams?
It's hard to tell versus, teams that aren't playing the exact same composition, right? I think if you try to compare, say, Dignitas, whenever they're playing that Havoc Demon Hunter, it's really difficult to tell. Whenever we were comparing it to Big Lucky, though, it did really just seem like Wolf Disco got one additional use of the army over the course of the entire dungeon. Now, the question is pressing that additional army better than pressing it at the absolute perfect time? Because the DK for Big Lucky, he had it during the Bloodlust pull where Wolf Disco opted to save it, but Wolf Disco, in theory, should have done a lot more damage to Serenel Sunlash. So there's a little bit of give and take, and I think it's kind of like the Ascendance that's also pressed in the Nexus Point Zenith occasionally, where some teams are pressing Ascendance on the first pull of the dungeon, and some Elemental Shamans are very brave and they're holding it for the boss.
Gotta love seeing that bravery. I mean, it's interesting, right? These alignments, these choices, of course, you want to try, if you're going through as fast as possible, you need to burn as fast as possible. And there's a lot that can go wrong while they're trying to do that. But seeing Liquid just absolutely nail it is so cool, and it makes a huge difference. And while we can't always see every detail of how the action plays out, thankfully we have Zyro on the analyst desk to break it down for us. So Zyro, what were you seeing this time around?
I was seeing a well-contested series right up until about the Gemellis room. Both teams were pretty much neck and neck. Damage was very close to each other. Akinetron and Custos went down within about 5 seconds of each other between the teams. The only major difference was the fact that Big Lucky likes to grab a couple of extra enforcers right before this boss pull just to tag into the boss. The strategy in the hallway heading up to Serenel Sunlash was the same for both teams as well, making sure they CC a healer and Magister before going down, gathering around the corner. But Liquid actually just got to their spots a little bit faster. I think that was kind of the theme of the run for these teams. They were very similar in terms of progression and DPS, but Liquid's straight movement through the dungeon was just a little bit more precise, a little bit more crisp. And of course, by the time we got to Gemelis' room, that opened up into about a 15-20 second lead for Liquid. Of course, Loda going down during this AoE pull normally is a disaster when there's this much AoE damage going out, but the fact that Big Lucky is able to keep the pull alive and continue on, even with the healer deaths there, is pretty impressive, but it set them even further behind the pace that Liquid was already setting and really just let Liquid start to run away with the series. A few further deaths from Big Lucky kind of sealed that fate, but Liquid was able to put together a decently impressive time here. 16:28 in Magister's Terrace. While it's not the fastest that we've seen this weekend, it certainly can compete with some of the best runs that we've seen. It's only about 20 seconds behind the fastest clip, which we saw from Mandatory earlier this weekend. If Liquid wins the series, that's who they're going to be going up against next in the lower bracket finals. So it might be a preview of that here. But at the end of the day, Liquid goes up 1-0 in the series and puts Big Lucky in a familiar position. Backs to the wall. One more map loss eliminates them from the tournament.
You know, they managed to get through yesterday, so hopefully today they're able to bring it together, eliminate some of those deaths, and really tighten up the run, because they're going to need to. Liquid is just looking like they have absolutely come to make it all the way to the end. Now, next up, we'll have this Mysara Caverns that we're going to see them facing often. And this is one where I think, interestingly enough, like early on, people seem to want to avoid this map, but we've seen a lot more play of it coming through yesterday and into today. With Mysara Caverns, what are we thinking is something that the teams really need to take into account, Dratnos?
Yeah, Liquid have a different strategy in the Mysara Caverns than we've seen out of a lot of other teams. They get a bunch of the prisoners freed early and then just go straight into the first boss, hit that lust. It's like their second pull of the dungeon, not messing around at all. Does mean they need to get a little bit more trash later. They have to do a big pull after the mini boss in order to catch back up on count. But this is an interesting dungeon because when we saw the Chinese group weekend, this was a dungeon where the full tech of the Aug Evoker, Wernstone, activating the spirit was something that not a lot of teams were successfully executing. So I'm very curious what Big Lucky looked like in this map.
It'll be, I think, a real test of their skill, especially knowing that Liquid already has such a defined path that they take through this that is so efficient for them. I mean, Big Lucky, though, we talked about the fact that they were putting up some incredibly competitive times, especially coming through their group weekends. So if this is the point to put those peak times out, then like you've got to do it right now, because if not, elimination is going to come for them. They've got to be able to get another point on the board and even this out to take us to a third map. Otherwise, Liquid is going to run away with it, which wouldn't be so bad for most of our desk's predictions. But I mean, Zyro, seeing how these two are kind of matching up, do you think Big Lucky, they can pull it together? How can they kind of meet Liquid in this next map?
Well, that's the interesting question, right? Because we actually haven't seen what Big Lucky has prepped for this weekend in this dungeon yet. Like Drano said, we saw what they were doing in the regional weekend a couple of weekends ago. Didn't look that impressive. Most of the teams, like you said, weren't really doing the ghost incense tech, but Liquid doesn't do that in their run either. They go for the bigger pole after the altar room, which is a little bit different. We have no idea what Big Lucky have prepared. They could have an insanely fast strat in this dungeon, and they could upset Liquid here, which would be impressive because Liquid has the second fastest run of any of the teams in this dungeon this weekend. Only Dignitas has been faster in this key. So if there's ever a time to pull out that strategy for Big Lucky to keep themselves alive in the tournament, it's now.
This is the time. This will make or break Big Lucky. They need to get this other point if they want to stay in the running, if they want to stay a Season 1 champion, and if they want to vie for the bigger prize pool that moving up in the ranks will land you. Of course, if Liquid, if they're able to land this, bring this in, they'll be able to continue moving on, and we all know they've got that championship in their sights. This is going to be our second game of the series, Big Lucky versus Liquid. If Liquid takes this point, they will move on 2-0, but Big Lucky, they have a shot here to get their luck in order and be able to pull this off, Tettles.
All right, so we're going to be immediately starting to talk about strategy for this dungeon. We've seen what route Liquid runs in this dungeon. They're basically going to do a very large pull up the left-hand side. They're going to end up pulling a mask. They're going to be utilizing the spatial paradox with the Crackling Jade Lightning to be able to pull just a bunch of different mobs into this first pull and optimizing the offensive cooldowns with the Bloodlust. And it looks like on the left-hand side, Big Lucky's on something kind of similar. How much trash count is Big Lucky going to be getting here? It looks like it's going to be that 28.83% if our tracker is correct. And Liquid's going to be something that's slightly lower. But overall, I think that the 0.5% difference between these two teams, that's just a couple of mobs. Maybe that's some additional of those small masks that give a couple of count. And now, the question for me is, what is Big Lucky going to do next? Because Liquid, they are going to be deploying some really interesting CC, utilizing things like Sleepwalk, like Cage, to be able to keep their players out of combat and go straight into the boss after freeing those prisoners. What is Big Lucky going to do here, Dratnos? What do you think?
Yeah, that is a big open question. I suspect it's going to be a big pull for Big Lucky, but let's see it. You can see Shun starting to walk forward. We have some prisoners getting freed. And it looks like Shun in cap form right now, getting a little bit more distance here.
Is this the same route?
Yeah, okay. Grabbing a little bit more enemies. And I don't think this is going to go all the way into boss, but maybe. Let's see how far they go. Do they have all 8 prisoners freed? It looks like they might have done the Liquid strat. Yeah, all right, nice. So Big Lucky on a very similar idea here to Liquid. They are actually going to be the team that gets in boss combat first here, ahead of Team Liquid. They also have 1% more count from their very first pull. So Big Lucky, again, slightly faster on the early metrics here.
Yeah. And so this fight is actually one that your tank and your tank's ability to be able to and your group's ability to be able to bait the Murogen like leap and the neck racks whenever it does the carry and swoop and stuff like that, that can actually be a very large damage swing for some of these specializations. Things like the Devoured Demon Hunter, if it ends up losing some uptime because they end up having to get into that trap, that could be a huge damage loss. So what we've seen from some of our teams is the healer is going to be electing to take the trap for some of them to be able to make sure that they don't have to jump in that trap for that carry and swoop. But it does look like for Big Lucky, that Demon Hunter, very unfortunate during that Void Metamorphosis window. He's going to have to be jumping in for Liquid. It's kind of similar situation to Shine on that Augmentation Evoker, going to be jumping in that trap. And, now we have to be looking at those baits. The bait base is based on where the tank has his back facing. And so if Murogen is able to maintain its presence like close to melee, to where the Collapsing Stars, to where the DKs cleave, and continue to just AoE down the boss, that could actually be fairly large damage swings. And you're seeing Liquid here starting to build up an advantage. Even though they had the boss pulled about 5 seconds later, they have a very slight advantage in terms of the amount of damage that they've dealt to the boss.
Yeah, DPS is looking great here for Team Liquid. On the side of cooldowns as well, things are very much identical between the two teams on that front too. So hopefully Big Lucky will be able to find a way to get some more damage going here. Both teams able to tag in a little bit of trash to join the second half of the boss fight here as well, and just keep that efficiency as high as possible. Both teams have skipped some of the trash that a lot of the other teams are pulling near the start of the dungeon. Both of them are going to need to grab quite a bit towards the end of the dungeon. We know how Liquid plan to do that. They like to grab a big pull after the mini boss. But I'm curious what Big Lucky are going to do. Very likely will be something similar, but Of course, you never know until you see it. Liquid, though, have really accelerated on this boss DPS metric here. Almost 15%, more than 15% ahead, despite having pulled the boss second.
I think it's largely due to how they've been, positioning their traps, positioning the boss, and making sure that the boss has been stacked the entire time. I felt like Big Lucky, while they didn't do a bad job, I think that flanking spear cast and the neck racks whenever the bird does like that big AoE circle, just making sure that those two mobs are stacked the entire time is a huge damage swing. And while Liquid, they pulled the boss 3 or 4 seconds after, they're going to end up killing this first boss somewhere around, what is this, like 10, 12 seconds even ahead of Big Lucky. So a slight advantage in favor of Liquid here as they are making their way into this second area. And for Big Lucky and Liquid, they both have something that's kind of unique, not something that we see super common. It is a Blood Elf racial on both of their Mistweaver monks. That is likely to be able to purge the skirmisher shields at some point during this dungeon, to be able to remove those from all of those skirmishers and be able to get an efficient count for mobs that typically aren't the most efficient in terms of count that you get.
Yeah, this is a really nice lead that Liquid have opened up here. End up being 18 seconds on that boss one split,
nice.
As the boss was just at 3% health for so long for Big Lucky before they were able to finally finish it off. Mini boss rather, now getting pulled for Big Lucky as Spatial Paradox goes out on their healer to allow them to tag in a bunch of the extra trash in this room from a nice, safe distance. Both healers also are playing the Blood Elf, Tettles. That's going to be really valuable once we get to the Grim Skirmishers later in this dungeon. In fact, this is the first pull that contains any of them, but not enough to warrant the use of a Blood Elf racial. But I think the next big pull probably will see that racial getting some use. Does mean that the healers need to be a little bit careful, as they no longer have a get-out-of-jail-free card if they accidentally get healer aggro on pull, which is certainly a risk that you run with this composition.
Looks like the DK on the side of Big Lucky, he elected to save his army DT combination for after the first ritual sacrifice ended up going off, allowing the pack to just like stack up a little bit more nice, a little bit more clean, and get all of the mobs inside of his death and decay. And it looks like it's actually going to net Big Lucky a little bit more damage. And while they were a lot slower coming into this Gnarlden pull, they're a little bit faster coming out of it, and they got more count at the exact same time. A very interesting strategy by Big Lucky. They're not playing the exact same route as Liquid. Instead, they ended up grabbing that Bound Defender that we saw Liquid looking to skip with that Shadow Meld.
Yeah, and being able to do that means that you don't have to wait for that Shadow Meld skip to execute as well. So that's going to save them even a little bit more time. And Big Lucky are backtracking for the spirit activation there, sending the Devourer Demon Hunter to do that job. We've seen healers do it. We've seen evokers do it. I don't think we've ever seen a DPS player do it, although the Demon Hunter does have the advantage of being the quickest to be able to navigate the dungeon with those shifts. So that might be the reason why they sent the Demon Hunter.
There's a little bit of this like kind of unknown way that spirit works. So it applies the damage amp to the mobs. There's an ICD for how frequently it can actually apply it. And you want that, you want the spirit to cast with like full saturation on the mobs. And so I know that for like Mistweaver monks, especially since they're, filling every single global, they're able to like fully saturate the debuff getting applied. I don't know about Devour Demon Hunter versus Augmentation Evoker, if that Devour Demon Hunter has maybe more stacks of that spirit that get applied to the boss. And I mean, look at this on the left-hand side for Big Lucky. The ability to be able to pull that Bound Defender in that Gnarlden pull, and now they're into Vordaza about half a pull faster than Liquid. This is a huge deal for Big Lucky. Maybe they have the fastest route in this Mysaris Caverns with just what we've seen from them right here.
Yeah, this is an incredible strategy that we are seeing develop for Big Lucky right in front of our eyes. Vordaza 35% lower for Big Lucky than it is for Team Liquid. Now, Team Liquid are the team that have slightly more count right now, but both teams are going to be getting a lot of count as this trash they're currently in combat with starts to go down. It is Big Lucky taking a slight lead on that front as well. But the huge thing to look at is that boss HP advantage. Now, on the first boss, Liquid were able to deal more boss DPS than Big Lucky. Even if that were to happen on this boss fight, though, will they be able to do enough more damage to actually catch up and overtake?
Kind of a question as well is necrotic convergence. You know, every single time after a certain period of time, Vordaza jumps in the middle and casts this necrotic convergence. But the most notable thing is that it puts a shield on itself. Big Lucky has Vordaza at that first necrotic convergence at the 48% mark. That is, you know, looking at some of the offensive CDs for Big Lucky, there are going to become available here. Is Big Lucky going to be able, with that spirit, to skip a necrotic convergence cast that Liquid might get? Because look on the right-hand side here. Liquid are into the first necrotic convergence at that 50% amount, and they have slightly worse setup offensive cooldown-wise. And so for Big Lucky, if they're able to beat that second cast necrotic convergence, that could net them somewhere in the order of about 15 seconds of an advantage just in terms of boss kill time.
Yeah, exactly. That could be a very, very big deal. That cast now interrupted for Team Liquid. Looking over at the boss ability bar for Big Lucky, we've got one more Rest Phantoms coming out. It looks like this boss is going to die before doing much else. 4% now. Shun already starting to move forward through the dungeon. And indeed, down it goes. Big Lucky now just have the bridge. One trash pull on that bridge up onto the drummer in all likelihood. And the last boss standing between them and equalizing this series. A lot of danger, though, exists in these pulls. You have to navigate this bridge with its very deadly projectiles being sent down from the boss. And you have a bunch of these Grim Skirmishers and Bound Defenders, each of which have some pretty nasty abilities that you do have to be on the lookout for. Those Grim Skirmishers, when that shield is removed, is a big burst of damage that can absolutely kill players if they're unprepared. And, of course, they have the damage of the Ritual Drums now on top of it. Once the Bound Defenders get added as well, that is some directional shields and some tornadoes to look out for, too.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. On the right-hand side, Liquid here, you were 1 second away from that additional cast and that shield going off. So now for Big Lucky, like you said on the left-hand side, they have way less count than Liquid. What is this going to mean for Big Lucky? This actually is going to mean that they need to finish off these Bound Defenders. And the reason that they're pressing this Bloodlust on pull is because they are going to need to do as much damage to these Bound Defenders as possible. That Bound Defender is actually, unfortunately, stuck outside of this original room and casting that shield. And for Big Lucky, they are going to need to be able to get these these mobs killed off prior to Raktool starting the intermission cast. If these mobs do not die before Raktool starts the intermission cast, then the Bound Defenders reset, meaning that you can no longer get the count from them. So Big Lucky, they're going to have to commit some globals into killing these defenders and making sure that they get killed on time. With the Liquid route, from what we've seen from them so far, they actually don't have to commit the same globals into the Bound Defenders to be able to get them killed off in time because they have just a little bit more count. Instead, it's going to be a lot of the Smallies, the Skirmishers, the Tormented Shades. Those are going to be the mobs that give Liquid 100% enemy forces. And so whenever Raktool pushes them into the intermission, they're completely okay with letting those Bound Defenders reset. But for Big Lucky here, that final Bound Defender, is that going to be able to get them over the hump to 100% enemy forces? It looks like the answer is yes, and it's right as that Soul-Rending Roar cast resolves. Perfectly timed for Big Lucky. Now, all they have to do is run down this gauntlet, get some kicks on some shades, get some damage amp, and then be able to burn 56% off of Raktool before they have a flawless run. This has been phenomenal for the top-seeded Chinese team. And now Big Lucky here, they are engaging the boss. They're pressing the Void Metamorphosis, the army, the Breath of Eons is coming out. Is the boss going to be able to die inside of this Soul Expulsion cast?
Yeah, it's okay if it gets low, but it does need to get low here. They actually are maybe not doing quite enough damage to be ahead of this check, although they are now re-accelerating. That Void Meta still rolling. Another Collapsing Star is going to go into the boss before that damage amp goes away. 6% still for them to get through with no damage amp, but that is going to be no problem. In fact, they still actually had a couple of seconds of that damage amp. Big Lucky are going to be able to stop the clock here. They're going to be able to equalize the series 1-1.
So impressive. Big Lucky weren't ready to go down without a fight, and luck and skill was definitely on their side. Great to see them even out the scoreboard here, taking us to a map 3. Now, we were talking about the fact before this map that we weren't really sure how Big Lucky would look in this dungeon, given the strats that we saw them use in their group weekend. But how did their strategy here in finals save them time, Dradness?
Yeah, Big Lucky looked like they had a synthesis of the best of all worlds between a lot of our different teams there, right? Merging some of the best ideas from Liquid and from the other teams that have played so far.
That was the fastest Mysaris Caverns that we've seen all weekend. Just to jump in, like that was the fastest Mysaris Caverns, and I would not be shocked if Big Lucky, if they're able to take down the series, if that could be the dungeon that they need to see to be able to beat some of the best teams in the world. A 12-minute, 40 seconds Mysaris is insanely quick.
That was really, really good. And we keep thinking about these series up ahead and the times that they have to beat. And this is definitely, just like you said, Tuddles, a competitive time that could let them overtake some of these other top teams. But Zyro, can you give us a deeper dive into our team's runs? Zyro,
This team, sorry, excuse me, muted moment. There it is. Listen,
Muted.
it happens to the best of us. Hyped, I forgot to unmute myself. This is why we've been hyping up this team as being one of the best Chinese teams since the Aster Y days, since the Shadowlands times when they won a great push. They could have won an MDI if it wasn't for a certain boss named Nelthor the Rhymebinder. Oh man, this team is insane, showing us once again why they're so good at just coming up with new strats. Like Teddle said, fastest run we've seen all weekend. Previous fastest was Dignitas, who were only 6 seconds slower, but this was a great run. They took together the pieces of all the best runs that we've seen so far, going for the one pull strat into the first boss, like we saw from Liquid, pulling in that RP to get extra damage on Vorkath in the middle of the dungeon. This is just such a super strong strategy from them, and they were perfectly clean throughout. They get a little bit of extra count on every single pull in the dungeon, 2% on the first pull compared to Liquid, a little bit of extra trash on the first boss. They kind of start to slowly fill in the gaps that makes it so they don't have to do that giant extra pull after the second boss that Liquid has to do. It's still really cool to see the strats that the teams are evolving over the course of the weekend here. Big Lucky also found their own way to make sure they got all of the jailed citizens freed so they could spawn the boss here. Liquid looked like they had better boss damage on this first boss because Big Lucky actually ended up pulling the boss first by a couple of seconds, but Liquid had about 10% more boss damage, so they started to pull ahead a little bit here. But the strategy in the middle of the dungeon was just so much better for Big Lucky. In the next room, they actually end up pulling extra trash on top of that giant gnarled in plus reanimated warrior pull. They grab the defender in the doorway as well as the two mobs next to it. That gets them an extra 4 or 5% trash count here. So by the time this pull is all said and done, Big Lucky have about 8% more count, and that's all they need to skip the pull that Liquid sets up here. And with that extra damage on Vordaza on the second boss, it just catapults them ahead. By the time all is said and done here, their second boss split is an entire minute faster than Liquid's. And even though the Soul Expulsion burn wasn't the best for them, they were so far ahead that they just sent the dungeon home.
Incredible to see, and that's what we were hoping for. Now we can take a look at some of the meters here, and of course, kind of review. This is the first boss. Yeah, Zyra, what do you see?
Yeah, I was really confused because it looked like every part of the run for Big Lucky was fantastic, except for the first boss damage. It looked like because they pulled a little extra count, they were more indexed on just killing the trash and playing it safe rather than going for more boss damage. You can see Liquid across the board did about 70k more DPS on the boss specifically during the boss pull. If they could clean up that section of the dungeon, this will be an untouchable dungeon for them. They would be about 15-20 seconds faster. They'd be 30 seconds faster than any other team. That being said, still an incredibly impressive run. Evens out our series and keeps their dreams alive of medaling in a competition for, again, the first time for a Chinese team since Shadowlands.
That would be huge for them, and we can only hope they're able to pull it off, because honestly, this is the Big Lucky that we knew was a possibility coming into the finals, and we're finally seeing them really play up to that. Of course, we have this big decisive third map, though. Whoever takes this one is going to be moving on, and whoever doesn't is going to be eliminated. So Teddles, looking at Pit of Saran, what strats can these teams possibly bring to the table?
This is about to be absolute fireworks. I got some stats on the left-hand side. So Big Lucky versus Liquid, they played this on Friday. Big Lucky ended up putting a 10:46 time on the board. Liquid put up a 10:34. Then Big Lucky has ran Pit of Saran again and put up a 10:41. So 7 seconds separate these teams in terms of their Pit of Saran strategy, to the point where if anybody has a mistake, if there's any death, if there's a slight loss in terms of damage, if a Breath of Eons only hits half a pack, that would be map losing.
Oh, it would be, and let's hope that doesn't happen. Let's hope these teams give us incredible runs and keep this as close and competitive as possible. They need to, because this is map 3, Big Lucky versus Liquid. Whoever wins it wins the series, Dratnos.
Indeed, they do. And right off the bat, we have massive pulls underway with that spatial paradox, facilitating the ability for both healers to be able to tag in extra trash from far away. This is a huge and dangerous pull, but they do have all of their cooldowns and their bloodlust to use against it.
Yeah, I mean, how much trash count are both of these two teams going to be electing to get? I think that whenever we saw Liquid in this dungeon earlier this weekend, they ran a significantly different strategy than Big Lucky. Big Lucky had historically been going for a slightly smaller first pull of the dungeon and then electing to do an additional, I would say, like half pull prior to pulling the first boss in this dungeon. Have they changed their strategy in this dungeon, or are they going to be doing the exact same strategy that they had planned for throughout the entirety of this weekend? It looks like they are doing that exact same strategy, where Shun is now running up the right-hand side while XCM and Loda, they're grabbing those quarry camps and making sure to resolve those. But Liquid on the right-hand side, they just grabbed a bit more trash count in their first pull. That 38.72% enemy forces, while it doesn't look super assuming, it actually allows Liquid to run up the left side and do a pretty big skip. Look at Big Lucky. They have to take a pit stop here. They have to stop and kill this Plunge Talon Gargoyle before making their way towards Garfrost. Liquid on the right-hand side, after they do this skip with the rescue, then they are going to be able to just run this entire trash pack straight into Garfrost. And that is about a 10-second advantage for Liquid here.
Yeah, nice little Wernstone into rescue maneuver is going to allow them to free all the prisoners they wanted to over there, while also taking this trash straight into the boss. Like you said, they already have a little bit more percent also, although there is some enemies that are low HP that Big Lucky will be able to kill off fairly soon here. Liquid getting into boss combat just before that 2-minute marker. Big Lucky doing the same just after that timestamp. And both teams now without the Bloodlust, but with most of their major cooldowns coming up right now. The Army of the Dead for Big Lucky. Breath of Eons having already been popped for both Evokers as well on pull. Incarnation is rolling as well, making both tanks fairly safe and also able to pump out quite a lot of damage. Although as that does fall off, we're going to start seeing some danger for the tanks until the rest of the trash is taken care of here.
Yeah, I mean, I think that trash being stacked on top of the boss is like a really big deal for both the Devoured Demon Hunter and this Unholy DK. Whenever the Unholy DK has the DT, they have their Death and Decay down. That is a large source of their damage, is being able to keep the mobs planted inside of that D&D. And it looked like for Big Lucky and Liquid, both of these tanks and Yips and Shun were able to do that effortlessly. That was a really big, that could have been a really big damage swing if either of the tanks had to, say, move out, or, you know, the Serenite bombs weren't dropped perfectly. And now we saw for Big Lucky, Loda had left the arena. What is he going to do? Well, he's going to go and tag the next Dread Pulse Lich. It's got I think it's like a Tormentor that's also inside that pack, and a Cold Wraith. I think that those are the mobs that are in that pack. A very dangerous pack. And on the right-hand side, we didn't see Zevi do it, but he also ran out of the room for Liquid. Warrenstone's back into the room, and then he's pulled that trash into Garfrost, allowing both Big Lucky and Liquid to get a little bit more trash count here.
Yeah, the Dread Pulse Lich actually has an insidious amount of damage that it deals once it is below 50% HP. That's where the Dread Pulse in the name comes from. Below 50% HP, those Liches just pulse damage. So it's actually not as scary at the start of this, but now you can see those pulses starting to come in for Liquid. This is going to be a little bit scary because it might overlap with the Forge Master Glacial Overload damage, depending on whether they're able to kill this boss off before it does that stomp. It looks like they are going to be able to beat it. The Lich also down for Liquid. So their offense turned out to be the best defense for them, stopping the damage of both the Lich and the boss before it would have otherwise become a problem. Yips now entering travel form, freeing one of the prisoners along the way, and wasting no time starting this next pull. Meanwhile, Zasevi over on the right is going to throw a paralysis on that Cold Wraith. The rest of the trash in that pull, though, is going to be taken forward. The next Cold Wraith is answered by an interrupt from Yips. That's going to mean that it'll walk with them for a little while and be a little bit easier to gather up with the boss. And boss combat is exactly the next thing for Liquid here. They've already engaged while Big Lucky are still taking their time to gather here. Evoker going on a little bit of a side adventure to free the prisoner, the third prisoner from the start of the dungeon, before using the Wernstone to rejoin the group as well. Big Lucky also in boss combat now.
Yep, 13 seconds separate these two teams. And for Big Lucky, there is a slight strategy divergence that I think is going to allow them to accelerate in the last half of the dungeon. basically they don't end up wasting any time and waiting for the skip that it's at the very end that Liquid was doing and pulling those Grave Blades into Scourgelord Tyrannus. Instead, Big Lucky, they just played the Grave Blades straight up. They take them into Glaciath and they end up dealing with it on that mini boss. And so I think that is a time save that can be obtained by Big Lucky here at the very end. But right now, you have to be happy if you're Liquid. You see Ick and Crick, it's down to 69%, 67% even, as the boss continues to drop lower and lower. And now that Cold Wraith starting to trickle in. And for Liquid, they ended up killing off those Shades of Crick, and now they're going to be all-inning the boss. And I think that for Big Lucky as well, the exact same strategy, we're going to see that unfolding for them as they're all-inning the boss. And Big Lucky, they've accelerated in terms of boss HP.
Yeah, we have another Void meta starting up here for Liquid, but the army has already been used. Breath of Eons will be available here, and in fact is available for Liquid, so that will be a way for them to accelerate a little bit as well. And you can see the boss HP is neck and neck between these two teams. It is a game 3. Both teams have been able to win one map so far. Both of those maps were extremely close, but Liquid are now slightly ahead on Ick and Crick. Looks like they've found a lot of damage, while Big Lucky have really slowed down for the last few seconds here as that Cold Wraith has come in. Maybe just the logistics of managing that has cost them some damage. Liquid actually able to get this boss dead well ahead of Big Lucky. It's not just as well the same speed. Look at that. The boss 2 split is now also advancing.
No. Oh my God, a shine fell off. As Zevi was actually clicking that final Quarry Camp, he was fortunately enough able to get back up to that ledge in time as Zevi ended up clicking that Quarry Camp. But that was about 3 or 4 seconds of time loss. And look at what Liquid did. They did a skip, and on the side of Big Lucky, they do not do the same skip. Instead, they activate the pack, and they pull this Grave Blade all the way up into the mini-boss. And so while Liquid, the skip was nice, the skip was fancy, Big Lucky have determined that pulling the trash into Scourgelord Tyrannus is a very small and slight time loss, and they would rather play the scarier mini-boss pull as opposed to the slightly slower Scourgelord Tyrannus. That's going to allow Big Lucky to accelerate just a hair on the boss, but on the right-hand side, Liquid are still in the lead.
Yeah, if we add together those boss 1 and boss 2 splits, it is about a 20-second lead for Team Liquid. Like you said, maybe about 5 seconds lost as a result of the skip not being executed perfectly for Liquid. Plus, then we have that strategic divergence about whether or not to even go for that skip and whether or not you're going to deal with that extra trash pull onto Scourgelord Tyrannus that you then promise to do if you skip it on the way up. The mini-boss, though, already dead for Team Liquid. Dreadpulse Lich is low HP and is pulsing on the group. They are going to be able to finally finish it off as well. And there is a Grave Blade as well that is following them. You have to be a little bit careful getting too far away from that Grave Blade, as it can kill other members of your group if you are not careful. Yip's going to be dropping down, though, hitting that Wild Charge, that Moonfire, tagging that pack, and then Wernstoning back upstairs. So we have one Grave Blade coming from the cave, and then we have 4 mobs that are walking up the mountain right now. Scourgelord Tyrannus being brought over to that midpoint of those 3 different sets of enemies that are now converging on Team Liquid. So you can see right now, a Grave Blade looks like maybe going to be hitting a Shine for a little bit as well. But he's been able to bring it into melee. That was a little bit sketchy, though, for a second. Big Lucky getting into combat as well. And for them, this is a lot less dangerous. There's only 1 Grave Blade, 2 Grave Blades, 3 Grave Blades. Okay, it's still pretty dangerous that are going to be running in from the cave.
Yeah, and look at that for Big Lucky as well. They had to get the kick on that Cold Wraith. But now it's just going to be a race to the finish. They're not going to be focusing down any of the damage to these Grave Blades. Instead, for Big Lucky and Liquid, the plan is fairly simple. Scourgelord Tyrannus damage. The moment that the boss dies, the clock stops. The trash, it will get killed off by the time that the boss is going down, just because the boss has so much more HP than the trash. Liquid have a lot more trash to be able to kill off. But the Grave Blades, they're at 40% HP. Now you see Yips here. He's pressing his Incarn. Cindy's inside of that Void Metamorphosis. Wolf Disco with that army and that DT. Liquid should be looking to accelerate boss damage here. This is going to be a really big deal. And 20% HP on the boss separates Big Lucky from Liquid. It looks like Big Liquid have had an advantage basically since the first pull of the dungeon. Is that advantage going to be able to hold here?
That is the big question. There's not much time left to answer it as well. 35% on the boss for Liquid, 45 now for Big Lucky. 14% is the advantage in favor of Team Liquid. Both teams at 100% count, both teams at 0 deaths. It is just going to come down to who can kill the boss first. Looking at cooldowns as well, there's more bad news for Big Lucky as they're not in a Void meta. No Breath of Eons is going to be available. No Army is going to be available in time. Liquid are charging to the finish line. There's nothing left to stop them. They are going to take this series 2-1. They are going to send Big Lucky home, but we are going to see them again at BlizzCon.
Liquid pulled it off, even given this incredible competition from Big Lucky, who locked in and brought it down to the wire. Seeing these teams go to the map 3 was truly a delight, and honestly, Liquid taking it here at the end, well done to them. It shows how their skill and how their practice has come together in a perfect storm to unleash these incredibly fast runs that we're seeing. Now, this was such a close one, and seeing these two teams play neck and neck, I mean, Tuddles, do you think this was both of them at their best?
I think that this was both of them at their absolute best. I was talking to some of the Liquid guys yesterday, and they were so stressed coming into this tournament. They knew what it all meant, and they told me yesterday, after they had qualified for BlizzCon, they felt like a big weight was off of their shoulders. It felt like they could finally play the game plan that they had wanted to for the entirety of the weekend, and they have a PB in the Pit of Sauron. The fastest Pit of Sauron that we've seen all weekend is out of Liquid. They shaved 5 seconds off their previous best here, and I feel like they were able to enter that flow state and slam down that 10-21 and slam the door on our Chinese champions and Big Lucky and make it into the lower bracket finals.
So impressive. Honestly, both of the teams should be so proud because, yes, I agree. I feel like this was both of them just going all out. And although Big Lucky will be eliminated here from our group finals, of course, like you said, we will be seeing them again on the grand final stage at BlizzCon. Now, Zyro, a lot went down on that map, so can you take us through it?
Yeah, I want to echo just how impressive both of these runs were, right? Big Lucky, Liquid, Pit of Sauron. We had this matchup in our second matchup of the weekend back on Friday. Liquid is able to dispatch Big Lucky with a 1034 of their own. Big Lucky improved their timer over the weekend to a 1034 here, but it wasn't good enough to beat the Liquid, who just seemed free after qualifying for BlizzCon. They're playing their best. They're playing incredibly well. And I think the trend for this series that I've been noticing is that Big Lucky looks like on the big polls, they're able to have the same level of execution as Liquid, the same level of execution as the highest teams, as the best teams. But the thing that Liquid has been doing better than Big Lucky consistently in all of the dungeons is boss damage. They look like they just know how to focus the damage where it matters to progress the key. Key point here, Liquid and Big Lucky almost even on the boss here. Big Lucky actually pull ahead at the 35% mark, but Liquid accelerates their boss damage at this point with the Void meta from Cine, in that even boss ends up dying for Liquid about 20 seconds faster. They killed this boss when they were tied at 35%. Big Lucky's boss is at about 18% by the time Liquid's dies. Liquid's boss damage just seems so much better throughout the key, and that was just the major difference from them. And you look at the damage meters, you're like, they look pretty even. It looks like it's the same thing. I can only attribute this to a Shine diff, right? If you look at the logs, a Shine is typically doing 15, 20% more overall DPS than his competition in this key. It's been so impressive to see how well this team is playing once they've been unleashed. And now Liquid, they're not done. They don't get time for a break. They move on in the lower bracket. They're facing an absolute Goliath in front of them in mandatory. I cannot wait for this matchup.
Liquid has to be on it, right? This is going to be huge between these two teams because we've seen them both play at such a high caliber this weekend. And that lower bracket, you have to fight your way through if you're going to be crowned champions. Now, we mentioned the bracket, so let's take a look at it in a little bit more detail. Dratnos, what are we seeing kind of unfold in our action here in our final day?
Yeah, so we did see, of course, at the start of the day, it was Dignitas 2-0ing Mandatory. I don't want to call it an upset because I think both of those teams are incredibly phenomenal. Dignitas are defending champions as well when they played previously known as Missed Count, but they are now Dignitas, and they absolutely look like defending champions. They are waiting in the grand finals of today. But before we get there, we have Mandatory versus Liquid up next. Mandatory sent down from that upper bracket. Liquid already in the lower bracket thanks to Mandatory from earlier. They have stayed alive, though, winning 2 series down here to earn the opportunity for a rematch against Mandatory.
This is going to be a big rematch, and I have no doubt that Liquid absolutely want to do the reverse to mandatory, as happened to them a little bit earlier on. But before we get to see these huge series unfold, we have a little bit of a palate cleanser, a little bit of a breather here as we play another round of Something Ain't Right, everybody. This is basically a game where we have to guess what we think isn't right with the dungeon maps that we're about to see. Stairs is a key word. I'll let you all know that ahead of time, but we've seen a lot of different edits to these. So everybody keep your eyes peeled. A game where we have to guess what we think isn't right with the dungeon maps that we're about to see. Stairs is a key word. I'll let you all know that ahead of time, but we've seen a lot of different edits to these. So everybody keep your eyes peeled and let's see if we can figure out what ain't right about this dungeon. Nexus point. Well, I see, you know. I think maybe there aren't enough stairs.
I'm so sad I didn't say this. I was thinking before we were shown this, what if they just put stairs everywhere? That would be the most Sierra thing to do. And then he actually did it.
Hold on.
The madman went and did
One of
it.
these mobs would spawn Luthraxian as well. What's going on there?
So is the Geranos and Tunnels? Who's that in there? Huh? Okay.
They do call us mini bosses. That's a good point.
So the stairs definitely are correct. We can all agree with that. But no, the mobs, okay. There should be a third. Oh my gosh, there's so many.
All the stairs, every single stair. Yeah.
You missed a few. Yeah, keep going.
Okay, the portal is there. That's good.
Sure.
There's one more actual thing. Is it being covered by all of our check marks is the question, or is it something else?
I mean, what is it actually called the Core Defense Null Ward? Is that right? Is that the actual name of that?
Core Defense Null Ward.
I want to say that's right.
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds RP enough to be an area of the dungeon, but I don't know.
That sounds like fantasy nonsense. Yeah, 100%. Null Ward.
Okay. It is supposed to be, so it is something that isn't being covered by a check mark as well. So it is still visible, whatever the final change is.
Thank you. Thanks for the check marks. Yep. Appreciate it.
Yeah, add a few more. That'll help. This is channeling.
The tiny ones around the big one are perfect.
So small.
Should there be an extra wave of RP trash to spawn the boss on the right? Is that it, perchance?
It's not that.
No? Okay.
Let's see. Maybe something with the mobs I'm hearing, perhaps.
I can't see them.
Yeah, there's too many check marks.
Yeah, I think there's supposed to be an extra mob where the green check mark is. So.
Wow, we're covering all the things that it's not.
All right, production. Okay, well, this is very clear, and I think we can all get a really good look at the dungeon. Is the portal in the wrong place?
Is that the wrong?
The wrong portal graphic?
Oh, there's missing stairs.
Oh my god.
Oh no! Wait, no.
It's just the wrong portal graphic.
It's just the wrong graphic. Okay, it's slightly blurrier. It's slightly wrong.
It's the wrong color.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Of course.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Production. What's the next one? Let's see. Algathar Academy. Nope. That's.
This is Algathar Academy. Yeah.
It is Algathar Academy.
Okay. I had a second. I was like, are there enough stairs?
Now, I know that our production member that makes these is a wee bit British, and so I think he's changed the quad to the quid, being the currency of the realm.
Oh, wow. Nailed it. I apologize to all of our British viewers.
Mate in it.
I'm so sorry.
No. That was good representation for them. Dranos is also British. He's allowed to do that.
You know, we have heard there's been some complaints that we need more EU energy on the desk. So I guess this is our best shot when Makes isn't here right now. So sorry, everyone. Let's see.
I think there's an extra pack of birds on the cross platform. What are those birds doing there?
What are those birds doing there?
Too many birds.
Are those rats that are on the bridge? Is that the actual icon that's used for those mobs? Oh,
like on the bridge next to the quid there.
Yeah,
guys,
those are the correct icon.
Guys,
for battle axes, really?
Tunnels, you're looking exactly at it. You're looking at the right spot.
That's a bridge, not stairs.
Oh my god.
Please.
That is
The
correct.
pain. That is correct. Well, there it is. We got it, everybody. Too many stairs, a stair that was actually a bridge, and a lot of other errors that we all caught. Thank you for playing along with us, everyone. But we have even more action. When we get back from a short break, we're going to have Mandatory versus Liquid coming up next. This is a big rematch. And of course, these teams are trying to claw their way out of this lower bracket so they can stand there proudly in the grand finals and have a shot at our season 1 title. They've got a lot of work to do before then, and especially Mandatory versus Liquid, this is going to be a huge one. So you don't want to go anywhere. Stick around and join us in just a few minutes for this epic showdown. The lower semis are about to kick off, and it's going to be a battle of giants. We've got Mandatory versus Liquid, so let's see your predictions, chat. Liquid is going back-to-back, though, in their series. So, Zyra, do you think that this is going to help them stay in the zone, or will fatigue be setting in?
I feel like you go with the hot hand here, man. They look so strong in that last series. Their dungeon runs are competitive, sometimes even faster than mandatories in some of these keys. Liquid looks so strong. Also, listen, a lot of the players on mandatory are echo players, and Liquid might be back-to-back if you count, all 3 raids for this team. World first champions. And then they're going to be adding another one next week when Rot guy dude Sportman comes out. So that'll be a 7th straight race to world first.
Rot guy dude Sportman. That's his official name.
Rotmeyer, that's his name. Yeah. Liquid can't lose to these guys. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, all right, Zyro. Way to just rub salt in the wound. Yeah, Tattles?
I mean, mandatory on social media has been called the WoW Avengers. They keep that's how they've been referred to, as the WoW Avengers.
I mean, yeah,
So,
I
don't know.
they could do it here. I mean, look, there's a good chance. This is a different setting, it's a different context, it's a different competition. And of course, we saw Mandatory already beat out Liquid yesterday, but today, they're kind of looking a little bit shaky. So, Makes, do you think that this series is going to go the same way for them?
It's so hard to tell with this team because historically speaking, they're a team that does this. They're a team that kind of throws away a series or a first map and then they lock in. Something about the adrenaline for these players just does so much. But this weekend, I feel like we haven't really seen them be at their very best. I don't know what it is this time around, but it feels like Mandatory is just a little bit shaky in these grand finals. So if there was ever a time where it happens, it might be this series, as we do see your bans coming in. I was expecting this Windrunner Spire out of Mandatory. They are continuously banning out this dungeon. I feel like they just don't want to play that one. Team Liquid deciding to ban out that Sky Reach is a very interesting choice to me here, because we were talking about how kind of streamlined that dungeon is, and they just saw the Sky Reach that Mandatory has prepared. So that might just be we have seen your time and we're not willing to go toe-to-toe with you on this one.
This is definitely, these considerations that the teams have to take into account for how they want to set up this series, right? Especially if you're kind of looking at, well, are we going to go to that third map or not? Where do we think we can really take this? So seeing what's been banned out and what we've seen of the play this weekend, Tettles, are you kind of feeling the same? Does it seem like they were going to eliminate some weaknesses from that pool, or do you think they're really playing to their strengths?
This is about to be ridiculous. Okay, so I think Algothar Academy, I think that is probably mandatory favorite. Having seen the Liquid Alg, I did not think it was like anything to write home about. Liquid, I think, had the fastest Pitacera on the weekend. So I would not be shocked if we go 1-1. And then the pivotal game 3 in the Nexus Point Zenith, we saw that in the upper bracket whenever Liquid played mandatory earlier yesterday. I feel like this is going to be a very close 3-map series. I feel like both teams have a map that they should be quite strong in. And then that Nexus Point Zenith, we saw mandatory have 2 deaths at the very end, and that sealed the deal. But it was going to be within 5 seconds. Both Liquid and mandatory in that Nexus Point were very close to one another.
Yeah, I'm expecting a very similar kind of 3-map push here, really close runs. But we have to get our predictions in, so let's see if everybody feels the same. Zyro, what are you thinking? Liquid versus mandatory?
I think I'm going to go 2-1 for Liquid. I think it's going to be the closest series of the tournament. I think Tettles identified strengths and weaknesses for both teams perfectly. I think we're going to go to that Nexus Point Zenith. I think Liquid just looks so strong in that map. Even though they lost a mandatory earlier in the weekend, I think they have a better potential run on that key.
Okay, all right. Makes, how are you feeling?
Torn. For starters,
Yep.
I'm feeling pretty torn between these two teams. On one side, you do have all that pedigree, right? And we've been talking about how Mandatory is a team that you can rarely underestimate because they always somehow manage to show up in ridiculous ways. On the other side, I'm not sure that is the same Mandatory I've been seeing. I'm leaning 2-1 Liquid.
Okay, Tettles, where are you going?
I don't think this is weird. I don't think mandatory have had a series yet this weekend where they've played completely clean. Like, it's really tough to win. I think if if they're going to continue that same trajectory this entire weekend, you kind of just expected them at some point. This is a team with so much pedigree that they were just going to be able to figure it out and get the land buff. But it just seems like they haven't been able to kind of make it happen in every single series. I think for that, I'm going to go 2-1 Liquid. I think that they're going to win the Nexus Point Zenith. But I think that the Nexus Point is within 10 seconds. But it requires Mandatory to have a perfect run. Like, Mandatory can't have deaths.
Interesting. Our desk leaning very strongly towards Liquid, although I should say a lot of acknowledgement of the fact that this is probably going to be an incredibly close series. But chat, in the opposite sweep, has been putting all their points in on Mandatory. So, you know what, chat? I think you're pretty much always right. And I'm going to have to lean with you. I'm going to say Mandatory because I don't disagree. I think some good points are made on desk about the fact that Mandatory just does not seem like they've really locked in a way that we've seen these players do in the past, right? Yet at the same time, I know we've seen them do it, especially at the 11th hour. And if there was ever a time to actually really pull out the stops, really make all of that practice and this LAN, boot camp that they've been doing shine, this is it. This is where they have to do that. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to put the faith in Mandatory. I'm going to go 2-1 towards Mandatory over here. Chat, don't leave me wrong. We'll see if it turns out that we're right or if this Liquid belief leans a little bit more either way. But honestly, I think this is going to be such an incredible series. These two teams truly have so much skill behind them. And in what we've seen of their runs, I mean, we talked about this weekend, Mandatory's been looking a little weak. Liquid has been gaining steam. But Zyro, is there anything with how they've played over the course of the whole season that you think maybe showed something that we didn't get to touch on yet?
No, I feel like it's really hard to talk about how they played in cup stages because that was a completely different team, right? That was a team that had only had 4 days of practice to play together. The fact that they were able to top 2 in that bracket, make it to global finals, go through practice with their sub player, that's allowed them to become the team that we initially expected them to be. That's why they're a top 3 team. That's why they're playing for a top 2 slot here, playing for those higher medal positions here. Of course, all of our teams still in the competition will be getting those custom medals, but it's time to get into the Algathar Academy. Both teams agreeing on the comps, both Devourer Demon Hunters, no Eldrazi Reaver here, unfortunately.
Honestly, I'm not too upset at this one. I feel like there's a time and place, and it's probably not the Algathar Academy. Let's see if they agree on the routing, though, as well. Looks like the answer is going to be yes. You can see that both of our teams are grabbing the stuff on the bridge here. However, it looks like on the side of Liquid, we're going to be meld skipping this one, whereas Mandatory seems to have just grabbed everything. So they are in fight with those 2 bridge packs on top of the entire Veximus Thrash, and that takes Ryzen down immediately in a mana void before they can even get everything grouped up. That is the first death on the board for the side of Mandatory.
Yeah, that was that extra trash from the bridge, an extra kit coming in, more damage on the squad, a missed mana void. Deprives Mandatory of their only battle res for the next 9 minutes of the key, and with Cushy down, there's no void meta for the next 2 minutes. Oh my god, he has to run back. There's no battle res. They still don't have the Lust active. Obviously, it was never going to be in the plan for them. He's able to run back to the group, starting to regen those souls, but they're without a damage dealer for the remainder of this pull. Liquid, in the meantime, has had no issues. A Shine dropping low to that dot, but Sevi doing a good job of keeping him alive. Only the Ravager left alive for them. Liquid already in the driver's seat here. 30 seconds behind is Mandatory, and the pack is taking forever to kill as they have no damage dealer. It's normally the remnant of that Devourer Metamorphosis that's dealing with the remainder of these mobs. Kush doesn't even have the Void meta back ready for the next pack here.
That is absolute tragedy, but it comes back to what we've been saying about the way Mandatory has been showing up in this group weekend. This is not the same clean, reliable, flawless execution we have known from this team. It is just a little bit different from the looks of it, and it does put them with the back against the walls for now. However, small caveat here, we're at the very start of this dungeon. A lot can still happen. 2 deaths and the ability to keep that pull ongoing, and the fact that they didn't lose too much uptime besides that whole Kusher needing to run back scenario does still mean there's ways to come back from this. Is it going to be easy? Absolutely not. But it is very much within the possibilities here. So that is something that you should be open to as this continues. Now, both teams are currently working away on Veximus. This is where we are seeing those bloodlusts used as well. And then after that, we should be seeing them beeline for Croth. I'm expecting both of our teams to go straight for the platform and go on over and then deal with the ancient overgrown room afterwards. But we have seen teams try to go there first to cut down on the RP time.
Now, Mandatory is doing a good job after those mistakes of keeping it close. This is a very difficult key, highest key level of the weekend in one of the dungeons that has the most potential to kill your keys due to the unavoidable damage there is available in this dungeon. The teams really haven't been phased by that all weekend. They've been going for the bigger pulls regardless. It went wrong for Mandatory in this particular pull, but like you said, still plenty of dungeon left. So Liquid cannot rest on their laurels here. It looks like Mandatory is only about 20% behind on the boss. They do have the 30% death timers, but also makes... Remember, Mandatory did have a little bit of extra count that they pulled into that first pull as well. Liquid are going to have to make that up at some point in the dungeon. That trash was the bridge pull, though. So Liquid are very likely to probably pull that into the Overgrown Ancient later on. We'll have to see if that is going to be the strategy for them. For the time being, Veximus down for Liquid. Mandatory, again, only at 20% here.
So that is why I'm a little bit curious on whether or not Mandatory has planned something different in their routing, because that bridge trash can be nicely pulled into the Overgrown Ancient. There's really no need to layer on that difficulty in that first pack, especially if you want to save the lust for Veximus and all the trash you're playing there additionally. So I'm kind of expecting Mandatory to do something a little bit different here. Now, this could be absolute delulu-ness on my end, but let's see where they're opting to go. It looks like, no, they're going to be going towards Croth here as well. So that extra bridge trash, maybe cutting down on the difficulty. We had seen some of the teams struggle with adding in those bridge packs, just taking a little bit too long, or even being yanked back by those mobs for one of our teams. So that is something that, of course, if you don't need to go into the risk, then it is nicer to avoid it altogether. But Mandatory now also arriving on the Sentry platform here. Liquid already halfway through, though, and they are going to be the team that arrives at Croth first.
Slight just moment to catch your breath in the middle of the dungeon. Not really a lot going on here. Just got to dodge the slowly meandering tornadoes. Make sure you don't get hit by the big AoE swirl. It's just pure single target, so there's not that much to be gained here. Do end up getting an army DT press from Wolf Disco on the side of Liquid. Probably going to be popped from Maysteen here as well, just due to timings in this key. You're going to want to get one press of those on one of these Alpha Eagle packs in the middle of the dungeon here, just so you can keep it on cooldown. But it really comes down to big burst push timings on Croth here. Because of how much HP these bosses have on the plus 19 key level, you really need to make sure you're maximizing both the wind and the fire buffs that you get during the boss to try to chew through that massive HP pool. The teams are going to have to do as much damage as possible, because by the end of the boss, when the boss is pulsing fire damage, when the winds are pushing you all over the place, trying to dodge tornadoes, you want to be dealing with as few of the deafening screeches as possible. Usually teams are able to beat the third screech, but if you get a bad push on the fire burn or a player dies during one of the burns, you could be in for a lot of danger here.
That is for certain. So something we'll need to keep an eye out on. I'm very curious how much damage they're going to be able to just push into that burn phase that you're mentioning. A lot on Croth depends on that because of the rot damage getting so high towards the end of this boss fight. But for now, we're getting a couple more breather packs, you know. Lots of birds in this area for unknown reasons between them. I'm curious if the end of dungeon is going to look like it's very 5 Echo Knight shaped or more 3 Echo Knight shaped. That's one of the questions I have on my mind as we are getting closer towards the completion of this run, because that would add a lot of lethality to that very end part that I usually don't prefer, but it could be a Hail Mary pull to maybe try and catch up some of that lost time. You can see Liquid is on that last pack. Mandatory right now engaging the double Alpha Eagle pack, and that then allows you to spawn Croth. Quick look across our cooldowns. Going to be waiting just a little bit on the Army here. But of course, the big timing you would want to hit is that burn phase that we've been talking about.
Yeah, this is like perfect timing cooldown-wise for Liquid, right? They've got the Army coming up. They can press this the second the boss spawns, and then it'll be back up for that double damage amp burn on the boss when they get the second Ritual Winds phase and the boss eats the Fire Orb debuff. That's the play for them here, as we'll see them pop it momentarily, I would assume. There it is. There's the cooldown Void meta and DT Army active for our DPS players. Breath of Eon soon to follow here for a Shine. Not a while until we get to that first Ritual Winds, but you can really see where the gap has opened up for Liquid here. They are now 20% still ahead on the boss. Mandatory actually able to make up a little bit of a difference in that trash in the middle of the two bosses here. They still have a little more to catch up, though.
That's right. They, of course, want to tie in overall dungeon progression. And then they need to be 30 seconds faster than Liquid because of that death differential, just to keep everybody in mind of that. It's easy to forget when you don't see it and just see the team side by side, but Mandatory will need to finish this dungeon 30 seconds faster than Liquid if they want to tie, 31 if they want to take it based on the current death timers. Now, still a lot of time in this dungeon before we get to the end. So those death timers could still very much change, but we have our haste buff coming in here right now for the entire team on Liquid. And then soon-ish, our fire portal should spawn as well and allow us to get access to that boss burn. 10 seconds on the Army still. Of course, Void meta by Cine has been getting charged up, so he should be ready anytime soon. And there it is. We're going to be seeing how quickly can they burn this boss.
He's holding on to that third collapsing star. It's been ready for a while. It's been nothing but devour spam for the past 15 seconds. The second that debuff goes out, there's the first star. Bam! Straight into the boss. Fourth collapsing star soon to follow. It was actually a little bit of an early Void meta press. The timing wasn't perfect, but as long as we get this star in the damage up window, it was a good burn for Cine. Boom. 18% on the boss after the fire debuff here for Liquid is about the best we've seen from any of our teams. Keep an eye on the damage of the group. Pulsing damage from that fire debuff, from the second Ruinous Winds, going to start whittling away at those shields. And by the time the Deafening Screech comes out, the players have to pop defensive to stay alive, lighting up across the board there on the health bars at the top of the screen to make sure they don't take too much damage from that dot plus fire debuff. Second Deafening Screech, not far away though, only 10 seconds. And with no personals available for those, they're going to have to expend some sort of major damage cooldown to live through it. Maybe an AMZ, maybe a darkness, maybe they just straight up beat the Deafening Screech though. The cast goes off here. They have to eat it, need to be healed. Can they kill the boss before the dot kills him? No, Zevi can keep them alive. Burn was good on the side of Mandatory as well though, getting it to roughly the equal point, the same point that Liquid did.
That's right. So for them, the dicey situation is now coming up. Can they avoid getting into that second big AoE? And this looks very much like that might be possible. Here is that first one that they're now just going to go through with defensives. And then Croth should be falling soon. 3% remain, whereas Liquid has already arrived at the Overgrown Ancient. You're going to be doing that Lasher pull, whereas Mandatory is already inching towards their platform here to get started with that as quickly as possible as well. And they will still be behind, but less than they were behind on that first boss split. A 4-second differential between those two teams right now. And Mandatory, of course, doesn't need to do that bridge pack that we were talking about. Now, normally that is not a time waste. That is not something that costs you extra time because you're just standing around waiting for the RP regardless. But it is something that we might need to take a look at for Liquid here on the right-hand side. Yips fighting for his life right now as the Lasher's just taking him apart. Markskin coming in here to make sure he can sustain himself as the Incarnate has run out. So Sevi paying close attention to the tank here to make sure they get through it together. He's not out of the woods just yet.
Yips using his last charge of survival instincts. Nothing available for the next 15 seconds here as only the Vile Lashers remain. He should be able to stay alive through just those as the debuffs have also been dispelled mostly off of him as well. Pull just now getting underway for Mandatory. They've dealt with most of the fodder, but all of the Skitterflies and Lashers are still very, very healthy. Miraz, though, with 2 charges of SI to keep himself active, should be well on his way to staying alive through this pull. For Liquid, that bridge patch, that is now the target of Zasevi, only grabbing the front pack. They only need the first 3 mobs. As they start to engage the Overgrown Ancient, those mobs should funnel in here momentarily.
Now you got to make sure that the boss comes a little bit closer so your healer doesn't actually go too far away from those mobs, which allows them to kind of just trickle into the arena slowly but surely. They should be arriving to Battle Access. You can see a Zephyr coming in the back there to make sure they're not adding too much chaos right now. Roots being deployed as well. And they're only going to be getting those in once the majority of those Lashers have dropped down here, just to make it easier on coordination. Ancient Branch has spawned, and they will take that down as quickly as possible. But Mandatory, they're also on this boss already, and like we mentioned, they don't need those battle access on top. They're currently a 7% differential between our 2 teams. What Liquid is in fight right now only accounts for about 3.2 of that count. So Liquid still needs to pull some extra in the Echo Knight area that we will need to keep an eye on, because every additional Echo Knight you're pulling into Echo of Doragosa is scary.
So looking at the count required at the end of the dungeon here for both of our teams, each Echo Knight is worth a little over 3%. It's about 3.3% count. Each Invoker is 1% count. So Mandatory needs 4 Echo Knights, 1 Invoker to complete their count. That's about exactly what they need. Liquid will need about 4% more. So 1 extra Echo Knight, 1 extra Invoker. So they'll have to go for 5 Echo Knights plus 2 Invokers. They'll probably keep an Invoker CC'd in the back and do 5 Echo Knights plus 1 Invoker with the boss. The level of execution for Liquid on this last pull is much, much higher than Mandatory. And the thing for Mandatory as well is they have significantly closed the gap on this boss. Liquid having to cleave down that extra trash has cost them precious time here. Mandatory was slower on the first boss split, obviously because of the deaths, but they were even still slower on the Krot split. They didn't make up any time there. This Overgrown Ancient split, though, they've made up a ton of time. Look at this. We're almost even on the boss here, Makes. And with the extra level of execution required on the last pull, plus the extra damage required to cleave down the extra trash they need, Mandatory might still be in this map, even with the death timer.
We'll have to wait and see for the remainder here. Of course, this is where the splits differentiate, like you've been mentioning. But let's see how Liquid is going to set this up. We know they need more count than Mandatory. Skip is working out. Everybody is up here. Yips is grabbing the pack already. On the side of Mandatory, we're going to be looking at a Fear Skip here, waiting for Maris to grab those Echo Knights into the Invoker, and then they will be able to go. So it's going to be those 4 Echo Knights plus the Invoker on the side of Mandatory. And in the meantime, Liquid has grabbed everything and anything they could find to rack up together here. It is, wait, is it also only 4?
4 Echo Knights plus an Invoker is only 14% count. This is not count. Unless they have 2 Invokers CC'd in the back, this is not count
well, they
for
have
Liquid.
to.
Either way, this is the pull that they've gathered up for themselves. Mandatory, quick to gather the pull on their own. They're keeping it close here. Liquid still have the 30-second death timers in the back pocket, but we don't know if they have the count. We need to see if those 2 Invokers will trickle in later on. In the meantime, both monks under massive pressure here. Tons of damage coming out from the Arcane Smash. There is 1 Invoker for Liquid. They need 1 more, though. That is still not count for them.
All right, let's see if we can find 1 more Invoker in the background here, as both of our teams are neck and neck on the boss percentages. They are so in sync right now. It is absolutely astonishing. If it weren't for those 30 seconds, I'm pretty sure, based on routing, Mandatory would have this. But the reality is that they have that death penalty, and they will need to somehow find an answer to it here, or Liquid will claim this very first map. Now, that last Invoker has fallen based on what we're seeing. We're sitting on 99.13 count. Zyro, I'm not feeling too positive about this.
We've been in combat with this boss for a minute 30. If there was a CC dat in the back, it would have come by now. There it is, though. It's actually there. It was casting. Double grip for Wolf Disco. This is the count Liquid needed. We were worried if that mob wasn't there, they'd have to go back and kill a mob, and they would only have the death timers of Mandatory to kill that mob, but they have the count on top of the boss and only 3% behind on the boss. That is not going to be a 30-second differential. This boss does progress in difficulty as you get further and further into the encounter, as more of these orb spawners spawn throughout the room. Once the boss removes the debuff from you, you have to keep dodging this bullet hell. More and more of them continue to spawn. The team's doing their best job to make sure they aren't taking any extra avoidable damage.
That is correct. Any death here would bring them back closer together if it should happen on the side of Liquid, but they are determined to not let that happen. Now, finally arriving at 100% count for Team Liquid. They are neck and neck on the boss percentage. Echo of Doragosa for both of our teams is going to be dropping into the single digits right now. Mandatory is going to stop the clock on this dungeon run first, but because of those 30 extra seconds, it is going to go in the corner of Team Liquid for that very first map of this series.
And we see that point indeed going to Team Liquid. Mandatory kept it competitive, but working against those deaths, it was so hard to make up that time. And we're seeing that Mandatory's mistakes are adding time onto the clock that they just can't afford to waste. Compared to their performance in groups, I mean, Zyro, do we think that these mistakes might be because they're going bigger and riskier for finals, or does it just seem like there's something not gelling?
I mean, in general, when we bump the key level up, you're going to have more mistakes happen. The fact that the mistakes have been happening to Mandatory and not their competition has been surprising, to say the least. But when you're putting together these speedrun strategies, there is some level of difficulty to them. There's going to be some variance in your pulls. There's going to be a cast that gets missed every now and then. It's really unfortunate that is happening for Mandatory, especially in a dungeon that they looked faster in, right? They completed the dungeon first, which is incredibly impressive considering how far behind they were on the first and second boss splits. That being said, death timers have to be taken into account, and Liquid do walk away with the first map win here.
You know, it's tough to see, especially for myself and chat and all of us who put all of our votes into Mandatory. But of course, there's still another map ahead. Now, on this one, though, for some more insights into what went down, let's go over to Tettles on the analyst desk.
I mean, this started off, and I said earlier, I thought Mandatory was going to have a better strategy in here just because of Liquid strat, and Mandatory starts off this dungeon, and they have a better strategy. They're going bigger. They're going bolder on this first pull. They add the additional trash packs that were on the bridge into this first pull, but they immediately get punished for it. Ryson ends up going down. Then they bleed a second death to the Vicious Lunge from the Arcane Foragers to Kush. I think it was like 4 of them that targeted him at the exact same time. If he had his blur active or, you know, it was a very... If they target different players, if a couple of them target Macine or something like that, we probably have a different situation just because Mandatory was really good here. And they were like trying to claw back a bunch of time. They immediately started this dungeon in just those 2 deaths and the Veximus split. You can see they were a full minute behind, but their strategy was faster. They went into the Overgrown Ancient, and for Mandatory and Liquid, they both killed Overgrown Ancient at virtually the exact same time because Liquid, they had to end up back pulling some of that trash. You see on screen here on the right-hand side, Zevi ends up walking over. He ends up grabbing some of that trash, and Mandatory, they are trying to claw back some of the time that they had previously lost. Liquid, look at the count difference. Liquid has 80.65%. Mandatory ends up having about 87% enemy forces when things are all said and done with the aggravated skitterflies. And so then it's kind of all eyes on Liquid. Are Liquid, with a 30-second advantage from death penalties, going to be able to pull off and kill off the 5 Echo Knight triple Invoker pull? Now, they had Invokers coming in very late with things like the Cage, with things like the Hibernate. Yips is actually using Hibernate on the Dragonkin, a kind of a unique strategy. It was a pull that we saw kill them off in their series versus Big Lucky, but fortunately enough for Liquid fans, Liquid were able to be able to kill off all 5 of those Echo Knights. They did not have a singular death. Mandatory even kill off the Echo Doragosa earlier, just proving that their strategy was faster. But those 30 seconds worth of death penalty with the more aggressive first pull in the dungeon come back to haunt them, and now Liquid are up 1-0.
Liquid have the advantage here getting that first point, but the next map could make this an even tie. Pit of Sauron is next, and makes thinking about the teams on this map. I mean, Is this one where you think mandatory, they can take advantage and they can push forward to claim the second map in the series?
I mean,
I'm not so sure about that one. I think this Pit of Saran is very much Liquid favored based on the runs that we have seen from them. They have the faster run in there. I'm also just generally a little bit worried about the execution of mandatory. We've been raving about them being deathless in their group. We've been talking about how absolutely flawless and clean they've been playing. I haven't seen it this weekend. It's just not been there. And unless you're going to be able to show up really big in those next two maps, that might just be where it's at this weekend. I'm not sure what else to tell you there. It's looking really rough for them.
Well, Mix, I was hoping you would give me some hope, but you know what? It's fine. I think you're just bringing the truth because I think it is going to be a hard one. And Zyro, it sounded like, did you have some thoughts as well about Pit of Saran and how these two teams might match up?
I mean, Mandatory has a very, very fast Pit of Saran, right? We've seen it from them. It was the very first map we saw this weekend. It was an 11-minute flat. They had a death. So they could definitely get closer to like the 10:30 mark. If Liquid goes at the pace they did in the Big Lucky series, I don't think anyone beats them, though. 10:21 is ridiculous. That's one of the fastest MDI runs ever, let alone just this competition. Can Liquid execute their strategy, though? It's a very volatile strategy. We'll have to see. Can Mandatory put together a deathless run? Because their team, when they're deathless, they look unbeatable.
Dude,
a lot of questions going into this map.
They have not had a deathless series this entire weekend. It feels like for a team, whenever we were talking about, I think Rook said it earlier, we were raving about how they were deathless during the group weekend. I mean, this is not consistent with what we thought Mandatory was going to be. We thought that they were going to be the clean, the consistent team. They were going to come in with strategies that were fast, but they were always going to be 100% guaranteed to not falter. And it seems like they have been taking some risks that have been coming back to bite them, or maybe they've just had one-off mistakes. It's hard to really assign as to what exactly those reasons were. But I mean, I think that that's really halted their ability to be able to perform at their maximum potential is just those deaths. And I think that this Pit of Saran, I think that this is going to be heavily Liquid favored. I think it's probably like a 80% chance that Liquid's going to win this map. And so, but the only way that Mandatory can be able to take down this map is if they have a perfect run.
Yeah, they've got to tighten this up because I agree. I mean, this is a team that, again, we know they can do this. We have seen them time and time again become champions of the MDI stage. So the fact that this weekend seems to be so off for them is definitely something that I'm sure is even just like plaguing them as they're kind of going, why are we having these deaths? Why are these runs not coming together? And of course, it just takes one thing wrong at these high levels in these high difficulty dungeons and with these risky speedrunning strats for everything to fall apart. And I mean, as everybody was pointing out, Liquid had an incredibly impressive Pit of Saran earlier. Can they replicate it, though, being a huge question, because sometimes that perfect run is just a perfect run that you had. It's not always the way that things go. This is going to be our second game, Mandatory versus Team Liquid. Mandatory, they have multiple championships under their belt, but can this be one they also add in, or is this where they face elimination? And Team Liquid already 1 point up, absolutely locking in for this weekend. We've only seen them get better, and let's see if they're able to knock it out of the park. Here we go, Zyro.
Into the Pit of Saran, into Liquid's favorite dungeon of the entire map set. Can they send Mandatory home, or will Mandatory be able to find the form that has been eluding them all weekend? We haven't seen it since Cup A. First pull being gathered, Ryzen dropping low as he starts to gather extra trash here with the Spatial Paradox, but plus Crackling Jade Lightning. The self-cocoon on both of our Mistweavers, though, keeping them healthy, keeping them alive as the pull is gathered together for both teams.
Exactly. Everybody chime in. This is match point between Mandatory and Liquid. We're underway in this very first Lust pull. Both of the teams were getting through it pretty cleanly on the side of Mandatory. Incarn has already run out, so Maris is a little bit more in danger. Similar story for Liquid now, but they have finished off more of that pack already, so it is going to be a little bit of easier cruising for them. You can already see it reflected in our overall percentage of the count. Liquid done with their pack, whereas Mandatory still kiting it out. Maris fighting for his life, trying to make sure that he doesn't actually get blown into smithereens here, but he basically doesn't have anything else left here. Is just fully trusting Ryzen to get him back up, as they are losing so much time on the tail end of this poll, Zyro.
Finally gets back to the bark as the pack starts to die here. Gingy was just full eating a torrent of misery there to the face, but able to stay alive even without a charge of scales. It was a slightly bigger first pull for Mandatory, but the gather wasn't as clean. It wasn't as crisp as it was for Liquid, and that caused them to take more time dispatching the pull. Liquid already at Forge Master, Mandatory still now making the trek up there. Liquid off the back of that first pull appeared to be somewhere in the realm of 15 to 20 seconds ahead already.
That is right, and you can see it once again as they're now already in fight with Forge Master Garfrost. To gather on this boss is not easy. We've seen many healers fall prey to it. You can see Gingy actually dropping here a little bit, probably is getting cast on before Ryzen can reach the team. They need to be so careful right now as they're going into Garfrost. Gingy just barely making it through here, but is going to be able to survive. Liquid, though, they're already through that first third of the boss fight. You're into the 70s. Most of the pack has already died off. They're still dealing with that Lich and that Graveblade, but the rest of them really isn't a problem anymore, and they're just cruising, whereas Mandatory once again does have a death as Ryzen goes down to Frost Breath, takes down Gingy with him as he's unable to heal him. Another unfortunate situation for Mandatory. They just cannot get away from it.
And what do? You have a DPS player down. You're in boss combat, but this trash is so low. Nomir is dying, seals the pull. It's going to be a full team wipe for Mandatory. There's no recovering from this. All of the cooldowns are gone. 7 now deaths on the board for them. Liquid careening ahead. Their trash is all dead. They only have the late Lich pull. Liquid look like they're in the clear here. Liquid might be sending Mandatory home, but there's still almost all of the dungeon left makes.
That's right. We cannot get ahead of ourselves right now, as one-sided as it might be looking. This is only the first boss in the Pit of Saran. A lot can still happen in this dungeon, but for now, Mandatory is not even playing with their back against the wall. It feels like they're in the wall. They don't have any room to move here. They're praying for Liquid to have a mistake as Mirrors goes down once again. A pull for them unravels into nothing, and they will need to restart that gather once more as Liquid has already basically finished the first boss.
The thing that we've been saying this particular squad of players in different configurations throughout the years have been so good at is playing on the fly, making pulls work that shouldn't work, even when the cooldowns might not be there. On the regather here, Miraz just did not have the same buttons he's used to having. Dies to an Icy Blast from the Lich, not kicked on him, not able to live the damage, and another team wipe brings Mandatory even further behind. Like you said, Forge Master down for Liquid. They're not changing the routing. They're not going any slower. They're not playing it safe. They want to put another world record on the board in this dungeon. All of the trash being gathered now. Ick and Crick soon to be pulled. Liquid are looking in a dominating position.
That is absolutely the case right now. Mandatory now arriving at Forge Master Garfrost, with Liquid already way ahead of them as they're dealing with the Ick and Crick pack. They, of course, have their strategy, and they're going to show it off one more time. We've seen them in this dungeon look so good time and time again all throughout this weekend, and they, of course, are going to show it to us one more time. Dealing with those shades here. First one is down, second one soon to follow with it. The rest of the pack should be dealt with swiftly. One more gargoyle that they need to down to alleviate some of that extra pain that this pull gives them. And they can just cleave off that last Graveblade. Ick and Crick already into the 50s here. So a very nicely executed huge pull from Liquid once again onto a boss.
Super, super clean. They are unfazed by the difficulty of the task at hand here. Trash being dealt with. They've got everything they need to just run up the platform towards the final boss. Still have to dispatch the remainder of this boss, but like we were talking about in the Big Lucky series, boss damage is something that Liquid have in great supply. They're not going to have to deal with the next set of totems. The Void Meta from Cine here will carry the remainder of the damage they need on this boss. World record timer in this key set by Liquid just mere minutes ago, 10:21. Can they potentially best themselves and show the world that it's not the mistakes of the other team that make them a great team? It's just their own merit, their own strategies, their own play. We'll have to see if they're able to pull it off. Mandatory on their end, trying to make a go at it, giving themselves an opportunity if Liquid are to make a mistake, but Liquid don't seem like they have any of those to give.
Done with Garfrost, done with Ick and Crick, Liquid beelining for Forge Master at the end here, Scourge Lord, as they're getting through the Pit of Sauron. The skip is working out. The team is grouping up to get in fight with Glacius. This is the last pull before they encounter that very last boss of this dungeon. This is one of the last instances of danger for the team. The last moments where they could anything have going wrong for themselves to maybe open up a teeny tiny gap, but they are so far ahead of Mandatory. It is looking absolutely unreal as they're gathering what is the majority of the remainder of count in this dungeon. Of course, Glacius is going to take just a little while longer. They do have their cooldowns that have just been sent. No other offensives available other than what we're seeing here. That Lust will only come back on the final boss, and they're just going to chill and cruise through this icy gauntlet. Glacius has not much HP left to give.
They almost did a single burn on the focus guard there. 10% HP left on Glacius after that damage amp was dealt with. The boss positioning there from Yips was exquisite there, making sure he dragged the trash away from any of the ground effects so that regardless of which direction that guard was pointed, the rest of the team could get in position behind to do that extra crit damage to that mini boss. 8 minutes, 30 seconds on the board as Yips jumps down to gather the remaining trash that Liquid need to complete this map and give themselves a berth in the grand finals to play for their first ever MDI championship. Scourge Lord Tyrannus is all that separates them from that feat.
What is showing here from Liquid in these lower finals? A team that in this constellation is new to this season. They have played in a similar constellation in previous seasons, but never to that high title pedigree. Always been chasing, always been right behind it. But this time around, Liquid is looking like they might be able to do it all. They're on that match point. They're on that final way to get the 2-0 here as they are dealing with the last couple of percentages.
Did Ashine just miss that breath of Eons on the pole? He casted the breath and got stuck on the bones. He did get over the trash though. I just didn't see if the debuff applied. Maybe we're just not showing the
clutch up
debuff.
play, maybe.
Tettles is saying he hit it, so that we'll count it.
Yeah.
It was a little sketchy,
We'll count it.
but we'll count it. The damage is there. It does not look, though, however, like Liquid are going to be able to match their personal best. 10:21 is an absolutely insane timer in this dungeon. Looks like we might be in the 10:30, 10:45 range, though that Lust comes off cooldown in about 10 seconds. It's not going to overlap with any of their major cooldowns. Maybe the Void Metamorphosis will be up by the time they actually get into the Bloodlust. Either way, a 10:21 is not what Liquid need to win this map. They just needed to keep it clean. They just needed to have a good, solid run, and they're going to have just that. Bloodlust is now active. Scourge Lord Tyrannus below 30% HP. Void Meta is active for Cine. And those collapsing stars are going to be sending this boss home, sending Liquid into their first ever speed run MDI grand finals match. And Dignitas is awaiting makes. This is a matchup we've been wanting since the last MDI. Liquid lost out in the final moments of that competition. And we're going to have a rematch of those top two from the last MDI we had.
That rematch is definitely looming on the horizon, and Liquid only continue to get faster and faster. moving them up the ranks from possible contenders to some of the biggest threats in our competition. Their runs still have to be proven against our remaining teams, but with world record runs becoming only too familiar an outcome for Liquid, they seem more than determined to make it all the way to the grand finals. And Mandatory's live feed, on the other hand, it's given us some great vibes, but the vibes weren't enough to bring back this series. They've qualified for BlizzCon. However, the title of Season 1 champions is no longer in reach for them. So give them some love in chat, everybody. But Team Liquid will be the team moving on. I mean, this was a big series, and I think we just saw Mandatory kind of stumble in a big way. So maybe then the focus with Liquid, just kind of bringing into clarity what a powerhouse team this is here, and makes, looking at how they've performed, how do you think Liquid is going to stand up to some of these other matches we know are ahead?
I mean, Dignitas is a beast in their own right. Let me get that out of the way right at the start. That is a team that is scary to meet no matter who stands in front of them. But if Liquid continues to play that we have seen them in these two maps, that we have seen them time and time again throughout these global season finals, then I think there's a chance that they might be able to do what nobody else is expecting here. I think it's still very much heavily Dignitas favored, but there is a chance, there is a slither of hope for NA fans.
I mean, they've made it all the way here. They have secured this final showdown. But of course, in this map, we got to see them play incredibly well too. Maybe not topping their previous time, but let's get a little bit more insight into what we saw from this run with Tettles.
I mean, this is exactly what we talked about at the start of the series. For this map, it was always going to be a Liquid favored map. And weird stuff was happening to Mandatory the first pull. I started out the replay package and I was trying to figure out why Mandatory randomly just procced 20 seconds being behind. I could not figure out for the life of me what exactly went wrong to the point where they just lost so much damage from the DK and the Devour Demon Hunter. But it ended up not mattering as Ryson ended up going down to the Frost Breath from the Drake. Gingy ends up shortly following to the Cold Wraith damage and a couple of wipes to Mandatory. They ended up accumulating, I believe it was 10 deaths over the course of this entire run. And that was basically all she wrote. Liquid was able to finish off the map. They didn't have the fastest run that we've seen from them. Again, like you guys mentioned during the cast, putting up a 10:41. It was still completely respectable. They downed Glacieth, they downed Ikakrik, they downed Scourgelord Tyrannus. And here is the setup now. Liquid, they 2-0'd Mandatory, and now they are going to be moving into the global finals to face up against Dignitas. 16 seconds. That was what separated Liquid from Dignitas last MDI, where Dignitas were able to get the better advantage of it. Dignitas, they've played through the upper bracket. They've basically 2-0'd everybody this entire weekend. Dignitas have been looking unstoppable. For Liquid, they're the hot hand. How are they going to be looking in the finals? It's going to be a very, very close series. And man, okay, actually we have some meters now. This was the damage differential on the first pull of this dungeon, where look at this. Gingy looking like LeBron on the side of Mandatory, but the pull was just so much slower. I think Gingy may have even had to commit a second breath. The difference between 64 and 98 seconds on that first pull is astounding.
Wait a minute. These don't look the same as the damage meters in game. I think hogs are log juicing. This can't be right.
Dude, I wonder if Kush just lost all of his damage. Like, what happened to him? Maybe it could have been a Plunge Talon Gargoyle.
Maybe, yeah.
Maybe.
Interesting.
So
I mean, it's unfortunate. I think, again, we just didn't see the play from Mandatory that we would have expected. But Liquid just continued to rise. They've made it all the way through the lower bracket. They have claimed that spot again now here in the grand finals, and it is going to be a huge one between them and Dignitas. I mean, we have seen our whole season pan out, and this weekend our finals pan out as Tettles officially has put his tie on his head, so it's getting real here. To celebrate, I'm sure, the Liquid victory there. But, they've got to go up against Dignitas. And Zyro, as we consider how this weekend has panned out, can we kind of touch on what's brought us to this point and what we have ahead in this final showdown?
Yeah, this has been a fantastic weekend. I think this is one of the strongest fields we've had in general. The 4 teams that we have today, all of them going to BlizzCon. They're all going to get their own rematches in on the big stage, on the live crowd, live audience stage at Blizz. It's going to be so awesome to see that. Of course, Mandatory will get to go for their revenge. Same for Big Lucky. Can't wait for that. But it's all led to this matchup here, Dignitas Liquid, like Tettles and I have been talking about. This is a matchup that these Liquid players have been waiting for. They want this so bad. They felt like they should have had that great push final in the bag last expansion. They've been wanting to make up for that loss ever since then. And now in the grand finals of season 1 of Midnight, they get the opportunity to try to take down the returning champions in Dignitas. Can they do it? Can Dignitas hold? Can't wait to watch this one.
It's going to be huge and so exciting seeing them come in here from that TGP format last season now to speedrunning, and yet they both look so strong even in this other format with Mythic Plus. It's going to be a huge one, and this is one you all don't want to miss. This is going to be our grand finals of season 1 here in Midnight for the Mythic Dungeon International. Dignitas versus Liquid. We'll give you a few minutes to prepare yourself and to let the teams get ready, but after that, all bets are off. We are going to crown a champion at the end of our next series. every single run has led us to this final series of season 1 in Midnight. It's been one of our most competitive seasons ever, which tells you just how high a level our top 2 teams are playing at. Our final series is Dignitas versus Liquid. Let us know who you think our season 1 champions will be, chat. Meanwhile, I think this is going to be a tough one for us to decide, so I'm very glad, Zyro, that we have an additional cat host on desk once again to help weigh in. I mean, it's going to be a close one. Both of these teams have shown so much strength this season, with Liquid amping up, finding their groove, and really coming out this weekend to blow us away with some phenomenal runs. And then, of course, Dignitas strong from the start, returning champions, and a team that really has been one to beat from the get-go. But has there been any sign of weakness from Dignitas that Liquid can take advantage of? Do you think, Zyro?
Not really. Dignitas has looked like... Okay, Dignitas has looked like we expected Mandatory to look like this weekend, to be honest. They've been the team that's been lights out. They've been the team putting up perfect times pretty much in every single key. I feel like there are some dungeons where Liquid is favored, Pit of Saran being one of them, maybe Nexus Point Sanus being another one of them. But looking at the entire map pool we have available to them, I think Dignitas just looks like the stronger team.
Gosh, I mean, it's definitely going to be, I think, incredibly hard to take them down, because I have to agree with you. Dignitas really have just been strong every weekend. Then Liquid, they've been really, I think, coming out to show everything that they're capable of here for the finals. And of course, they've been waiting for this rematch like we were talking about. They lost last season to Dignitas, formerly Missed Count, but I'm sure they want to try and triumph over them now. So what do you think it would mean to them, Dratnos, if they were able to take it here in this season?
This would be so huge for Team Liquid. This series, 7 maps in our map pool, as it is a best of 5 and 1 map banned per team. So basically the entire season's dungeon pool. This is going to be a marathon. This is really going to test what both teams have excellence-wise in every single dungeon in their kit. It is the Windrunner Spire that is getting banned by Team Liquid here. Dignitas throwing out the Nexus Point Zenith from this pool as well. It would have been the final map in the series as well. Sorry, Dignitas, yeah, throwing that one out there.
Yeah, it feels like a little bit of a flex there just to take the one off the end. And of course, this will be a best of 5 for our grand finals of season 1. Megs, taking a look at what's been banned. I mean, Mysara Caverns first, but there's a lot of other maps to go. So what do you think the teams are going to show us here in our finals?
Okay, I've been already scrambling to compare those 2 teams' timers based on the runs that we have seen from them in this dungeon. And I am kind of like swayed between the 2 of them. So in some maps, like that Magister's Terrace, for example, Dignitas had a really good run on their day 1 with 15:59. But then today they showed us a 17:43 with only a single death differential. So if Liquid is able to get Dignitas to give us their slower run, then they would take this one. On the side of Mysara Caverns, I think it's leaning towards Dignitas as well. And then the Alcathar Academy is more of a toss-up, as we've kind of not really seen some of our teams in here. So we'll have to see how those dungeons shake out. I don't think it's lopsided. I think it will be a really, really close series.
I totally agree. Like, if this had been Liquid, as we saw them in groups, right, where they were kind of trying to still find their footing, then this would be a very different story. But Liquid this weekend, they have been top contenders, and even with what we just saw from their performance, it feels like they are on fire right now. Now, Dignitas, they've been able to sit to rest, to watch the competition, maybe practice if that's what they were feeling like doing, since they landed in the upper bracket and secured this grand final spot early on. But for both of them to come in, I think really it just matters how perfect these runs are going to be, because them to come in, I think really it just matters how perfect these runs are going to be, because anything less than perfect is not going to cut it when the competition is this fierce and you have a rematch that has been a whole season in the making. Absolutely incredible teams here. As we come into our first game, this is Mysara Caverns, Dignitas versus Team Liquid. Whoever takes it will be 1 point ahead in this battle for the crown. And at the end, a huge difference because the winner walks away with 40K for that first place, while the loser will only get half of that at 20K. So crown, glory, and prizes on the line. Who is going to emerge the victor from this series, starting here with game one, Mysara Cavern Stratnos?
All right, the Mysara Caverns. We know that in this dungeon, Team Liquid have a little bit of a different approach than a lot of the other teams have opted to use in here. So going to be interesting to see how Dignitas choose to attack this as well. Both teams spawning in with, it looks like, the same composition, okay, as expected there. And the big pull to get underway here, that first opportunity to use a Bloodlust. Although Liquid typically have been holding this for the boss, and they've just been rushing to that first boss as quickly as possible. Dignitas going to just be sending that Lust right now on this huge pull.
Yeah,
Liquid as well.
Yeah, Liquid made a change on their second run of this weekend where they just moved the Lust of the first pull and opted to go for lusting the trash on the last boss instead of lusting the damage amp, because they lose half the lust if you lust the damage amp. It seems a little weird to do that. So it's good that they made that change. The overall strategy for them has not really changed. They still pull trash on top of the boss, now doing it without lust, which is definitely more dangerous. The thing that I'm curious of, Dratnos, is are we going to see any strat changes between the two teams from what we saw from Big Lucky earlier today? They looked like they had the fastest route in this key, and they did end up having the fastest time this weekend, netting them 6 seconds faster than the best run we saw from Dignitas. Looks like that's not going to be the case, though, as Dignitas is not changing their strategy. They will be going for the more standard second trash pull on the left side here before heading down to the first boss.
Yeah, it is absolutely worth noting that Dignitas have been resting. They have been here for hours from the upper bracket where they won earlier today, whereas Liquid have fought a grueling path through the lower bracket to get here. Cine on a shift, free a prisoner from upstairs, Wernstone back plan. That is how Liquid secure that 8th and final prisoner that they need to activate the boss. Very cool movement from the team there, facilitating this strategy of just getting into boss combat as quickly as possible. I feel like I like Liquid's strategy in theory, but then I look at the timer of teams like Dignitas and Big Lucky being better than them in this dungeon, and that makes me think that maybe it's the invisible benefit of freeing that spirit and getting to leverage its damage on the second boss that is just making up so much time, even though this route looks so good in terms of just how quickly it pulls the first boss.
Yeah, I mean, that was the major difference, right? Like when we were looking at that matchup, the Big Lucky versus Liquid matchup in the second match of the day today, when they played this dungeon, Big Lucky was almost a minute faster in the entire dungeon. In almost all of that time came from the second boss split. Yes, Liquid does do an extra trash pull after that altar area where you unlock that spirit RP, but the split was just straight out a minute faster, and it's not like Big Lucky was losing out on trash count. They just went a little bit bigger with their pulls. They removed an entire trash pull from the dungeon compared to Liquid. So, yeah, Liquid has an interesting strategy. They cooked up something here. I think this one just might be a little bit burnt, but something that has to be said about the Liquid strategy. They've been consistent with it. When you go a little too big with your pulls, there's more opportunity for volatility. There's more opportunity for deaths, and that's something Liquid really hasn't had a problem with in this dungeon. So we need to keep an eye on Dignitas here. Can they stay clean with their pulls? Good news for Dignitas fans is they've been clean all weekend long with their pulls and their routes. They've looked pretty much unbeatable so far.
Yeah, they have been looking unstoppable. The juggernaut that was mandatory from Group A with those 0 deaths across the entire weekend, that is now what Dignitas are looking like. They are just completely implacable in the face of some of the best competition in the world. They are now in combat with the boss as well. About 40% HP slower on the boss right now, but that is to be expected given the difference in strategy. The benefit that they do get is that extra 10% trash count, which is going to facilitate a cleaner movement through the next part of the dungeon. It's going to let them bring that spirit onto the second boss, which should translate into a lot of DPS. Will it be enough to let them catch all the way up to Liquid, though, as Liquid are already nearly done with this boss?
I think one of the other things to keep an eye on with this matchup, Dratnos, we've been talking about how Liquid has been able to gain advantages over their competition, Big Lucky notably, but even Mandatory, they were showcasing this as well, as they were able to do just more boss damage. They were able to get the most out of their characters in every situation possible against Dignitas. That's not really going to be the case. At best, they're going to be even. Dignitas has been a team, back to the missed count days, where we have been praising their individual character play as being the best individual play we've ever seen. They are so good at eking out the maximum amount of DPS from their characters. Hearthjax, especially when he's on these casters, is so good. Yarki has been defining the meta for DPS classes for seasons now. Kira on the tanks has just been teaching people how to play the game properly for so long. He has been an absolute rock for this team in the tank position. There's really no individual advantages that either of the teams have over each other player-wise. It's pretty much just all going to come down to strat and execution.
Yeah, players like Hearthjax really make me mad because you see them for years as these like mage one tricks. They're doing so well on these specs, and then an MDI season comes around and all of a sudden he's just playing Devourer and all these maps and looking phenomenal at it as well, looking like he's been playing Devourer for years, even though of course it is new this season. So yeah, really upsets me that there are people that are this good at World of Warcraft, but Hearthjax certainly one of them.
Yeah, and I mean, we're seeing the difference in strategies here. Liquid does get past the boss first. They're about 50 seconds ahead on the boss split, but the count differential is pretty insane. Liquid, now dealing with this trash pool, are only catching up to the count that Dignitas have already amassed for themselves, and because of that, we know Liquid now have to go gather together an entire extra trash pool. The net result of this is the fact that they are not going to get this spirit onto Vordaza. They do have to also do a Shadow Meld skip on this defender, another potential possibility for mistake, but the Shadow Meld is clean for Liquid. They will not get an extra defender into this pull that they gather. But another result of this pull, Dratnos, the fact that they're pulling all of these skirmishes together and they have that Blood Elf from Zazevi to dispel all of them, it means they pretty much have to commit defensives plus major group cooldowns to this pull. So AMZ, Darkness, every personal being used when they pop these shields mean that if there's something that goes wrong on the Vordaza pull, they're not going to have any of those available.
Ooh, I like how they use some single target dispels on the way here, just getting a couple of those shields gone while everybody is full health on the run. And then they will hit the Blood Elf here inside an AMZ and potentially a Darkness. There's the Zephyr as well coming down. Blood Elf Racial going to clear the remainder of those shields. And everybody's health just looks completely stable here for Liquid. That is a bunch of free damage they've dealt. Unfortunately, a Shrink Cast channeling for a little while there, so that is reducing their damage effectiveness. And now Dignitas are the team that is making their way to the boss. Hearthjax running down here so quickly as well, hitting that meld, and actually going to run forward and through and grab some of the trash potentially from the other side of the boss room so they can have it on pull instead of needing to grab it mid-boss fight as teams typically do. AJ also running back up the stairs. Ooh, I love this. If you roll properly and jump at the perfect time, as you can see AJ showing off masterfully there with the lighter than air talent on Monk, you can actually just like fly through the air for pretty incredible distances and maintain that speed for quite a while. So really good movement through the dungeon from Dignitas. That's going to mean they're pulling the boss first, and they are the team that is pulling the boss with that spirit on their side as well. Liquid getting into boss combat too, but I feel like Dignitas are just going to melt this boss.
Yeah, they have all of the damage available. And because of the pull that Liquid just did, the cooldowns from their players are not active here. Look at the light ups on the side of the teams. Void Meta active. Army pressed 30 seconds ago on boss pull for Dignitas. Liquid only just now getting to that Void Meta on the boss. In the Army only just now being popped. They pulled the boss maybe 5 seconds later, but in the window of boss combat here in the first 35 seconds, Dignitas has opened up a 30% gap on the boss. They also still have that spirit chipping away on the boss, providing that damage amp for the team. This boss is going to be so much lower by the time we get to the first shield. After this unmake, that first necrotic convergence is going to come out for Vordaza. Dignitas is going to have the boss at about 40% HP here. Liquid's boss is not going to be anywhere near that mark.
No, it is not. Dignitas have pulled ahead here. That count in their favor. The boss HP in their favor. Lust going to be available at the same time for both teams as well. The next necrotic convergence now happening for Liquid as well. So boss gaining a huge shield, while Dignitas have already chewed through that and are now working on the final couple of percentage points of the boss's HP. The one saving grace here for Liquid is it looks like they are now, during this convergence, going to be able to gather a little bit more count than Dignitas. So this is what is going to mean that they won't have to kill off the bound defender on the last boss fight and can instead allow it to reset. during that intermission channel. So they might get to deal a little bit more boss damage as a result. Is it going to be enough to make up the now 30% boss HP gap that Dignitas have opened? I suspect not, but there is still a lot of time left in this map. Although the light at the end of the tunnel is very rapidly approaching.
Well, the worry for me with Liquid is with how low their boss damage is, they might get a second Necrotic Conversion, Stratos. That timer is not far away for them. They do have the army active right now, just was popped, so they're going to have a big amount of burst damage from the Unholy DK. But the problem with this press, even if they beat the Necrotic Convergence, they're now not going to have that cooldown for the big trash pull onto the final boss, Stratos. The cooldown allocation just does not seem efficient here for Liquid.
No, it does not. This cooldown definitely is worrying here. The cooldown situation, rather, between the two teams. If you are a Liquid fan, Dignitas, though, charging it towards the end of the dungeon. If you're a Dignitas fan, you've got to be very, very happy to see how quickly and how flawlessly they are once again navigating this map. This has been the story of Dignitas all weekend. These clean, zero-death runs, these pulls just being executed instantly, wasting no time, getting in position, every single move being executed like clockwork here. Dignitas finishing off that drummer, moving over to the side here. They are going to wait a little while here just to facilitate the mobs grouping up, line of sighting nicely. This is a prerequisite of their strategy because they do need to kill the defenders before the boss intermission. They actually do need to wait a little while more, although as I say that, I'm looking now. Are we in combat? Yeah, okay, yes. So those defenders are running up, and they do need to make sure that they will kill this defender so that they can get access to full count. Whereas Liquid, on the other hand, don't need to kill the defender. I think they are in combat with one. It will join this fight eventually, but they don't need to actually kill it because they have extra count already.
Yeah, a little bit of extra movement required there from Liquid because they opt to not line of sight around the corner. So they run to the edge of the room, let the casters funnel in, and then pull the boss plus skirmishers back on top of these casters. But they have the trash on top of the boss now. Dignitas still in the driver's seat, though. The cooldowns, once again, were just not set and prepared on time for Liquid. By the time the boss was pulled, Dignitas had the Void Meta ready. They had the Army DT waiting in the wings. They were ready to push it there. Liquid didn't have the Void Meta on the boss on the pull, and now the death sets them even further behind. 15 seconds of death timer added to the timer for Liquid. They do not have time left to give. Dignitas done with their trash. That final defender goes down, gives them 100% count, and they're entering the intermission phase, Dratnos.
Indeed they are. This was going to be an uphill battle for Liquid, no matter how you sliced it. They came into the boss a little bit behind, but with that death, it goes from being an uphill climb to being an up mountain climb that Liquid will need to scale in order to catch up to Dignitas here. And I just don't think Dignitas are going to give them that opening. They have their damage amps. They are blasting damage into the boss right now. They are going to kill this thing, I think, before this Soul Expulsion cast even finishes. Their DPS here is phenomenal. Another collapsing star coming in just a second here as well. It's going to take another 2% directly off the boss's health bar. 5% left for Dignitas as they show no signs of stopping. The boss goes down before the cast even finishes, and Dignitas go up 1-0.
That is really a mountain to climb, as you put it. I mean, you got to get the equipment ready because Dignitas are going to leave you all the way down in the foothills. They scaled this mountain, climbed to the peak, and have emerged with the first point in our Grand Finals series. Dignitas just are so incredibly strong. And of course, they weren't always exactly this team that we've seen now. They've grown a lot over the seasons to become exactly this powerhouse, this team to beat that we've been able to witness last season and this season. So, I mean, looking at it, I mean, it's been very interesting. But Zyro, how do you think that this run has kind of shown the ways that Dignitas has improved?
Well, they set another world record. They beat their own time by another 15 seconds. So, well, that says enough in its own right. Two of their players also taking 0 avoidable damage. AJ and Verb just playing a perfect dungeon. Also, Yargi and Hearthjacks only took like 1 tick of avoidable damage the entire key. They're playing literally this was almost a perfect key from them. I'm going to call it a
that is an absurd avoidable damage graph.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Aside from Kira, who's the tank, which, you know, the tank, it says avoidable damage, but as a tank, it's correct to take the avoidable damage a lot of the time because it doesn't actually threaten you and you want to be standing in the right spot. So the other 4 players only taking a combined 350k avoidable damage. That's not even enough damage to kill one player if it happened all at once on one player. And that was the total damage they took across the whole team, across the whole dungeon.
It's amazing to see. I mean, they used to be this team that had this incredible promise, but just had these mistakes. And with the practice, with the focus, with what we've seen, they have become a team that it feels like mistakes, you don't expect them at all, because the way they run is just, like you said, almost purely perfect. But we'll get some more details on this from another perspective here with Makes, who is over on the analyst desk.
That's right. I have a couple of details for you here. We're going to be starting off with, of course, the start of our dungeon. Both teams doing basically the same thing here. That is where their routes diverge. So in case you haven't been paying close attention, Dignitas goes on, plays the second pack, whereas Liquid on the right-hand side, they do stuff like this. So Cine goes up, takes the back door into this hut to deal with this prisoner, then ports on back over to a Shine who has sleepwalked, caged the other mobs to be able to get to that prisoner, which allows them to go into the boss really quickly. And that is cool. But on the other side, Dignitas is getting a lot of count value from this early area. And they are also getting into this boss. But look at how much count they're carrying and how much count Liquid has right now. So while it looks like Liquid is taking the lead at the very first boss, it is not really that big of a gap just yet because of that extra count that Dignitas is getting there. Now, the way Liquid is planning to make up for that is pulls like this one, where you're going to be seeing them stack everything together, use Darkness, use AMZ, and then use that Arcane Torrent from the Blood Elf racial that they can just melt these shields to really get through these packs quicker. The Dignitas doesn't need to do that. They're just bursting these shields on their own onto Cleave as they arrive at Daza with perfect lineup. So not only did they take basically zero unavoidable or avoidable damage, they also have perfect timing on all of their offensive cooldowns. Here, once again, you know they're about to burst those shields. They're also just going to use that Darkness and that AMZ, but they don't need that Arcane Torrent. They're just going to tank it to the face, burst these shields, and get out of here as quick as possible. Now, while that series was going on, and I will take blame for this, because I was thinking it is so nice to have a series where both teams are deathless, and right as that thought has escaped my brain, Cine went down, so I will take personal responsibility for that. I haven't even said it. I didn't even get that far. But I was
right there,
mentally noting it to put it into my recap for this analyst segment. And just in that moment, Cine dies. So hopefully we'll get it in the next matchup.
Well, makes no thinking in the next matchup at all. Please and thank you. And, you know, honestly, it happens. Whether or not they're cast or cursed, sometimes mistakes just come in. And we didn't even get a chance to give our predictions at the start of the series. All of you, yours in chat, are going to have to stand for us because the teams were so ready to get into this rematch, so ready to face off that they couldn't wait a second longer. While chat's been leaning towards Dignitas, I think we can kind of see why. Now, our next map we are coming up on is this Magister's Terrace. This is one where, again, we have a bit more leeway with the best of 5, so it's not a make or break, but it certainly could give a big advantage to Dignitas if they take it. So, Dratnos, looking at Magister's Terrace, what do we think we need to see from Liquid to be able to keep up and even out the score?
Yeah, this worries me a little bit as a supporter of Team Liquid. By default, I'm a little worried about this map pool because Magister's Terrace is one that Dignitas have looked strong in, even back to their group weekend. It was a dungeon where they showed up back when we had the spec variety rule instead of the map ban rule in those weekends. They showed up there with an off-meta composition with the Vengeance Demon Hunter, and they were running routes that were faster than a lot of the teams were on the full meta composition. So now they're here. I feel like this is a really optimized dungeon for Dignitas.
Okay, Dignitas have an advantage, but Zyra, do you think that eliminates Liquid from the running?
Certainly not. We saw a run from Dignitas earlier today where things actually went wrong. They do some interesting strats in the middle of the dungeon to try to remove a Runic Spellbreaker from their big Serenal Sunlash pull. That went wrong for them against Mandatory, ended up costing them somewhere in the realm of a minute and a half. That's more than enough of a leeway for Liquid to get back into the dungeon. As a matter of fact, Dignitas would have lost that key if Mandatory didn't have that insane wipe happen to them on Canatron Custros, that's the name of that boss.
Got it.
Dignitas need to keep it clean, for sure. The good news for Liquid fans is Liquid has been looking incredible. Even though they had that death in Mysara Caverns, that run was still 15 seconds faster than their previous best. They could have put up like a very respectable 1240 in that run without the death. So they're playing incredibly well. They're making Dignitas play their best. I do agree with Dratnos, though. If Dignitas put up their best run in this dungeon, Liquid's just looks to be a little bit slower.
Liquid better be hoping that some mistakes happen or that those big pulls and big stretch Dignitas has been pulling off flawlessly have some hiccups in the mix. But as it is, game 2, this will be one that Dignitas can either take and lead their way into a deciding match to clean sweep this initial grand finals, or Team Liquid, if they get the point here, they can even out the score, they can stay fighting, and they can stay in the running to becoming our Season 1 champions. Now, Dignitas versus Liquid, this point goes a long way to bringing either one of them closer to the fight. Here we go, Dratnos.
All righty, we get underway, and already the team's in combat with this first pull. A little bit of a sort of an appetizer for this dungeon. You have to fight this pack all by itself, and it's a lot smaller than the pulls that the MDI teams are capable of. So not a lot of danger here, although already some important damage optimization. And then this is followed by some similar pulls where, again, the focus is just on hitting the target that is required to actually open up the doors, right? So in this next pull, it's going to be that big Pyromancer down at the bottom of the library that the teams will be focusing on in this next area.
Focus damage a little bit better for Liquid here as the trash pack goes down maybe 5 seconds faster for Liquid compared to Dignitas. That is a massive margin when you're comparing these two teams, though, because the best potential runs for these teams over the course of the entire dungeon are only somewhere in the realm of 15 to 20 seconds. So 5 seconds on the first pull alone is quite crazy. Can the teams keep it up, though? Pyromancer pulled yet another mob blocking the next wall. But after this mob, Dratnos, the dungeon starts to open up.
Absolutely, yeah. This is where things are going to start to get crazy here for both teams. First, though, it is that one Pyromancer marked with a skull for Dignitas, and it looks like potentially unmarked for, oh no, it's got a diamond on the side of Team Liquid. That is the mob that both teams are focusing their damage into. That is the mob that opens the path into the rest of the dungeon. Liquid slightly faster on the very first pull of the dungeon, but it does look like Dignitas have the ever so slightest edge on Blazing Pyromancer damage, and indeed, down it goes for, oh my goodness, for both teams in the exact same millisecond.
Well, part of the reason they might have the better focus damage, Dratnos, is once again, they're back on the Eldrachi Reaver Havoc Demon Hunter. They've got that focus damage back in the comp here. This seems to be the play for Dignitas. It's the funnel damage of that class versus the raw AoE damage output of the Devourer Demon Hunter on Liquid. Let's see what the play is as the poll starts to get gathered onto Arcanatron Custos for both of the teams. Senny does not have the Void meta available yet for this poll. We'll take a couple of Void Rays to get into that, but the damage is available on pull for Dignitas in the Bloodlust, and they are absolutely blasting this boss.
Dignitas using that Lust now, whereas Liquid holding on to Bloodlust, saving it for that massive pull that comes right after this one. So we do expect Dignitas to get an advantage on this boss split. I didn't expect it to be quite this much of an advantage, though, on boss damage. Look at this. They've dealt more than 3 times as much damage to this boss than Liquid have here as a result of this Lust and getting in combat more quickly and using all of their cooldowns so effectively. Liquid, though, do have a Breath of Eons popping. They do have a Void meta that has just begun. They might be able to shrink this gap, but I don't think they're going to have any hope of closing it, especially because they are holding on to that Lust.
I mean, it was just really bad prep on the Void meta. They didn't have Void meta for the first 20 seconds of the boss. Look at the damage meters here for the teams. It's just been an incredible blast of AoE damage for Dignitas. They shredded through that with the Lust in the course of 20 seconds. Liquid still has that Sentry available at a ton of HP where it's going down for Dignitas roughly at the same time of the boss due to the funnel damage from the Havoc Demon Hunter. Liquid are going to have to make up a ton of time on the hallway pull, or they're going to have to hope that Dignitas messes up that skip. But let's keep an eye on that as Dignitas starts to set that up in just a moment here. Keep an eye on Kira. He is the crux of the skip. once the boss goes down. We'll have to keep an eye on whether or not they play this safe. Going to be moving ahead here now. That first Runic Spellbreaker, this is the crux of the pull. Double CC onto the Enforcer plus the Magister. They need to make sure Kira gets in combat and only Kira alone. Kira now Wernstones to the group, Shadow Melds to get out of combat, and it looks like this time around Dratnos, they've got the skip off. They are not going to have that third Spellbreaker. They'll be able to go all the way to the end of the hallway and pull this all together.
Indeed, they are. Dignitas, a couple of mobs CC'd at the front of that hallway. Another Breath of Eons comes out for them. So they are going to need to get through these mobs. And Zyro, we talk about this pack. I don't think we've talked about just how deadly it is for these players as well. This is a plus 19 key, and they are fighting all of these rune spellbreakers. Look at the debuffs on the player frames there as they start to get those runic glaives debuffs. Verb had 2 of them, but they are now expired. But as soon as we get to that next set, now Verb and Hearthjax both have one of them. It's going to be the Life Cocoon to keep Verb alive. Yargi now has one as well. Hearthjax inside that meta, a lot of free leech and defensiveness, and then Yargi indestructible on that Unholy Death Knight. So Verb needed that Life Cocoon, but everybody else pretty durable against it. Meanwhile, Liquid grabbing this big pull, grabbing some worms as well. Shifting through is Cine, and they have that Lust available as they're going to be grabbing a bunch of trash and using this Lust to try and catch back up. But Dignitas are already in combat with the boss.
They're just already on the boss, and the delayed Lust here for Liquid means the second Lust timing is going to be much less than ideal. We know this dungeon is about a 16 and a half minute dungeon when all is said and done. That second Lust will need to be pressed pretty much essentially on cooldown if that's the window it's going to be in. They're just so far behind right now, Dratnos. They're gathering the pull now. Scary moment here as the worms start to pop and do AoE damage to the group, but that's what the AMZ Darkness combo is saved for. Personals once again lighting them up across the board in order to make sure they don't die to that pull. They've done a good job of making sure they focus down the far 2 Spellbreakers as well in order to spawn the boss as quickly as possible, but they're just so far behind. This does not seem like it was worth it for Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, their entire strategy was predicated on getting into this boss faster. I will note there is one final advantage to the strat for Liquid, which is they get to roll the last few seconds of this Lust into the boss. So that will help them get this boss killed in likely a shorter combat time. But it feels like Dignitas's benefits of just doing the first boss faster, doing the trash pull, getting into combat with this boss faster is going to add up to a lot more. Not to mention that Dignitas's Lust will come up sooner, although I don't think that is going to matter too much because I do think both teams are still going to get a great second Lust.
Yeah, I mean, still big pulls to come in the key, but Dignitas is showing why they are our returning champions right now in a format that they themselves is described as not being their favorite. They all vastly prefer the key pushing format of the TGP that we've been playing for the last few seasons, but they seem so well attuned to this format. They're so good at min-maxing their characters in every single one of these big pulls, and they're well poised to take a very strong 2-0 lead in this series. The Gemilus pull looms ahead, though, as Sunlash starts to drop low for them. The 40% boss advantage is the lead that they've amassed for themselves. And again, Dratnos, they're deathless in this dungeon.
They are looking so good. They are deathless in this dungeon. They are deathless in this series. They're deathless as far back as I can remember as well. I guess there was that one that I can now remember, but when I said it, I didn't remember it, so it doesn't count as that boss is about to go down now for Dignitas. Liquid, on the other hand, still have 35% HP to get through on this boss, so that is the size of the lead for Dignitas. Liquid, a saving grace is they do have 2% extra enemy forces count, but it is a thin silver lining, if any, for Liquid.
Keep an eye on Verb here. Running ahead from
this is probably the entirety of that count is this sleepwalk right here. Watch this. Verb is going to go over, getting that spatial paradox, using the sleepwalk on one of the Hollow Soul shredders that lives over in that side pavilion. And it's now going to walk on over and be ready for Kira to pick it up alongside this Void Terror patrol, an extra bonus enemy that will give them a little bit of extra bonus count. And that should resolve the difference between the two teams. Kira grabbing a bunch of Hearthjacks, drops some 10% HP to an auto attack there, is able to survive though, but that could have been the first major blemish on Dignitas's record in this series.
Well, it's not over yet, Dradnos, as the Gymnalist poll is now gathered. Lots of unavoidable damage from these Tyrants, from these Void Callers. Keep an eye on the HP bar of Kira. He is under the most threat here in Incarn, happily thrashing away, almost unkillable while that cooldown is up. But when it drops, he could go down. Still has the Bark, still has the SI charges available. We've noticed in this dungeon, he likes holding on to those SI charges for a long time, doesn't press them unless he absolutely has to. For the time being, he is a brick wall not going down for the team. But once those cooldowns run out, could be in danger. Great amounts of AoE CC and interrupts used to make sure not a single fear cast goes off, and it looks like they're going to be able to go through all of those cooldowns before they have to actually even worry about individually kicking those casts.
Yeah, they are looking like they have this completely on lockdown as the last couple of mobs getting gripped in for Liquid now. Dignitas going to be sending AJ on a little mission to grab a tiny bit more trash as Gemellis is pulled by Kira. Pulling it a little bit over to the side, although not all the way into the wall, is going to mean that these first couple of Gemelli will stay stacked up a little bit, although they're already heading in divergent directions. You can see Kira's trying to position the primary boss such that they can get good cleave here. That is going to help Hearthjax again with that Aldrachi Havoc funnel damage, something that we talked about a little bit at the start of this map, but it is worth mentioning. A major strategic divergence between the two teams is the flavor of Demon Hunter that they are using. This boss in particular is excellent for Aldrachi Havoc, as you basically always have these extra targets that you can use to generate that wounded quarry damage onto the boss itself.
Oh my god, Dratnos, look at Kira's cooldown manager. He actually used a charge of SI. What? Last time you and I casted a Magister's Terrace together, I think Kira was sitting on 2 charges of SI for like the last 5 minutes of the dungeon. The fact that at some point he felt like he was in danger enough to actually press that button shows, oh man, these pulls are absolutely brutal for him. Incarn back active now, will not need to use one of those charges anytime soon, probably even just using it for damage here. Got to press that on cooldown as quickly as possible. Look at the gap, though. Dignitas have maintained over the course of the dungeon here, though. Still 30% ahead on the boss here. Liquid doing a great job of keeping it close, but Dignitas still in the driver's seat. That entire Bloodlust strategy that Liquid was going for in the Serenal Sun last room, Dratnos, it only netted them 10 seconds back of the entire minute that they seeded from not lusting Arcanatron Custos. That just does not seem like it's worth it time-wise in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, I mean, as a North American resident, the map is hard for me, but it does seem like 10 seconds is somewhat less than 1 minute. So we'll have to see if Liquid are able to run the numbers on that one as well as our North American representatives here. Never mind the fact that 4 of them are playing from Europe. That's we ignore that. Actually, we'll count them as a European team if they end up losing this series, which
perfect.
Right now things are looking tough for Liquid, but it is still a best of 5, and this map is certainly not over yet either. Liquid are on 0 deaths as well. They are really close here. They are about 34% of the boss behind Dignitas. Dignitas do have that boss taken care of. Kira now walking up the stairs. It is 1 big pull and 1 boss that is in their future, and then the dungeon will be over. So not a whole lot of time left if you are a Liquid fan. We're approaching that point where Liquid won't be able to close the gap purely through their own gameplay. They're going to need something to go wrong for Dignitas, and if your strategy ever involves something going wrong for Dignitas, you might be waiting a long time.
This is the final pull for Dignitas. This is where they get the remainder of their count from. 1 final pull. Dratnos, the Bloodlust is available for them. They could press it on this pull. This is the scariest pull in the dungeon remaining for them. It's the only pull in the dungeon remaining for them. But they're not using the Lust. They're saving it for boss damage. They want to let their Havoc Demon Hunter have fun with mass funnel on top of the boss. The only thing they're worried about in this pull here is just killing off this Void Caller. Personals, Darkness expended to counteract that Consuming Shadows damage. Tons of Void Waves going off, but interrupts being expended to make sure not a single AoE fear goes off. Dignitas is just perfect once again on this pull.
Yeah, Dignitas are looking incredible here. That pull nearly done for them at the bottom of the stairs. Low HP bars on all of the enemies. Couple of Terror Wave casts interrupted right at the start of those casts. Kira, once again, 2 charges of Survival Instincts available. No need to press them here. It's a very interesting style difference between Kira and Yips, because you can see Yips actually has both of those on cooldown. tanks treat their defensive cooldowns a little bit differently. Broadly, they can fall into two categories. There's the ones that you press in sort of planned moments or just on CD whenever you're facing any sort of danger. Barkskin for Bear Druids almost always falls into that category due to its short cooldown. But something like Survival Instincts is a little bit more situational. It depends on your preference as a tank. Some tanks like to plan out and budget those. Yips, for instance, has a lot of pulls where he'll just press that SI charge every single time. Kira, on the other hand, likes to hold that Survival Instincts and use it as a discretionary defensive. It means that you don't get that value if the run is going perfectly. But on the other hand, if the run's going perfectly, then the run's going perfectly. That's great. It doesn't matter that you didn't press it, right? It does mean you have to figure out ways to survive those pulls without using it. It looks like Kira here is going to start actually pressing them as he's realized that the pack is almost dead. He's not going to need it after these ads die, so may as well just press both of those SI charges now.
Here we are, both teams on to Gentrius here, a 20% advantage for Dignitas. Both teams perfect in this dungeon, both teams deathless here. It is just the strategy that has given Dignitas the advantage that they have amassed for themselves. Can Liquid somehow find a way to make up the gap here? It's going to be difficult as Dignitas has gotten to that second Bloodlust. They've pressed the button. They even had a window where they could have pressed it 2 minutes earlier in the key because of how early they pressed it. Liquid delayed the Lust so late to where the second is not even available in combat with the final boss. They might not even get a full 40 seconds of that second Bloodlust if they're able to complete the dungeon. Dignitas, though, opening up the gap even further, 35% ahead on the boss. They don't look like they're giving any concessions to Liquid here.
Yeah, Dignitas are just absolutely melting the boss here. 25% the remaining HP on it, 60% still for Liquid. And if you're Liquid watching this back, you're watching your run, you're like, hey, hang on, our run was good. Everything was great. We had 0 deaths. Our strategy worked out. And yet somehow every single split, Dignitas just pulling a little further ahead. Although actually, if you look at the splits at the bottom, Dignitas actually did lose time on bosses 2 and 3. It's all about that boss 1 split where they made up that huge time lead. 12% left on the boss. Dignitas charging towards that finish line.
Dignitas is once again setting a world record in a key that they already had the world record they set in earlier this weekend. It was a 16-minute flat timer. Liquid's previous best was a 16:28. They're going to feel good about beating their best, but it's not going to be good enough to take the map as Dignitas once again breaks their own world record and puts themselves on championship point.
Dignitas were already our champions from last season, but they came into this season like they had something to prove, to hold on to that crown and to leave their mark not just as one-time champions, but as long-running victorious champions, and they are showing that. Impressive runs, world records, and more coming from Dignitas. Now, of course, this is their second point in our best of 5, so this puts them at a big advantage looking ahead. But as we contemplate what happened here on this map, we have to acknowledge that this was a clean run from both teams. It was even brought up by Dratnos and Zyro as they were going through, but Dignitas gained a wider margin as they went through this map. So what about Dignitas' strategy contributed the most to that time difference gap between them, do you think, Dratnos?
Yeah, I do think it is all about that boss 1 split. Dignitas just able to get through there so quickly, using that lust to its absolute fullest. Look at the avoidable damage for Dignitas. It's even better than the Mysara Caverns. 0 avoidable damage on an Unholy Death Knight. Not something I've ever seen before, as they are sort of like tanks in that they can usually ignore it. And then we've also got 0 on Verb and AJ. Hearthjacks griefing, taking a full 101k avoidable damage there for Dignitas. Going to be getting a lot of flame from his team for that one. And then, of course, Kira is a tank. That one doesn't count either.
This is so impressive. I mean, Makes, you already were like exclaiming, but I mean, this is such a good run, even for you to be watching, I'm sure, on our strategy analyst desk.
Dude, I mean, this Dignitas team, check them, PC. They are not normally. This is insane what we've been seeing from them. And the fact that time and time again, they get to show up on these screens with like 0 avoidable damage across 3 players in their team. And the one player that's not a tank that has avoidable damage is 100k. That is so ridiculous. I cannot quantify, I cannot put into words how ridiculous that is, given that they are in a high-stakes speed-running tournament. But let's take a look together to see how it all came to be. So, of course, a big differing factor that you guys were talking about is the approach with Lust in this dungeon. Dignitas electing to Lust here. I really like this Lust because you get the Arcane Infusion stacks, and that just makes this Lust so much more valuable because you stack that damage amp onto damage amp onto damage amp. The next pull is of similar idea. So Yargi here drains this first crystal, then walks all the way down, drains the second crystal as well. That allows him to get a 20 stack, which then makes dealing with these spell breakers just a little bit easier for his team as he gets that 20% damage increase. Liquid is doing something similar, but this is where they Lust. So they're using Lust here, and instead of putting a 20 stack on a single player, they're putting 10 and 10 onto Cine and Wolf Disco just to kind of even it out and make sure they have a lot of damage available to them in this AoE scenario that then once again overlays with Bloodlust, right? They multiply. But I just feel like the Arcanatron Lust is even better because you get the 20 stack on everybody in the team rather than just 10 on 2 players. So I really prefer that Lust. But I also wanted to show this line of sight here one more time because that's a really cool key part in their strategy. They wait out the Void Terrors, interrupt them, and then start running. And because they are slow mobs, they cast on that staircase, and that allows the team a line of sight and then not need to worry about that interrupt for a couple seconds more. There's a lot more finicky things in that breakdown, but we were already running over time here as Dignitas has claimed a second map, and I believe for a current match point.
We are. This is the determining map. I mean, Liquid, they can reverse sweep, they can come back, but Dignitas, if they take it here and now, they take it all. They take that $40,000 prize pool, the medals, and the title of Season 1 champions. But there is a map that will make or break. Algathar Academy coming up at this plus 19. Zyra, this is going to be a big one for them. And this is also a map that we kind of talked about as being one that maybe we hadn't seen quite as much from with these two teams. Is that right?
Yeah, Liquid just played it in the elimination match against Mandatory. They had a great run in there, but they were slower in dungeon progression than Mandatory. Mandatory had 2 deaths on the first pull, even losing out on a Void meta for close to a minute because Kush had to run back from the entrance of the dungeon, and Mandatory still finished the dungeon first, but lost on death timers. So Liquid don't have the fastest Algathar Academy. Dignitas, if their Algathar Academy is anywhere near as good as these other dungeons they've been playing, I feel like they are favored to play this dungeon. You have to wonder what the Liquid players are like going through in their minds right now. Both dungeons they've played have been the best. They played those dungeons all weekend. They've been deathless dungeons. They've been the fastest strategies they've put together. And they're still losing. Dignitas is just playing literally perfectly right now, except for Hearthjax. He stubbed his toe in that Magister's Terrace and took like 100k damage or something. A little unfortunate. But like, dude, what do you do when the team you're playing against has no deaths, is playing faster strategies, is doing more damage? You can't do anything. Like, you just kind of have to hope they make mistakes. This is ridiculous gameplay from Dignitas.
This is definitely something that I think is so intimidating. Dratnos, I don't know if you have any thoughts. That mental, when you're kind of going, okay, well, we're playing about as well as we have, and that's still not enough. I mean, how do you think the teams just try to focus in? What do you do in these kinds of situations when you're looking at this behemoth like we're seeing with Dignitas?
I'm not worried for Liquid. I think that they're going to be capable of spinning this thing around and getting an easy, clean reverse sweep here.
Okay.
If you look at like the Race to World First, there was a period of time where Liquid were down like 20 in a row on the Race to World First, and you know what they did? They came back and they've won the majority since then. I think they're going to see the exact same thing happening here. I think this is going to be a clean 3-2 for Liquid.
You know what, Trados? I love the energy. I love that you're manifesting. I love that you're going for it. Because, look, you're right. The chips are down, but they can always make a comeback. Now, a Race to World First is certainly almost kind of the same thing as a Race to Dungeon First. And Dignitas, I think there's maybe some kind of theoretical weakness that could exist that Team Liquid could take advantage of. But either way, Liquid is going to have to hope that there is, or they're going to have to pull this out because this is match point. If Dignitas takes this, they take the crown and become our Season 1 Midnight champions. Liquid have a chance here and now to stop them, but they are going to have to play out of their minds, Zyro.
This is the first time we're seeing the Algathar this weekend from Dignitas. What do they have in store? We're already seeing Hearthjax once again going back to the Havoc Demon Hunter. They love the funnel damage. They love the Eldrachi Reaver. Both teams going for a skip past this bridge pack here. You can see our Evokers stationed on the side to Wurnstone back to the group once the Shadow Melds go off, and we're into this first pull.
Indeed, we are very first pull of the dungeon underway for both teams. Dignitas getting in position a little bit more quickly here. Yips hitting the Moonkin form Algathar puzzle box combo there for massive damage. One of the only ways that Algathar puzzle box and Moonkin form is ever a good combo is when you're playing Guardian and using that. He actually got the life cocoon to facilitate that combination as well, so he wouldn't die while in Moonkin form and channeling. And this damage out of Yips is absolutely absurd.
I mean, is this something that he's been doing in every key, or is it just something that he's doing for this key because they feel like we need to do something to have an advantage over Dignitas? Either way, it's working out great for them on this poll as Yips is out DPSing the Devourer Demon Hunter, peaking over 1 million, still doing 900k as the pack starts to die out. But it really didn't result in a faster pull for them. Dignitas is already done with the pull off the back of Yargi's damage on the Unholy DK, and even though Liquid had one extra mob, they're behind a little bit in progression off the first pull. Zevi is going now to gather extra mobs, but AJ already has them for Dignitas.
Yeah, Zevi with that spatial paradox, able to tag in all 3 of the packs that live on the other side of the bridge. There's a battle axe in an entangling roots there, but Zevi walking by safely. Gonna hit the other one that was sleepwalked with a paralysis to update its timer before it will be joining the fight. Veximus now pulled for both teams. Dignitas ahead by about 8%. As Yargi going to be activating that anti-magic shell to soak in some of these stray orbs that Veximus is trying to absorb.
Yeah, I'm actually going back just to look right now. In Magister's Terrace, Yips ran Feather Allseer. In the Mizara Caverns, he ran Feather Allseer. They're looking at this Algathar Academy going, man, what do we have to do extra damage? Yips took off the Allseer. He's like, yeah, I'm going puzzle box for the big pulls here. Let's see how it works out for them. Didn't really net them time on the first pull. It'll be back up again in just a few moments there. I don't know if you're going to really be able to press it right now when you're in boss. No, he presses it anyway. There's the puzzle box. Okay, he presses it on the boss for damage. Okay, let's see what this Guardian Druid can do. For the time being, Kira doing a lot more damage on this big AoE pull on top of Veximus. But Liquid catching up on boss damage.
Yips did play Bear this tier in the Race to World first, and on both Bellerin and Lura, his ability to do maximum damage was a huge part of how Liquid ended up getting those world firsts. So able to leverage the same skill here of being able to find the times to press that puzzle box pretty much every time it comes off cooldown at a good high damage moment while not dying as a tank. And let me tell you, that is definitely easier said than done. So hugely impressive that Yips is going for this, especially because they haven't Yips die even once. That will probably mean that they are out of this tournament and Dignitas will have swept them. But that boss HP difference is vanishingly small. 8% is the lead that Dignitas have on this boss. This is so close already. This is going to be such a tense map.
Stratos, I'm noticing a difference in the talent choices between our two tanks as well. Yips has opted in for the Apex talents. He's got all 4 of them, whereas Kira has none of them. What is the difference in damage that they're gaining from that, from taking those Apex talents?
So that makes sense when combined with the Algathar puzzle box. The Apex talent, the Wild Guardian for Bear, really does front load all of your damage into those Wild Guardian windows, which can then multiply with the puzzle box. That is, again, something that Yips used to great effect during the Race to World first. It's something that hasn't been used much in Mythic Plus ever since recent changes about a month ago to Guardian. Sort of buffed the spec, but nerfed the Apex talent. So a lot of people have just said, okay, I'll just not use the Apex talent and get some extra talent points. It makes my damage profile smoother. It makes my AoE damage better. It makes my burst damage, and especially my single target burst, a little bit lower, though. So that is something that Yips will have the advantage on, especially when paired with that puzzle box, is single target burst damage. But his AoE damage and defensiveness are both going to be a bit lower than Kira's.
All right, so we'll see where that measures up. One thing in particular that I'm going to be looking at as a big marker of whether or not this works out for Liquid is the burn damage on Croth. I feel like the puzzle box plus Wild Guardian combo has to be insane on the fire damage amp, right? That if that gives Liquid an extra 5 to 10% boss damage there, that could save them a ton of time, especially in the most dangerous part of the fight there, right? At the end of the fight, when that fire damage is pulsing and the deafening screeches are going out, doing a ton of damage to your group, you really don't want to be there any longer than you have to be. So we'll have to see how the burn goes for Liquid there. They've caught up a little bit on the Guardian Sentry damage here. Single target, not really something you can gain too much of an advantage on. Like we talked about in the previous two maps, these teams evenly matched in the individual player skill. It's really just kind of the difference in the Havoc versus the Devourer, right? Devourer is more free to just send a Void meta on that Guardian Sentry, whereas Hearthjax has to be a little more perfect about when he wants to press that metamorphosis on his end.
Yeah, there's actually some nice synergy between the tank and DPS choices, the Druid and the DH on both teams, right? If you look at Dignitas, Kira's doing more AoE, Hearthjax will do that funnel instead. Whereas on the side of Liquid, Cine is playing that Devourer instead of the Havoc, so he doesn't have access to that funnel. But then Yips is sort of pseudo-funneling with the Algathar puzzle box and that Wild Guardian, letting him just blast damage onto everything, but especially onto a single target, depending on how he plans to use those cooldowns. So really complementing each other are the decisions for both teams. And right now, they are neck and neck, both working on this Singleton Alpha Eagle pull.
No major cooldowns being expended for Liquid yet. Army just now being pressed for Wolf Disco. The timing of the cooldowns is incredibly important. It's something that we've identified as maybe one of the few weak points for Liquid. Their timing of their cooldowns, specifically in the Mysara Caverns, hasn't been the greatest. They need to make sure that that 90-second cooldown is available on pull for Croth so that it is then available once again for the second Ritual Winds phase for that fire damage amp. It looks like the lineup should be good for them. It's good for Yargi as well on the side of Dignitas. He'll have that available on the pull of the boss. Liquid still just a tiny bit behind in the dungeon. That 10 seconds that Dignitas killed Veximus first seems to be pretty much the same advantage that they have on the Alpha Eagles right now.
Yeah, this is looking so good for Dignitas, but Liquid are looking closer than ever. I would say closer than they were in either of the other maps, but the lead is still inexorably, slowly increasing in favor of Dignitas. They're going to be getting into boss combat here. You can look at the bottom of the screen. Their boss 1 split was 10 seconds faster than Liquid. Let's see if we can get a benchmark for how much quicker they pull this boss, and then we can see how much quicker, if they're quicker, they kill the boss. The boss pulled for Dignitas at the 7:37 mark, whereas for Team Liquid, it's going to be at 7:45. Oh, so the gap has closed. Liquid have gained 2 seconds from where they were after Veximus died.
Okay, so 2 seconds gained for Liquid. They're clawing it back just a little bit. I feel like they have indexed so much of their team's power into this Guardian Druid single target damage. Can that be the difference maker for this team? Or are they going to suffer when they get to the AoE pull in the Overcarnation room? How is it going to work out for our teams? We have this massive wall of single target HP that the teams both have to work their way through, Dratnos, and every single Deafening Screech is a moment where these Mistweaver monks have to make sure they don't let anyone drop too low.
Yeah, the Mistweaver monks do need to make sure that the group is safe, and it's a little bit less easy when there aren't all these free enemies to be spinning crane kicking off of. Their healing rotation expands from 1 button to several in cases like this, but AJ and Sevi both able to keep the group very safe.
I feel like Mistweaver is a class that I could play in Mythic Plus like 95% of the time, having never played it before, and then the other 5% of the time I would have no idea what I'm doing. It seems like it's easy when you just have to spin. What do you do on a boss like this? I don't know. I've never healed before either. That's probably not a recipe for success. Liquid, though, look at the boss damage here, Dratnos. They've actually pulled ahead on Croth.
This is remarkable for Team Liquid, and I think that Yips might have something to do with it as well. He's doing about 10,000 more DPS than Kira as a result of build differences, although if we look at Cine and Wolf Disco, they are also both well ahead of their counterparts over on Dignitas. Now, cooldowns may explain some of this, although it looks like both teams are currently holding an army for the next burn, so Dignitas not going to get an extra army. The meta for Hearthjax is currently rolling, although that might fall off during the actual stun here that approaches soon for Dignitas. The Runa's Winds cast has just started for them, whereas for Liquid, they're actually now well ahead on boss HP, although that damage amp is just ending for them. It is starting for Dignitas. How much will Dignitas be able to load damage into this burn? Will they be able to get Croth up to near where Liquid have it? It is at 12% for Liquid, exiting the burn at 15% for Dignitas. They have massively accelerated.
That burn was exited at 20% for Liquid, 15% for Dignitas. so much more damage to the burn. They've completely caught up on the boss. And we were talking about whether or not the damage was going to be available for Yips on this burn. He actually had to press it on the haste buff, because if he pressed it later on the fire burn, he would not have that button available for the next pull. It's vastly more important to have the Incarn for the mass AoE pull. And because of that, Kira actually not really suffering too much in single target damage. Dignitas kill the boss first. They open up the gap. Yet another 7 seconds.
Yeah, 7 seconds is the advantage on the boss 2 split for Liquid, whereas Dignitas are 10 seconds ahead on boss 1.
They're still just barely ahead.
It's 3 seconds for Dignitas. It is absolutely all going to come out in the wash here. It's all going to be about who executes the end of the dungeon better. Liquid in combat with this massive pull, bringing it sort of towards the Overgrown Ancient. Dignitas a little bit more methodically moving here, making sure to bait all of these green circles onto basically the exact same location as each other, which means that the total amount of movement that they're going to have to do is minimized, increasing both the safety and their damage efficiency.
Yeah. Misspoke there at the end of the boss. Sorry, yeah, it is Dignitas who suffered a little bit on the crotch split, but they did still kill the boss first, so the advantage still in their favor. This pull looks like it's going better once again for Dignitas. Like you said, the focus damage from the Havoc Demon Hunter, getting these lashers lower and lower. They've actually almost killed one of them off. All 3 of Liquid's lashers still very, very healthy. This funnel damage from Dignitas is making this pull go so much more cleaner, even though the Havoc seems to be doing 200k less overall than the Devourer. These lashers still healthy for Liquid.
Yeah, this is the important thing about the Havoc Demon Hunter. When you're playing that Eldrazi Reaver, your DPS might look a little bit low. You know, if you're worried about the overall damage, it's not, it doesn't feel quite as good. But if you look at the timer, you are feeling so good about your contribution there because you've killed off the important enemies that allow you to spawn this boss. And Zyro, this boss for Eldrazi Reaver as well is one of the absolute best reasons to play the spec. You are going to have so much Wounded Quarry funnel when all of those little plants spawn. Not to mention right on pull here as all of this trash that they tagged is joining the fight now too.
Oh, did you see that, by the way? Hearthjax has a little assist ping over his head whenever he drops the darkness, so everyone knows where to stand when he drops it. That's actually a nice little bit of tech. I got to make that macro on my Demon Hunter as well. But yeah, dude, all of these hungry lashers, you have to make sure your Unholy DK doesn't steal that funnel as well, but they also have the extra trash being dragged in on both sides by the Mistweaver Monk in order to make sure they'll have the funnel even as the hungry lashers go down. This Demon Hunter going to destroy the Overgrown Ancient. Liquid now in combat with the boss as well, but the advantage both in pull time from Dignitas as well as funnel should be apparent here for Liquid. Now, Devourer Demon Hunter does get funnel as well, but it's a little different type of funnel, right? They gain extra damage stacks from spawning all of the extra souls that they get on their class because of all of the extra mobs they're hitting with their Void Ray. But it's a little bit different than how the Havoc Demon Hunter works. I think in general, like you said, Havoc should gain more single target from it, but Devourer also gains a little too.
Yeah, exactly. I think that Havoc really is benefiting the most from it, but it is certainly not a one-sided race as Dignitas have the boss down to 24% already. The next Ancient Branch spawning for them, probably something they'll be able to just ignore and focus on the boss damage here. Team Liquid, boss at 42%. Next wave of Hungry Lashers spawning for them as well, but Dignitas have opened up a massive lead relative to the difference between these two teams, right? When the two teams are this close, a 30% lead on a boss is way more than anything we've seen up until this point in this dungeon. Down it goes for Dignitas, a 343 boss split, and they are already working their way up towards the final boss room. Just 13% count needed as well. You can guarantee that this will be coming onto the boss for them.
Yeah, and again, Liquid's still on the back foot even after the boss goes down. Even if they were to kill the boss at the same time, they would struggle to be as fast as Dignitas here. Look at the count differential. This is the same setup as it was versus Mandatory. Dignitas only needs the 4 Echo Knights. Actually, I don't even think they need an Invoker. I think it's just the 4 Echo Knights that they would need to kill this boss. They have the Invoker anyways. There's really no way to get those 4 Echo Knights without accidentally pulling an Invoker in. But that's just extra count on top of the cake for them that they don't need. Liquid have to do 4 Echo Knights and 3 Invokers or 5 Echo Knights. It's so much more difficult for them to get the pull. But Drados, this entire time I've been talking, Dignitas has already gotten through the first 20% of Echo of Dorogosa. The last 30% of Overgrown Ancient, it almost felt like it took him the same amount of time as the first 70%. That was so slow for them.
Yeah, that boss damage just really slowed to a crawl for Team Liquid. Now they are setting up for this pull onto the boss. Looks like a hibernate potentially on the Invoker there. Something that Druids get to do, as those are Dragonkin, one of the eligible targets for that spell. So nice piece of tech from Liquid, but it is unfortunately going to be a small consolation for them, as Dignitas already have this boss at nearly half health. They already have the trash nearly dead. If they can hold on for another 30 seconds, another minute here, they are going to stamp their ticket to the victory here, to those gold medals. They just need to execute the final little bit of this dungeon.
This is unbelievably impressive. I swear, if we see another end screen where all 4 players have taken less than 100k avoidable damage, I might quit Mythic Plus. These guys are too good. Let's see what it's going to be for Dignitas on the final boss here. All of their trash is dead. Just need one Invoker just now being gripped in by Yarki. They had it hibernated off in the corner, so it wasn't going to pose any threats for them. That's just more funnel for Hearthjacks on the Havoc Demon Hunter. They are cruising to a victory. Liquid is doing everything in their power to keep it as close as possible on their end. They've got their lust push. They're doing a ton of boss damage. They've closed the gap, but they're still 25% behind. Liquid needs a miracle at this point. They need these players on Dignitas to finally take a point of avoidable damage, but Drat knows these players on Dignitas are not going to let that happen.
No, they are not. Just 23% left on Echo of Dorogosa. One remaining Invoker that came in a little bit late to the party, marked with that moon marker, is going to need to die as well for Dignitas to reach that 100% count mark. But there is no danger of that failing to happen, as that mob is already almost dead. Down it goes, and the boss enters the final 10% here. Liquid have fought valiantly, but Dignitas are on another level entirely. The 3rd dungeon in a row of flawless execution, of incredible strategic depth from Dignitas. Down goes the boss, and up go Dignitas to their 2nd season victory in a row.
Dignitas won the MDI crown last season, and their reign continues. Dignitas are your MDI Season 1 champions. They're taking home $40,000 and the first place medal. They played to actual perfection, showing everyone the world record-breaking limits of speedrunning in World of Warcraft. With another championship under their belts, I have to say, long live the Kings. Liquid showed up to our finals in top form, but not even top form was enough to conquer the sheer perfection that we got to see from Dignitas here. They'll have a chance for another rematch at BlizzCon, but for now, they are our 2nd place winners of Season 1. This was a phenomenal series, and yet I think Dignitas just showed us that they were on an entirely other level. I mean, my mind is still reeling. How about yours, Zyro?
Hold on. Let's look at the avoidable damage. Okay, I feel better now. Only Verb walked away with 0 this time. But again, Dignitas in this grand finals, in this tournament, in this weekend, they just exemplified what a championship team should look like. They have been perfect all the way through, even in this grand finals. 3 maps, 3 world records, and it wasn't even close. These guys are absolutely insane, and every bit of deserving as any other team would be to be a 2-time back-to-back champion. They're an elite company there. Only 3 teams have ever done that. Echo, Mandatory, and now these guys, Dignitas. I'll take a bow. Incredible gameplay from them.
Gotta love seeing them pull it off, and makes you had some more insights as you were watching, I'm sure, as well through this map.
I do, and my first insight is this Dignitas team, they're insane. Really, they're insane. I've been closely watching, trying to look for any misstep, for any mistake, for any just deviation of perfection, and I found one. We'll get there in a little bit, but starting us off with the very start, a familiar picture we had in the other maps as well. The first pack ends, and somehow Dignitas is already ahead by like 2 seconds. Now here it is. Everybody lock on to Hearthjacks here, okay? This is the only mistake I could find in this entire segment. Boom, there, you get stunned. Okay, that's it. That's the only mistake this team has made in this entire series that we were able to get on screen. Now here, everybody was like, wow, Liquid is accelerating. Wow, Liquid is able to claw back. For a second, I was like, maybe we'll go into another series, into another map in the series. And then I remembered, we're playing Devour Demon Hunter on the side of Liquid. We're playing Havoc Eldrachi Reaver on the side of Dignitas. And yeah, that was really the difference maker in this last third of this dungeon. You're looking at this and you're thinking, okay, how much difference could it really be? But first, it lets us actually clear the area to the Overgrown Ancient. And then the boss damage on this guy, I will show you in a second. It is ridiculous what this Havoc Demon Hunter is doing. Look at this. This is what the funnel damage of a Havoc Demon Hunter does to Overgrown Ancient. This is why they're playing that. And if you compare that to any other team, you will quickly see that this is not normal at all. This is really what accelerated them there so much towards the end of the dungeon. And I mean, that just kept going. Echo of Doragosa, all those additional adds. It's just beautiful chef's kiss, bringing the best spec for the best team, for the best finish.
No bias from Mix, as
That's
always.
a Havoc Demon Hunter.
Of course, no Havoc.
just so everyone is aware.
You see this? Yeah. Yep. No, I mean, honestly, Makes, I'm so happy that this proved your point, because even just looking at that, it is wild. And you could see it in action as they went through the map, just how that damage played such a massive role. Of course, this means, though, with champions crowned, that our full season has shaken out. Our teams have all completed their series, and there is nothing left to be run. So let's look at the bracket and take a look at where it all ended up. Dratnos, can you give us a little bit of a lowdown of this weekend?
Yeah, so of course we started off with a day one featuring a bunch of 2-0 results. I think largely what people were expecting, although Big Lucky versus Liquid was a huge unknown. We got to see that rematch happening again later in the weekend. Then we had Mandatory versus Liquid in the upper quarterfinals. That rematch happened later and went the other way than it did up there. Dignitas also sent Triple Threat down to the lower bracket. Now, in that lower bracket, a lot of teams were sent home, unfortunately for them. In particular, I want to shout out Triple Threat, who looked so solid on their strategies. They had such cool ideas for how to make Arms Warrior the best spec in the game in a lot of dungeons. And then a few little execution mishaps ended up cementing their ticket home rather than their ticket to BlizzCon. Then we've had today's matches. What an incredible set of matches today. Dignitas versus Mandatory, dispatching them in 2-0 fashion, sending Mandatory down to the lower bracket, where Liquid were able to dominate after being sent down by Mandatory. They were able to beat both Big Lucky and Mandatory to make it back to the grand finals here, but Dignitas have just been the story of the weekend. 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 3-0. Dignitas flawlessly making it through and winning this season.
The consistency was just unreal from them. It's at the point now when I just see Dignitas, I'm just like, oh yeah, this is just going to be a perfect run. And I know it's not always the case. I mean, there was that little stun that you pointed out, Makes, but really their gameplay just has escalated. And for a team that voiced some doubts about speedrunning, honestly, I wonder if this just hasn't been like their secret talent this whole time, because they are just phenomenal. And this kind of lets us look back, I think, on the season as a whole, not just where we ended up. So, Zyro, what did you think of season one in its entirety?
Just an unbelievable level of competition. Looking at the teams that we had put together for this competition, we had returning teams like Dignitas, of course, previously Miscount, now under that Dignitas banner, Liquid as well as a returning team. But we had these new super teams that we were curious how that would mix into the fold. Of course, this Mandatory team, how would they look? They looked great in Cups. They didn't look that great today. They'll be coming back with a vengeance for BlizzCon for sure. And of course, the new team in Big Lucky, they look fantastic. I think they're going to be a team that puts on a show at BlizzCon as well. In general, the level of competition is the highest it's ever been. It keeps getting better every season. We keep saying that every season, and then we keep getting surprised when it somehow even gets better the next season. I just can't wait for BlizzCon because these teams are going to be cooking for months, and we're going to see what that looks like in a few months' time.
Right. I've been thinking the same. I mean, if every season just keeps getting better, Makes, how good do you think these already impressive teams are going to be by the time BlizzCon rolls around?
Honestly, I'm really excited for it because, of course, a lot can change until then. We don't know what is going to come for us at BlizzCon, so these teams better be ready. But to kind of make it a bigger point here, I feel like in the past couple of seasons, the competitive level of the MDI and the TGP by association has really risen. We've gotten more and more teams that can reach up to that highest caliber of play, which has been amazing. And it's such a treat to watch these guys just be awesome and do so many cool things. So really, I'm so glad this has been such a good season.
I know, me too. I think we were even talking about it at the start of the day, this idea that in the past, maybe some of these teams kind of sat at the top for a while, right? We saw Echo be so strong, or Echo adjacent teams be so strong for so long. But it really feels like in recent seasons, there's this opportunity for new blood, for new challengers, and for this talent that has kind of been fostering itself, coming in, trying, practicing to really rise and show us unbelievable runs like we got to see from Dignitas today. And now everybody, hopefully we will have an interview starting very soon for you. But again, this season was just one that I think deserves to be thought of. It deserves to be rewatched too, or if you miss any weekends chat, check it out. But Dratnos, I mean, the teams, the dungeons, this has been an amazing start. Do you think we're going to only see even more with the rest of Midnight and BlizzCon?
Yeah, I can't wait to see what the MDI looks like at BlizzCon. We are going to have 4 absolutely incredible teams that will be joining us there. We'll have Big Lucky, Liquid, Mandatory, and Dignitas all there. We will get to see some rematches of the matchups that we saw today. And I think the way that these series went today should make it so that anybody who's watched them will want to watch any rematch between any of these 4 teams.
Yeah, I want to see them all face off again, because I feel like there were teams where today I was just like, ooh, we know you can play better than this. Like we kind of talked about with Mandatory, or, oh, Big Lucky. I really think that they've got some runs that are so good, but where can they show more? And then, of course, Liquid and our champions here, Dignitas, who had really good strats, but no doubt are going to be looking, refining, trying to take as much as they can. So it's going to be really impressive to see what they bring to the table. But for now, here in season 1, your champions are Dignitas. They have a sponsor this season, but they honestly don't even have the ghost of miscount hanging over them any longer, because they were flawless in their performance. We are very lucky to have a couple of the players here with us who are ready to do a bit of an interview. So let's get into it as we have Hearthjax and Yargi joining us. Hey guys, we're so happy to see you here again.
Hello. What's up?
Hey. Now, I know it's been a huge weekend and a huge day. Honestly, though, seeing you perform, you made it look easy. You made perfect runs look easy, just constantly back to back. So incredible job. And I have to ask, just starting us off, we knew you were already really strong with TGP, but seeing how you performed with speedrunning, were you feeling as confident coming into the season as you ended up playing in this format? I'll start with Hearthjax.
Well, I think we adapted better to the MDI than we expected. I mean, I think compared to like our team's previous attempts, we have like a very well synergized team now as well. Like I think we work together very well. However, I feel like personally, I felt a little less confident going into this tournament than previous ones, because we had one member move, like change place of living midway through the, like shortly before finals. So that was rough.
Yeah.
Okay. So I have a question. I guess I'll take this one. Hearthjax, you can take this one. We noticed, well, you were probably doing it all weekend now that I think about it, but we noticed specifically in this grand finals that something that all of you guys were doing was just taking 0 or next to 0 avoidable damage, literally like the entire series. There was even a dungeon, I think it was the Magister's Terrace, where Yargi, Verb, and AJ took 0 avoidable damage, and Hearthjax, you might have stubbed your toe somewhere. You took 100k avoidable damage. Is that something you guys are like actively trying to do to make sure you don't have to do any extra healing, or is that just like you're so practiced at the dungeons that it just happens naturally?
I had no idea actually about the statistic.
Oh, so you're just
I
insane.
sent it to
All right,
AJ,
cool.
so you have a screenshot.
Yeah. Well, I had. I mean, that just I think that came with a lot of practice. However, I think regarding this statistic on Devour specifically, sometimes it's actually beneficial to take some available damage, like press a wall, stand in a puddle, and finish a cast. Yeah. Especially in MDI, where like canceling a collapsing star could be like very impactful compared to soaking a paddle, which is not going to kill you anymore.
For sure. I have a question, and maybe to you, Yargi. You guys were playing against Mandatory first series today. In that series, you had not one, but 2 disconnects. And each of the dungeon, a little bit of stuff went wrong with AJ there. You had to play through Ruckran without having your healer present, which I'm sure was scary as heck. What went through your head after you saw that message in that Sky Reach from the admins that goes like, oh, congratulations, you've won this map, you've won this series? What were you like thinking at that moment?
I mean, obviously, I couldn't believe. I think no one could believe. It's Skyrim is such a map that you need like every second of uptime on boss, especially on bird boost. Like you want to tank 2 AoEs to do all the time damage. We couldn't do it. Like we had to go LOS and rescue AJ to safe spot because he did it. So honestly, I have no idea how we won this. The first map, luckily for us, they also wiped in Magister because we also did it, and it was this DC from AJ in Magister Terras was only death from all the matches this weekend from us. So it was pretty cool. If not this DC,
We won't
it would
count
be
that
actually
one.
zero
Don't
death.
worry.
Okay, so it was zero death.
I have a question for both of you, I think, but let's start with Hearthjacks. What was the spec variety rule like for you guys? It seemed like that was a rule that your team really min-maxed and optimized in your group weekend. Was that a fun process for you? Was that something you enjoyed doing, or did you like having the map bans and getting to just play everything you wanted with no restrictions this weekend?
Well, it was for me. It was a relief after the tournament. I think it was fun, like from the perspective, but it felt like we could actually focus our practice towards finals finally. I think we did actually quite well in this full, and it was also like really hard to play all those new classes and specs. Yeah.
Okay. I have one last question, and I think this is the last one for me. And this is again for Hearthjacks here. You guys were very indexed on this Eldrachi Reaver Havoc Demon Hunter pick, which looks like it played out incredibly well for you guys. You got a lot of funnel damage. Makes us very happy about it, obviously.
Huge fan.
Havoc Demon player yourself. How did you guys find this pick? How did you play around it? Because you were really the only team that made great use of it.
Okay, so it got decently buffed like shortly before finals. So this didn't exist for groups, for example. And we saw that its funnel is absurd. Like you do double of other DPS damage on like a tree boss in Academy, for example, which seemed very beneficial in MDI, right? And so much as like Magister Stars, Academy. It was also in Seed. This also like in Seed. I don't think it was like crazy, but it allowed us or like made easier pulling 2 reporters together. So that was cool as well. And I also personally felt like the power was not that hot in that key. Yeah.
Nice. I mean, seeing your pick, seeing how you played, honestly, it was just so impressive throughout this weekend. And of course, all of this kind of leads ahead even to BlizzCon, which we know is waiting. So Yargi, I'll toss this one to you, but do you feel like the BlizzCon experience is one that's going to be one to remember? I think it's your first time, right?
Yeah, it will be my first BlizzCon. So definitely excited for that. I said last interview, I'm not the biggest fan of living home, so we'll see how it works out for me, but I will try my best, I guess, on the stage.
You're going to do great, honestly. You know, they keep saying with BlizzCon that you're not just like leaving home, you're coming home. So it'll be like a second home, just on a big stage in front of a lot of people, I think.
Okay.
Just on a big stage. But you can have like a blanket and snacks and stuff. It's all good, I'm sure. Yeah. Honestly,
Sounds
though,
good.
everybody is excellent. It's been such an amazing season, and to all of the team, we just are so impressed. It was so good seeing you come back stronger than ever and just deliver these incredible runs to us. So we'll let you go, but before we do, let me just give you a second to do any shout outs that you need. Hearthjacks, is there anything that you want to shout out in addition, or anything that you want to call out before we let you go?
Yeah, of course, our org, first of all, Dignitas, which we're happy to be picked up by this tournament. Our friends and our fans as well. They were very supportive for the whole tournament. The team, of course, as always. And I suppose that's it.
Awesome. Yargi, anything you'd like to shout out?
Yeah, I mean, I guess or orc, or my teammates, everyone that was cheering for us, and in the end, special shout out to the Shindik that predicted on his YouTube channel video every game during these finals, like perfectly, every game.
Really?
So shout out to him for that. Yep.
Wow.
Before the weekend, he
Wow.
predicted every game.
Sounds like we need to get him on the desk for our predictions because ours were all over the place, even with the help of cats coming in from the caster crew and everything else. So maybe we'll consider it for the future. But thank you both so much. Congratulations again. We are so happy to see Dignitas back as a returning champion now for 2 seasons in a row. So get some rest, and we can't wait to see you both and everybody else at BlizzCon. Bye.
Yeah,
It was a
bye-bye.
pleasure. See you at
Thanks
BlizzCon.
so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Wow, this was honestly like such an incredible season. We couldn't have asked for a more intense opening season here in Midnight. Dignitas's win today and this whole weekend just gave us run after run after run that really showcased what is the absolute best of speedrunning in Mythic Plus. Now, of course, our dungeons have fallen silent, but the echoes of our team's legendary runs will be heard for seasons to come. Dignitas took that speedrunning to new heights, proving themselves to be the king of the keys in any format. Liquid came in just behind them, though, for a second time, and they'll no doubt be looking ahead to BlizzCon for another shot to dethrone them. This season has been one to remember, and that was in no small part thanks to my fellow casters here on desk, our amazing production team, and all of you that watched. And while our Season 1 roadmap has reached its end, the road is taking us somewhere even bigger, home. We'll all be counting down the days until BlizzCon, when our grand finals unite our top teams live on stage for a high-stakes speedrunning showdown. The road home to BlizzCon brings us the ultimate celebration of Blizzard's games and the community that unites us all. We can't wait to see you all there. Thank you all for an amazing Season 1 of Midnight. Bye, everybody.